What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, November 11th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, we've got some sound from Steve Sarkisian's Monday press conference. What did the head coach have to say about this weekend's upcoming matchup against Georgia? The Buck and I will continue our preview of Texas and Georgia as well. We'll recap Monday Night Football, also a big coaching firing in the NFL yesterday. We'll talk about the new college football playoff rankings that will be released tonight. Where will the Longhorns end up? We'll dive into the NBA, a little Texas women's hoops, and a not so good thing for Texas football as we root against some other teams around college football. And also the Mavs just continue to be a major dumpster fire. So plenty to dive into in the world of sports and beyond on a Veterans Day edition of Bucky and BK. How are you this morning, my man?
Doing fine. It's a beautiful day. Nice and cool, but not cold. It's okay. It's nice out. I stepped out there on the veranda there and came back in about 2 seconds and said, that'll work. That'll work. It's cool.
For a guy who says 65 degrees is too cool, I'm a little surprised to hear you say that 40 degrees is a beautiful morning.
Long sleeves on, long pants on, jeans on. Even just to do the show, I'm dressed for the weather. And like I said, everything, even though my Woods comfort system's ready to go, I don't have any heat on. Everything's just off.
Wow, you still haven't fired it up.
No, it's pleasant inside. It really is. Like I said, all my walls have this insulation. It's this blown stuff in there that it's different from the old days of insulation. So it stays pretty warm in here when it needs to be warm. It stays pretty cold when it needs to be cold. So it's been like that for about 2 weeks now. It's nice.
Yeah, I mean, the highs today are supposed to reach the 70s, so it should be a beautiful day here.
Absolutely. Tomorrow's supposed to be 81, 82 degrees. So these evenings are going to be, those are the ones, those 40, 45s. I get in my plants thinking I got some succulents out there that it's going to be too cold, but it's not. And the wind isn't howling. It's going to kill a bunch of stuff because that's when I'll have to bad back and all. I got my little tractor, but I don't have my little trailer hitch to it. So I still have to pick up the pots up in the air and put them on the tractor. That's why I got the tractor, so I didn't have to do that. So I didn't have to lift up the pots too far. But with this particular brand, I have to get a trailer. I have the trailer. I have everything. I just don't have the hitch part on it. So my guys that's right, Mike McCall's Custom Homes, they'll come and they'll solder a hitch on the back of that thing, and I'll be ready to go.
Dude, you got those guys on retainer at this point.
I do, man. It's like they do it all. I need to get my gate down below is acting goofy, so it's not locking right. Needing to put a lock on the gate.
Yeah.
It's all they got to keep them busy, man.
There you go. McCall Custom Homes has replaced Javier in your life.
Yes, indeed.
Wow.
Yeah, Javier, I mean, he'll make a call to you and tell me he'll be there Saturday. And then he'll make a call back to me on Tuesday and say, I was really busy. And then I'll give him the old, hey, I'm not calling you again.
Wow. Do we know if Javier is still in this country?
He is.
Okay. I know there have been some times in the recent past where we haven't been so sure. So
no, he's around.
Okay. He's just forgetting about you, and you've decided to move on.
He has a job. He has a steady work going on for Javier, I believe.
That's good. We like that for Javier. That's your old best friend, right?
Yes.
That you paid to do work for you.
Well, yeah, he's not an employee, but he's a friend who likes money.
Yeah, that's usually
what you do. And he has a certain skill set.
Yeah. He's Liam Neeson. He's got a certain skill set.
God, he's good at what he does.
That's awesome. All right. Well, loaded show on a Tuesday morning.
Yeah,
with this being Veterans Day, Buck.
And you know what? I looked up, I saw the Bussy go by. I'd heard yesterday school was out, banks were closed. But seeing Bussy this morning, I asked you, is school in? You said, yeah, school is. I don't remember getting out for Veterans Day. Maybe it wasn't a Veterans Day when we were growing up.
Yeah, I think it just depends on the district and the area, right? I mean, I know this is a bank holiday, and I'm sure there are a lot of schools around the country that are closed today, but I know at least some are in session because the bus went by my place too this morning. So somebody's out there, which means we can get a tip for kids at some point this morning.
Yeah, get those kids off to school for sure. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you. We do appreciate it. We appreciate it just a little bit more on this Veterans Day to all our veterans out there. Also to all our veterans, thank your families for sharing you with us for all those years. And all of you, please be careful out there.
Yeah, well said. Yep, happy Veterans Day, and thanks to our veterans, Wags and Stu Myrick, who joins us from
Absolutely.
time to time. We appreciate y'all's service and appreciate everybody who has served this great country. We are the land of the free because of the brave. We're grateful for the service of all of our veterans around the country. All right, Buck, it is a Tuesday morning, and at least some kids are in school today. So we've got another tip for kids in the car line brought to you by our great friends at Relax the Back.
All right, kids. An able yet humble person is a jewel worth a kingdom.
All right. That's too advanced for the kids.
Oh,
Dumb
the
that
kids
down
understand that.
here. I don't even understand that. What does that even
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah, an able yet humble. Always be humble, kids. Always
The
be
city
humble.
around Houston, Humble, Texas?
Not humble, humble. Hum like hummingbird, kids. Hey, that's right.
They're
An
opening a Cain and Abel's location in
not
Humble,
Cain and
Texas.
Abel's. Kids, stay humble. I know that's hard to do as a kid. It's hard because all around you there's people that aren't humble. Stay humble, man. It's worth a kingdom. It really is.
Hit me with the full thing one more time.
An able yet humble person is a jewel worth a kingdom.
Able yet humble person is a jewel worth a kingdom.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, be humble.
My kids are getting a little deep now. We're getting a little deep with our kids. This time of the year, we're going, semesters coming to an end. They're getting ready to go get a bunch of vacation time in. They need some sturdy, hardcore teaching right now.
Yeah. You know what
As
they
they get
learn.
ready to, hey, as you get ready to go into the holiday season, be humble.
Yeah. Or you could just quote Kendrick Lamar, be humble, bitch, sit down. Little bitch.
No, kids, that's not for you.
That's one that's probably going to resonate with the kiddos a little bit more than talking about Jules and Abels and whatnot. But
Yeah, and on that same light for military and veterans,
yeah,
that word is used. That word is used a lot in the military, by the way, about being humble. I guess you can't go out there unless you're the general. I bet you those guys aren't that humble.
no, they're in charge. They got to take over.
One of the things from Admiral McCraven's book, and this is the one, the Hero Code. It's not Conquering Crisis. I have read this one already.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple things that Admiral McCraven always says. I will work to be humble, to recognize the limits of my intellect, my understanding, and my power. I like that one.
That's a good one right there.
And one of the other ones is I will learn to sacrifice by giving a little of my time, my talent, and my treasure to those in need. Another good one.
Yeah.
And this one, I will use my unique talents to inspire others and give them hope that tomorrow will be a better day.
That's another good one too.
There you go.
See, that's why you read those books right there. That's why you got to finish the last one, Buck.
Yeah, I got to finish Conquering Crisis. That's the one.
That's the third of three, right?
Third of three, yes.
And then he's got a children's book that's out as well.
I don't need to read that one. That'll take too long.
Yeah, you do struggle with kids' books.
Yes.
Yeah, but you can get all those at Sue Patrick, by the way.
Yes, you can.
But nice.
Yeah.
I like that. Tip for kids and a tip for the veterans on Veterans Day.
They do that. Now we're just trying to take some cues from them. That's all.
Yeah, no, that's well said, my friend. Well said. All right. A lot to dive into in the world of sports on a Tuesday show as we continue our week-long tailgate.
Hey, dive into my win last night.
Congratulations to you. And you're welcome to you, by the way. You only wanted to put 50,000 on the Eagle.
Oh, that's true.
Double it up. Come on. It's Monday night. It's the last game of the football week. Let's make this a little spicier.
Guess what my cousin's line for that was?
What was it?
I have. I'm like, what in the hell is that?
Half a point.
Is that so if they tie And the way it was going for a while, I mean, in the second quarter, I was thinking this game could be a tie.
There is 0 point in betting on a half-point line. I've never seen that before.
That's what I said to him. I've never seen it before. And he showed it from Circa. That's what Circa had last night.
Half a point?
Half a point. I'm
Yeah.
like, what is this? I'm like, how the hell am I going to win this?
Yeah, that's AI right there. I mean, that's ridiculous. At that point, just make it a pick 'em. I don't know what you're doing with the half point.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, make it a pick 'em.
Yeah, well, the Eagles got the win on Monday Night Football. If you like defense, you liked last night's game. If you like offense, it was a tough watch. 10-7, the final score. The game was scoreless at halftime. The Eagles opened up the scoring with a field goal on their opening possession of the third quarter. The Packers were held scoreless for the first 3 quarters last night and finally got on the board late. The game did come down to a game-tying 62-yard field goal attempt from Brandon McManus, who was nowhere close to making it. I mean, that would have been, maybe it was 64 yards. It would have been the longest kick ever made at Lambeau Field. And it's not like, oh, it's August or September where the weather is still okay up there. It was cold and windy and ugly in Green Bay, and McManus's kick wasn't even close. And yeah, really the whole game was cold and windy and ugly last night. But Philadelphia gets a huge win to improve to 7-2. And Green Bay, Buck, back-to-back losses. Remember, they were upset by Carolina at home last week. Now, not a ton of shame in losing to Philly. Obviously, the defending champs, they're a very good team, but Green Bay has fallen on some hard times in recent weeks.
You know, I'm looking at Green Bay, I'm looking at Philly, and I think the Rams, Seattle are better right now. I don't think they would have trouble scoring on that Eagles defense. Now, they're salty up front, but in that secondary, those guys can be beat in the secondary if a good quarterback gets some opportunities against them. And man, right now the Rams are cooking when it comes to offense.
Yeah, 3 teams in the NFC are sitting at 7-2, and it's Seattle, it's Los Angeles, and it's Philadelphia right now. Not that this matters too much. I don't know who cares about tie-breaking procedures in mid-November in the NFL, but the Philadelphia Eagles would be the 1 seed in the NFC if the season ended today. But yeah, I mean, Seattle's obviously a great story. You know, what Sam Darnold's doing is tremendously impressive. Matt Stafford, crazy. He's playing some of the best football of his career right now. You kind of thought he was done, and all that talk about a shoulder issue and talk about a back issue. Like, we weren't sure if he was going to be healthy going into this season. He's playing at a really high level right now. And Philadelphia, yeah, they're not always passing the eye test. They don't look as dominant this year as they did last year, but they've won 7 of their first 9 games.
Yeah.
So clearly they're doing something right. So, yeah, those 3 teams in the NFC have the best record right now. Obviously, Detroit is right there. Tampa Bay is right there. But, yeah, a lot of people thought last night could be a preview of a potential NFC championship game, or at least some sort of playoff game that we get in January. And
I hope not.
Yeah. If we do get a round 2, hopefully it's a little more entertaining. And I like defense, but I don't like defense that much.
No.
I don't need 0 points and a half like that. Give me a little something. It could be like I could respect a 17-14 kind of game.
By the way, there was a lot of slipping going on in that field that they have there. I mean, it was as green could be, and it looked as wet could be too.
Well, welcome to Lambeau Field in November, I guess.
Yeah.
That's how it works. But congrats to you. You got 100,000 units on your Philadelphia Eagles pick. You had them at +1.5, whether they were +1, 2, 3, whatever. They won the game outright, so it didn't matter. And you are now even money on the football season. So,
that's it? Just even for the people?
Well, considering you were down 450,000 units at this time last week, I would say that's pretty good.
That's not satisfactory for the people. People are not satisfied with that.
No, the people are trying to make money. They're not trying to be even money. I mean, the holiday season is coming up. You know, people have to pay for some turkeys.
I got you for the holiday.
People got to pay for turkeys. Obviously, people have to pay for some Christmas and Hanukkah gifts. Like, we got to ramp things up a little bit, sir.
Yes, I will get to it.
You've got a clean slate, which is good. I mean, you do have 2 MAC games tonight that you could put a few units on.
No, I'm not going MAC. I'm not there yet.
What are you?
I know nothing about the MAC team. I don't know anything about the MAC. Give me some Tuesday or Wednesday Sunbelt fun, and I can get that going.
No, those days are over. It's all action now. You've got
It
2
is?
games tonight in the MAC, 3 games tomorrow.
Oh, my God. They're
Yeah.
getting their play now?
No, it's the best thing ever. This is why we love November. You've got football literally every day of the week. Every week. You can't beat it.
Wow.
You can't beat it. So all right, I'll give you
You
some
know-
time
you know
to change your mind.
You know what beats that? Sleep.
Sleep.
Yes.
What team is that?
That's when you go and rest your body and your mind.
Can't
Let
make
your
money on sleep.
you let your mind cool off a little bit.
Yeah, that ain't fun. The game's at 6:30 tonight. Come on, that ain't late. You don't need to be going to bed at 6:30. You can be
No,
watching Kent State and Akron this evening.
Kent State and Akron. I got to believe that Kent State sucks.
Yeah, they do. Well, they're
And
5.5
Akron-
point dogs at
Yeah.
Akron, so they suck that much.
Yeah.
I can tell you that. I don't know if I could tell you too much more than that, but my cousin will probably find a way to get on that game.
Oh, no.
Yep. Has to be.
Okay, I'm taking 50,000 units on Akron right now.
That's all it takes to convince you.
That's all. That's all.
You got 2 games tonight. You want to hit the other one too?
Who's the other one? Who's that? Western Michigan versus Cal Poly.
I think the other one is Ohio at Western Michigan.
Western Michigan favorite or Ohio?
I think Ohio is tied for both teams are tied for first place in the MAC right now.
I'll take the home
4-1.
team for another 50,000 units.
You don't even care about the number, do you?
Oh,
It's 1.5, so it's a
Oh.
pretty good line for you.
why don't you just give me a half there, cousin?
There we go. That was easy. All right, there's 100,000 units on the line to get the people back into the money.
A little something for Thanksgiving.
That's what we need. That's what we need. All right. Well, that's that college football. That's that NFL. Let's continue to dive into Texas football here. We've got plenty of sound from Steve Sarkisian's Monday press conference. No sound on this, but I will start by saying that Steve Sarkisian told everybody yesterday that Michael Taff, Jelani McDonald, and Ryan Wingo all participated in Monday's practice. And Sark also said that he does not anticipate any setbacks for any of those 3 guys. So I think every Longhorn fan spent some time last week talking about how the bye week was coming at the perfect time. It feels like 3 very important players, the 2 starting safeties and the number 1 wide receiver, were able to take advantage of that time off. And it sounds like all 3 guys will be good to go Saturday nights.
And they need them all desperately.
Yeah, I mean, the way the secondary is played without Michael Taff and Texas's 2 most recent games, obviously the type of impact that Ryan Wingo has had. I mean, hell, just look at the first play against Mississippi State and then the first play against Vanderbilt. And that guy has been instant offense for the Longhorns as of late. So getting all 3 of those guys back, yeah, massive, critical for Texas football. We'll start with this bit of sound, though, from Steve Sarkisian, just his introductory statement talking about this big-time top 10 matchup against Georgia.
Obviously, this week is a heck of a challenge, going to play at Georgia and the respect that we have for that program, the job that they've done not only this season, but over the years and what Coach Smart has done. I think they've been to 4 consecutive SEC championship games. He's got a couple national titles. They're a very tough team to play at home. They're 51-2 in their last 53 games at home. And this year in particular, I think that one thing that has stood out is them finding a way to make great adjustments and play in the second half of games and continuing to fight. Even in their one loss against Alabama, I thought they played a tremendous second half and gave themselves an opportunity to win that ball game. So it's going to take 60 minutes, and it's going to take all 3 phases. This can't be a one-dimensional game for us. We're going to need all 3 phases to play well. They've got a very balanced offensive attack. I think Gunnar Stockton has done a fantastic job of running that offense and creating explosive plays with his arms, with his legs. They're running the football effectively. Defensively, you're seeing them grow up week in and week out. Very physical front. There's a lot of new faces and a lot of new names, but they all look very similar. So they've got a very talented football team. It's going to be a great challenge, and we're looking forward to it.
And you can't afford to, if you lose a game, you can't get blown out by them.
Ooh, that's not very positive on a Tuesday.
I'm just trying to tell you, if you don't win, don't get blown out.
Yeah.
Make this a 4-quarter battle. And if you can win it in the 4th quarter, that's fine. But you can't be getting driven in the ground by 3 touchdowns against Georgia.
No, it'd be bad for a number of reasons.
Yes.
And just looking at it from a short-term perspective, we've talked about scenarios where Texas can finish the regular season 9-3 and still make the playoff.
Yeah, and they can win by 1 point.
Yeah, if Georgia wins this game by 3 touchdowns, I don't know if it's going to matter if Texas goes 9-3. Like, if they lose any of ththese games down the stretch, it probably has to be a close loss.
Sure.
To still feel like they have a good argument to make the field of 12. If this game does get ugly on Saturday, then I think a lot of folks will be sticking a fork into our
I was trying to give you some hope, so maybe you would change your mind that, hey.
That was not giving me hope. Saying just don't get blown out does not give me hope that Texas is going to win. I don't think Texas is going to get blown out. I don't think this is going to be ugly. I don't think Texas is going to win right now. So you starting off our Texas-Georgia conversation by saying, please don't get blown out.
I wasn't like that. I just said, just don't get blown out on the road there.
That's not the goal. The goal is to win, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
All right.
The other goal is to still try to make the college playoff.
Yeah.
You have the Aggies down the line.
Well, you guarantee you make the playoff by winning these last 3 games.
Yes.
So that's the goal, is to win these last 3 games. It's not let's go 2-1, but only lose by a field goal.
Well, me saying that to you isn't going to work anyway, because you don't think they're winning anyhow on a Tuesday.
Who cares about me? I care about you. What?
Oh, I'm fine. I got it.
Right.
Like I told you, by Thursday, I'm all in now. By Thursday, I'll be all in.
On a Tuesday, where are you?
I'm right where you are.
On a Monday, you were picking a Texas win. If you're right where I am on a Tuesday, you're picking a Georgia win. So I don't know what to make of you right now.
I'm on the end of a close loss right now.
Okay. That's not a good change from where you were yesterday.
No, yesterday was just
like that. They're mad at me for picking Georgia. We can't both be picking Georgia.
That was a silly Monday thought, just coming off of, I don't know why. I saw them play Mississippi State and run the ball down their guts. I saw us play Mississippi State and couldn't run in a lick. So yeah. I'm thinking, what are they going to be like at home? They needed to have lost that damn game.
Yeah.
I'd rather for them to be mad.
Yeah, I mean, if they were going to win in Starkville, I wish it wasn't as dominant as that. I wish maybe like Texas, they needed a 17-point fourth quarter comeback in overtime to win. But that was their most complete football game of the year against a team with a pulse. So
yeah, they will want to be playing their best game this week.
Yeah.
Of the year.
Yeah, it's their last SEC game, believe it or not. Like, Texas still has 3 conference games left. Georgia has 3 games left, but they play Charlotte next week, and then they have their rivalry game against Georgia Tech out of the ACC to end the year. So this is like, Georgia's playing for a spot in the conference championship. I don't think they can guarantee themselves a spot with the win, because A&M's undefeated and Bama is undefeated, and also Bama beat Georgia this year, so they've got the tiebreaker. But obviously, for Georgia to have a shot to play in Atlanta, they need to win this game on Saturday. So it's a big one. Of course, they're going to be amped up. I was listening to a Georgia podcast on my drive back from Dallas yesterday, and this is, they're viewing this as one of their biggest home games in years. Think about how many big games Georgia has played in recent years, because they're always in the mix for conference titles and national titles. They are talking about this as one of the biggest games they've had at Sanford Stadium in a long time. So, yeah, they're going to be amped up. Saturday night, ABC, primetime. It's going to be a crazy environment. And Steve Sarkisian said it in his introductory statement yesterday. It's a Georgia team that's 51-2 in their last 53 home games.
Won't have to deal with any cowbells.
No cowbells, but more people.
More people barking, acting like dogs,
right?
You
have to deal with grown men and women, for that matter, barking at you like dogs. It's an interesting bit there. I mean, I know they're the Bulldogs, but
they can't help themselves. They really when they were here last year, they were guys barking. I'm like, what's wrong with you people?
Dude, they'll wear leashes. And I'm not talking like putting your 3-year-old kid on a leash to make sure they're not running away. I'm talking like a grown man will be walking another grown man on a leash at the table. I saw it with my own eyes when they played in Austin last year. It's like, what is happening right now?
What is happening here?
As you're trying to be like a big, badass SEC football team, and look, Georgia is. The results speak for themselves, but I don't think it's very intimidating when you're doing role play in public like that. I don't want to see any of that weird stuff, Georgia.
I don't see what you and your dog friend are like there.
Right. You save that for home. Hey, whatever you're into at home, that's fine. Do it behind closed doors. But I don't need to see you walking your boy on a leash and, treating each other like dogs and picking up his crap on the side of the street. I'm okay on that stuff. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, this is a game where the quarterback's going to have to play his best game of the year. He's played some pretty good games, and I don't know if he has to have the kind of yards he's had in his best game, but he has to be in control of the football team, especially from the offensive perspective in this game. There can't be any loose ends in this. Can't be any fumbles, interceptions. We're not talking the P word because we already know what that's going to be like. They're going to win that battle. Texas doesn't get to win that battle even when they're home, much less in Athens, Georgia.
Yeah, well, going back to Arch Manning for a second, I mean, I think Arch Manning is coming off his two best performances of his college career, right? I thought the Mississippi State performance, obviously, especially down the stretch, was the best game of his college career against a Power 4 team. And then I think he followed that up with an even better performance against Vanderbilt in that win in Austin a couple of weeks ago. So, Arch Manning was 25 for 33, 328 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 turnovers against Vanderbilt. If he could be anywhere close to that on the road against Georgia, then I think we'll all be very, very happy on Saturday night.
I think he's got a chance in the passing game for sure, BK. I think he can do – there can be some damage done in their secondary. I don't think turning around and handing it off, except for I got Trey Wisner getting it done this week. Plenty of rest, plenty of firepower. As Sark says, yeah, the names are different, but they look the same. Yeah, they do.
Yeah, that's how it works.
They did last week.
I will say this about Georgia. They're the same from the standpoint of they're 8-1 through their first 9 games. They're very much in the thick of things for an SEC title. They're very much in the thick of things for a college football playoff spot. That's nothing new. I think the way Georgia is winning games is a little bit different this year. And here's what I mean. Like, you go back to 2021, that was their first of 2 consecutive national championships. Georgia had the number 1 scoring defense in college football. They gave up just over 10 points per game that year. In 2022, their second straight title, they had the 5th best scoring defense in the country. Gave up just 15 points per game. 2023, 7th in the country, giving up just over 16 points per game. This year, Georgia's 29th in the nation in scoring defense. And if you take out the 2 games they played against cupcake non-conference teams this year, they're giving up like 24 points per game. 24 points per game, that'd be the most for Georgia in a season since Kirby Smart's first year back in 2016. So, look, a top 30 scoring defense, most teams would kill to have that. I'm not saying
If you can get 27 points on them, you're right in the thick of things.
Yeah, Georgia gave up 40 plus to Tennessee. They gave up 35 at home to Ole Miss. Like, we're not used to seeing that from a Kirby Smart defense. No. So, again, this is not, Georgia's defense is bad and they're super vulnerable. But, like, when have you seen Georgia have the 29th scoring defense and the 22nd total defense in the country? It's been forever since they've been that bad, if you will. They're winning games with their offense this year. Like, that's been the difference. Their offense has been really good. And Gunnar Stockton, you heard Sark talking about him a little bit there. That guy deserves his flowers. I don't know if he's getting enough love nationally. The biggest difference in him versus Carson Beck, who obviously was their guy last year, through 9 games last year, Carson Beck had 12 interceptions. Gunnar Stockton through 9 games this year has 2.
Yeah, he's taking care of the ball really well.
Taking care of the football. He's also making big plays. He's not just driving the bus, but like, you could do that with Georgia. You could just, if your quarterback is protecting the football and making a few big plays here or there, like, you don't need to be Heisman winning quarterback. You don't need to be first pick in the NFL draft quarterback. You just, look at Stetson Bennett. Nobody ever said that guy was the best quarterback in the country. All he did was win games and championships. I'm not saying Gunnar Stockton's about to go on that kind of run, but like, they've got just a much better quarterback and just a much better offense as a whole this year than they did last year.
Yeah, like I said, it helps if receivers can catch, because they had a whole lot of guys drop a lot of balls on them that were costly drops.
Yeah.
Now these dudes catch it. You got to, for this secondary, you got to cover those guys.
You do. Yeah. And I mean, I think that's like everyone's going to focus on, the chess match between Sark and Kirby, and everyone's going to talk about Arch against Kirby's defense and the run game. I mean, everyone's going to focus on all those things. I think this game could come down to whether or not the Texas secondary can bounce back against what has been a very good Georgia passing offense.
I agree. I'm more in tune to, because I know what they'll do against the run. If Georgia gets theirs, I don't think they'll get a lot of it. They may get more than anybody else has got on the Texas defensive line, but that's not what's going to win the game. What's going to win the game is what happens in the secondary.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Texas, again, the 92nd in pass defense, 13th in the SEC in passing yards allowed. It's been a struggle. Now, the hope is you get number 16 back and all those problems go away, and it's all good. And Jelani McDonald's healthy as well. And, I don't think Vanderbilt puts together that insane comeback if either or both of those safeties are on the field. You just don't have those coverage busts. Those big plays don't happen. But, yeah, the hope is that this secondary is just like, all right, now that they're healthy, everything's going to be fine, and they're going to go back to looking like a pretty elite group that we've seen them look like at times this season. If they're still having coverage bust and missed assignments and something you talked about last week where they're missing tackles, which allows short gains to turn into big ones, then this game isn't going to go the way that we want.
Oh, they watch film. They hear people talking about this secondary. They understand that they got to button it up, and they're going to watch film and say, "Wait a minute, those guys don't drop balls. They were dropping balls." Well, it's not going to happen this year. You can't rely on that. You got to rely on what you need to do and be in the right place and make the tackles after a guy and rally after a guy makes a catch.
Yeah, and a bunch of 4- and 5-star receivers, and they went out and got Zach Branch from USC, who's also their returner as well. I mean, he's an elite playmaker. He's their leading receiver by a long shot in terms of catches and yards this year. He's a problem. So, and they also have great tight ends. I mean, they have three NFL tight. It's like every year Georgia has 3 NFL tight ends. Where are
these guys coming from?
I don't know. And they've got some great kids committed in the class of 2026 too at tight end. Like, it's just, they are a factory out there. So they've got a number of different guys who could beat you in the passing game. And that's why not only the secondary, but the linebackers too. Like, we've seen times where Leon Galafau and Anthony Smith have not held up great in coverage in recent weeks. Like, those guys are going to be tested trying to cover all of the Georgia tight ends too. So, yeah, it's going to be paramount for Texas.
Yeah, and this will be as loud a crowd there is because of so much on the line here at night. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, they are 51-2 in their last 53 home games. They have lost 1 home game since.
You're a stat guy. Is that one of the reasons why you're saying is there no right now?
Of course it is. There's only been 2 SEC teams that have beaten them since the pandemic. Not at home, like anywhere.
Anywhere, yeah.
So, and Alabama is the only team to beat them at home since the pandemic. That happened earlier this year. Now, again, talk about Georgia maybe not being as good this year. They did lose once at home already. They almost lost twice because Ole Miss had them on the ropes. Now, almost doesn't mean a whole lot to anybody this weekend.
No.
But, maybe they are more susceptible this year than they have been in some recent years. But it is still a tall task.
Dude, how do you get off to a fast start against this group?
Throw a bubble screen to Ryan Wingo on the first play.
Do you seriously think that Sark will do that 3 games in a row?
Yeah, I didn't think he was going to do it 2 games in a row, and he did, and it worked. So why not?
Okay,
like
that's you can assure that a quick screen out there. See if that thumb's all right immediately.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's more of just he's one of your best offensive playmakers, so you need your playmakers to make plays.
Yeah, I'm going reverse to him after a hard fake to the running back and him come in motion and leave it up in the air and let him get on the corner.
First play of the game?
If I have to, yes.
Well, you're in charge, Coach. You're calling the play. Since you called roll left, what's your genius call here?
I'm going roll left, reverse right.
Okay. All right.
Trying to prove to them that I can run the ball against their defense, and then I just flip it to the guy in motion and see you later.
That would be nice if they could find it anyways. I think they're probably going to have to be creative to run the ball too,
Oh, for sure.
With the struggles Texas has had on the ground and how good Georgia's run defense is. Again, not quite as dominant as it has been, but they are a top 20 group in rushing defense in the country, so it is still very good. And, I mean, Texas would struggle to run against Lake Travis, Westlake, Dripping Springs, Pflugerville. Insert your favorite high school here.
Well, if they come out, of course, which they still will, and bring those tight ends as their main blockers at the point of attack, Georgia will crush that kid. Hey, your guy entries as he's coming in that little short motion, he's going to block the end of the line. That guy is going to get driven so far back down that line, right back down the line from where he came from, BK.
Yeah. All right. We'll get into that more because another key to the game is Steve Sarkisian doing what worked against Vanderbilt, doing what worked in the fourth quarter against Mississippi State.
Look at your Oklahoma game plan.
That's the thing. Well, that's why I bring it up. And it's all right. We'll get to it in a second. There's your radio tease right there. It should be a no-brainer that this happens, but unfortunately it's not because of something that has already happened this year. But before we dive back into Texas and Georgia, let's give our first round of sponsor shout-outs, Buck.
Still to our friends, of course, at Tony C's Pizza, Austin's original coal-fired pizza, serving that New York-style pizza and that great Italian food straight from the recipes of the Ciola family. Tony C's has been in that area, in that community, in BK's for over 15 years. And today, Tuesday, BK, your day, 2 for Tuesday, 2 pizzas for the price of one. Highway 79 in Round Rock, Dedell Diamond, Anderson Lane, and of course, as I said, at BK's. Love Tony C's Pizza. Love you, Mr. C.
Yes, indeed.
Get yourself a 2 for 1 today. You can eat 2 pizzas today, right?
Yeah, I think I can. I think I can eat 2 pizzas any days, especially if they're from Tony C's. So
there you go.
I think that's going to happen. Now a quick word from our great friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Oh, somebody said if Wingo has a thumb injury, doesn't that leave him with 9 additional thumbs? Yeah, most likely. That is too much right there. Oh my goodness.
Come on, man. We're
trying to win this game, Dave.
Trying to win this game.
That's a break there, Dave.
Oh, that is great. Hey, also a quick shout out to McCall Custom Homes. We talked about him this morning. Look, the Buck trusts his place to McCall. Rodney got his master bathroom redone by McCall Custom Homes. They're the best. We trust our places. Whenever I finally buy a house, they're going to be like the first people I call. They are custom home builders and custom home renovators, and they have been doing it here in Central Texas for decades. It's a father-son team with more than 40 years of combined experience, and all that experience is right here in Central Texas, so they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly special. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, tons of 5-star reviews online, and right now they're giving out free estimates to TSU listeners. Just go to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can hit up our buddy Mike McCall directly, 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Great.
All right. So back to Texas, Georgia, and back to the offensive game plan for Texas against Georgia. Yeah, I mean, we just need to see more of what worked against Vanderbilt. And what I mean by that is more tempo, more spread, less jumbo packages, and more quick game through the air. That stuff worked. That's what sparked the miracle comeback in Starkville, and that is what sparked basically your entire offense for the first 3.5 quarters when you pretty much got everything you wanted against what was a top 20 Vanderbilt defense going into that football game. It should be obvious, right? But yes, I remember after Oklahoma, we were talking about how, man, it felt like Texas really found an identity on offense in that second half.
And they played Florida. Wow.
And then, no, Kentucky was the week after.
Yes.
Florida was the week before. That was a disaster. Then Oklahoma happens, and it's like, hey, finally you found something. It took a while, but here we go. This offense is coming into its own. Here are some things that can work. And then Sark reverted right back to the crap that he did against Florida. Deep drop back passing game, a bunch of crazy concepts in the run game. Like just it did not work, and it led to Texas's worst offensive performance from a yardage standpoint in a decade.
Yeah, the quick throws. I mean, I've got to see Wisner get out on the perimeter. You know, last week getting outside was nice. Everything out on the perimeter is good. You just can't beat your head in the ground with that offensive line against Georgia's defense, you know, inside the tackle box. If you're going to run some zone stuff, make sure your guy has the ability. If that's not there and your in motion tight end is blocking the end, that every once in a while he may be able to hook the guy by accident or trip him or something, that your guy can bounce outside and go.
Well, that's, you know, you brought up the tight ends trying to block Georgia. Like you do not need to have more than one tight end on the field at pretty much any point in the game. Maybe
hey, listen, don't tell them you're running. Don't bring those guys in and say, here, we brought these guys in because we think we can run on you.
No. Well, it hasn't worked all year. I mean, nothing has really worked out of 12 personnel this year. You just don't have enough difference makers at tight end right now. A lot of those guys are young. Maybe they can become difference makers down the road. But like outside of Jack injuries, and he's not much in terms of blocking, and he's just a solid receiver. He's not Gunnar Helm or Jatavion Sanders, unfortunately. But like outside of him, you have nobody that puts even this much fear in an opposing defense.
No.
So don't put more of those guys on the field. Your 4 wide receivers are better than your other tight ends. And
you know what? I truly think that Hammer Hands eventually is going to be okay.
Yeah, he's a redshirt freshman. Like there's, you know, Townsend's a freshman, and Amari Winston's a redshirt freshman. Jordan Washington, who you call Hammer Hands, is a redshirt freshman.
They all get to play, though. I mean, they're all in the games.
Yeah, well, they didn't play much against Vanderbilt, and what happened?
Right, yes.
Best offensive showing of the year for Texas. So, I mean, the numbers back it up like that. You look at yards per play, you look at efficiency, you look at everything. Texas has been significantly better in 11 personnel, 1 back, 1 tight end on the field than they have in 12 personnel with multiple tight ends on the field. So you found something that worked. Steve Sarkisian, in his postgame after Vanderbilt, said something that I wish he didn't say. He was like, well, our initial game plan was to do more 12 personnel, but we were just going to break them out, meaning like have them lined up, split outside instead of in line. And then he's like, but 11 personnel was working so well, we just stuck with it. And it's like, okay, I'm glad you stuck with it, coach. That's good. But it's also, how did you not see that in the first 8 games of the year that was better? Why did you come in with that game plan? That doesn't make any sense. So I'm worried Sark is going to revert back to what he wants to do, what he wants his offense to be versus maximizing the guys on this offense and what this offense is best at. I hate that I have to worry about that, but unfortunately we have not seen back-to-back games this year with a consistent game plan that has worked for Texas.
Yeah, it's just go with the plan that's worked for you. I mean, and run it against a team that's got really good athletes too, and see if it continues to work. Don't try to go back to your old deal where you're going to put 12 personnel in there and you're going to say, no, we are going to run this ball. No, this is not a prove a point game. This is a win the game. Yeah. Don't get yourself in situations where you're trying to prove a point. You know, 4th down and 2, we're going. I mean, get yourself in a situation where you need to win the game.
Maybe this is my UTSD kicking in. Like I know Georgia only has 11 sacks as a team through 9 games. It's one of the worst.
Oh, I know you're horrified at that.
Well, I remember them having 13 sacks in the 2 games that these 2 teams played last year. And again, a lot of guys are different. There's no Jalen Walker.
Yeah,
there's
those
no
those guys are playing on Sunday team.
Those guys are in the league. But I still have some skepticism about the Texas offensive line. And it's Georgia, man. I feel like they're going to eat up front like they usually do.
I don't even want to talk. It's hard to talk about what's going to happen with this offensive line. They're just finding their rhythm right now. So that's all I feel. This is just another game for all these guys to be together and play together. And they got a healthy running back. There's no reason why guys should be limp and lame in the running back position right now. It feels like they've had a month off now.
Yeah, well, let's hear from Steve Sarkisian talking about the offensive line. Obviously, they made the change to Cole Hudson at left guard and Connor Robertson at center, and that worked really well. Texas had its best O-line showing of the year, in that most recent game against Vanderbilt. Here's Sark talking about, those guys continuing to work together and gaining some confidence going into Athens.
Our tackles, I think, for the most part, have played pretty good this year. Now, can they get better? Of course. We're always trying to get those guys better. I've said about the last 2 to 3 weeks, we're getting the best version of DJ Campbell that we've gotten since we've been here. And you never know what an injury can do for you. But with Cole being out 2 different times this year, it's kind of pushed Connor Robertson in at center. And all he's done is play pretty good for us. And so when Cole came back to put him at left guard, I think it gave everybody a little bit of sense of confidence. Like, hey, now we really have some players in here that have some experience, that are playing as a unit rather than as individuals. The offensive line is about a unit, and how do you play collectively together? And I thought we were able to do that against Vanderbilt. I thought they played really well. I don't know if there was just some superhuman efforts where guys were just playing out of their mind, but man, they played pretty good together. We picked up blitzes much better than we had all year. And I think that's a sign of maturity and communication and trust that I think having those guys in there. And I think that's probably the sense and feeling that we have as a coaching staff, and Coach Flood, myself. I think there's a real sense of trust in the 5 that are out there right now, that they're going to be able to execute at maybe a little higher level than we were executing earlier in the season.
In other words, the left guard was no good that we had in there in the beginning of the season, Coach.
Yeah.
He just wasn't any good.
No, the first 2 left guards.
Yeah, the first 2 he has a left guard. They got a lot of work to do to be at this level of football, for sure.
Yeah, I guess you could say the first 3 left guards, because Neto Umeozulu played against Ohio State. We haven't really seen him since then, but he kind of.
I don't know what that dude did.
I don't know what that dude did either. I didn't think he was that bad against the Buckeyes. And like all off season long, he was expected to be the starting left guard, and must have said something bad about Kyle Flood's mama. I don't know what he did.
Yeah,
he can't see the field. And the Connor Stroh and Nick Brooks experiments did not work very well. Those guys are pretty young. I mean, Nick Brooks is a true freshman, so you don't close the book on him forever. But this is the most veteran combination of 5 up front that Texas can have, and they've got it. And Cole Hudson's natural position is guard, and he's back there playing left guard. And Connor Robertson's been in the program. I think this is year 4 for him. So, he's played in some big games before, even though he hasn't started a ton during his Texas career. He's played in some big games, in some big spots. And those guys were all great. So you need more of the same, but a lot of what made those guys look good, I think, was the game plan too.
Yes.
And that's like, you cannot go back to like, okay, well, our offensive line's good. Like, we trust them a lot. You heard Sark talk, like, we really trust those guys to execute what we want to execute.
Let's put a couple more tight ends in there and let's go execute with them too.
Well, I don't think that can be like, hey, let's bring back the drop back passing game and expect that Arch Manning's going to have clean pockets all day long with 5 and 7 step drops.
Don't do that this week.
It's like, don't do anything that makes your offensive line look bad and makes everybody complain about how bad they are again.
Yeah, I think they lost. They lost a lot. There's a lot of times they're not releasing backs because backs are trying to help in the backfield, and that's always in my mind. That's always been okay. But you leave an extra rusher when you do that a lot of times. But the back's just hanging in there trying to pick up a guy that slides off. But you got to protect your quarterback. As we said last week, protect him at all costs. And they did that.
Yeah. I mean, Trey Wisner, I thought, was awesome in pass pro.
Yeah.
Because Vanderbilt was blitzing a lot, and they try to confuse. They disguise a lot, and you don't always know where their pass rushers are going to be coming from. And
Trey moved around pretty good in the pocket and finding guys.
Yeah, no sacks. I mean, Trey Wisner did a tremendous job, and obviously keeping Arch Manning healthy was paramount. That was 7 days after he suffered a concussion.
Right.
And I know you've had a few weeks since that concussion, so you feel like any potential lingering symptoms are totally gone at this point, but he's still.
You don't want to bring those back against this group.
Yeah, he's still your quarterback. He's still your most important player on offense. Like, your goal every week should be, let's protect this guy and make sure he doesn't get hit and hurt again. So, yeah, I mean, it was not, Arch Manning only ran it 1 time last week. I can't imagine you're going to get away with that against Georgia. I just don't know if there are going to be as many guys open against Georgia with the athletes.
No, he's going to be on the run. He's going to be on the run. So,
but he can't be running for his life. Like last year, Quinn Ewers. The first game it was Quinn and Arch because both of them played, and they were both running for their lives.
Oh yeah,
obviously the SEC title game, Quinn Ewers was doing the same thing. So it's like, you can't, anybody knows this. We're not breaking news to anyone here. You can't have the offensive line performances that you had last year against Georgia. And you obviously had a much better offensive line last year.
Yeah, but their guys are different.
Their guys are worse. Yeah, their guys are worse too. Of course that matters. These are different teams. These are different teams for sure.
But they're playing at home. And how many games have they won at home?
They are 51-2 in their last 53. But I think they're only like 2-1 in their last 3, Buck. You're supposed to be bringing me these stats.
I'm supposed to make you feel good.
You're supposed to make me feel good. You said
told
that
you
was
Jay
your
Wise
goal
was gonna
yesterday. Was to
Wise was going to have a fantastic game. They're going to be able to run the ball some.
That ain't working.
You're not seeing hammer hands in there. You're not seeing 2 tight ends in there wasting time. You're going to see more wide receivers. Ball's going to get out quick, just like it's been over the last. Sark is not getting away from what he's done over the last couple of weeks now. I think even he's smart enough to see what is. I mean, that's your job, is to see what your team does best.
Right.
And drop back passing is not what they do best.
Well, it's deep drops and long developing routes down the field.
I still don't like the handoff out of the shotgun to the dude standing beside you at a standstill. I hate that.
Well, that's not going to change. I mean,
that's his cute look. I call that's kind of cutesy.
That's every coach in 2025. Everyone runs out of the shotgun these days, so you see that all over the country. Like, everyone's cutesy if they're doing. You should be like Texas has done that. They did that with Bijan. They did that with Jonathan Brooks. They did that last year, and it worked. It wasn't cutesy. It's only cutesy because it ain't working because they're not running it well.
Yeah, well, it's cutesy because your guys got to have at least a little bit of a start downhill, I believe, with a couple steps with that offensive line, just to give them a chance. It's not like it's going to develop slowly, like, hey, you're getting there too quick. No, you need to get there quick.
Well, yeah, I mean,
because it ain't going to be open very long. If there's an opening, it won't be open long.
Yeah, I wonder if Texas will be able to run it into the teeth of this Georgia defense. Obviously, it'd be great if they can, but
off tackle and outside.
Yeah, like look, do whatever you have to do to run it effectively. But it would obviously be nice to at least have a threat of like we can just hand it straight up the gut and we're going to get yards through the A and B gaps. I don't know if you don't bang your head against the wall. If you try that a couple of times early and it's getting stuffed, then it's.
Well, the head coach won't do that either. He won't bang. He won't do that. He'll be out of that mode. He'll be into his passing bag.
Yeah, hope you're right.
And a screen game. Hopefully, screen game to the running back too would help.
Screen Sarkisian can show back up again this weekend.
Absolutely,
that would be nice. Here is more from Steve Sarkisian. We may need to deep dive into this at a different time. But look, Texas has not played well on the road this year, which is pretty interesting considering how good they've been on the road in recent years. Remember, coming into 2025, they had the longest active road winning streak in America. They'd won 11 consecutive true road games. You got to go back to October of 2022, the last time they had lost a road game. They went all of 23 and 24 without a road L. And this year they're 2-2 on the road, Buck. And their only 2 wins were the escape job in overtime in Kentucky and the even more escape job in overtime in Mississippi State.
Oh, so they understand what it's like to be on the road in pressure situations, how to put themselves in a pressure situation.
Yeah, I mean, they've got experience, but they haven't played well. So they understand what traveling and playing on the road is like. None of us understand what playing 60 minutes of good football on the road looks like for this team because we haven't seen it.
Yeah. And against this team, they'll have to do that. That's the tough part. I think now, what as Sark says, with the 5 guys up front over the last couple of weeks, I think that will help them solidify, playing good for 4 quarters on the road. That's, you're not guessing, okay, who's going to flip to guard this week, who's going to play center. I think we got it for the last couple of weeks now, and they can just rep that over and over and over. I think that's going to help an awful lot.
I do too. Here's a bit of sound from Steve Sarkisian talking about his team needing to play better on the road and how they can go about doing that.
I think at the end of the day, one of the key components on the road is trying to minimize the self-inflicted wounds. And when you look at, the 2 losses that we had, we had opportunities at Ohio State to really change the complexion of that game. And I think part of that is red zone efficiency offensively. I think too, the ball, we didn't win the turnover battle in either of those games. So those are two main components there. I do think in both those games, there were things to take away from that I was proud of. I thought our guys showed great poise and composure late in both of those games where we got the ball with an opportunity to either tie or go win those games. Now, we didn't capitalize, but I think we learned a lot about ourselves in our fight. Even though we were probably a more immature team at those times, I think those games helped us later in the year when we were in some of those other tighter games on the road. So ideally, starting a little faster will help us. But again, this game's going to take all 60 minutes. It doesn't matter who gets the lead early, as we found out playing these guys in the past. This is going to be a 60-minute game.
Yeah, you're going to have to. There may be a time where you got to really fight to come back, and this group has shown that they can do that. They move the ball down the field. Even in the losses, they can still move the ball, down the field. They got to be able to. If they get scored on, they have to come right back. They can't, have 2 series 3 and outs and give them back the ball at home. Mm-hmm. They have to score. If they score, you have to score. That's just the way it is in this game.
Yeah, to Sark's point, Texas did go up 6-0 in the SEC championship with a couple of field goals early on, and obviously they couldn't hold on to the lead. So it takes more than just a fast start. You've got to be buttoned up and ready to roll for all 60 minutes on Saturday night. And
understand in this game, every penalty is going to hurt. It just doesn't. You don't talk about the next day how we overcame this. In a game like this, you may not overcome a 5-yard penalty. It may just set your team in a bad situation that you can't overcome. So all the penalties matter in this game.
Yeah, and I think you look at Texas's struggles on the road and you look at their struggles in the 2 matchups against Georgia, they struggled, not coming up with a synonym apparently, to play ahead of the chains.
Yes.
I think they had in the blowout loss in Austin to Georgia last year, Texas, I think, had 8 penalties as an offense. They allowed, I think it was 7 sacks and 11 TFLs. Make sure I have that. Okay, yeah, 8 penalties, 7 sacks, 10 TFLs allowed. That is so backwards. They were going backwards the entire game in Austin. And in the SEC championship, obviously a much closer, more competitive game, 11 penalties, 6 sacks, 15 TFLs allowed. So, it's, again, obvious stuff, but you can't be going backwards that much as an offense. Texas's offense last year was better than this year's offense.
Yes.
But against Georgia, they couldn't get out of their own way. They couldn't block, too many penalties. They just couldn't go forwards. You're behind the chains against this Georgia team in that atmosphere. You're in some trouble.
Yeah, this isn't the game for me. As much as I'm talking about Trey Wiseman having a good game, I think he has a good game because he's healthy. But I don't need to. I'd like for him to get 24 carries, but most likely it's not. They're not going to be wasting their time doing some of that stuff that they're not going to be successful with. But how do I get him out on the perimeter? How do I get the ball out of my hands? If I have to pass a lot to get down the field early, so be it.
Yeah, so be it. Just throw to set up the run. I'm down with that.
Yeah, that may be the game. Maybe more of the game plan this week is the throw to set up the run.
I mean, you can Mike Leach this game for all I care.
Now you're talking football.
I mean, it's just look, balance. To hell with balance. Just win the game. If you
got
to throw it 50 times and you only run it 15.
Oh, no, they all want to tell you how they want to be balanced. And then if they win by throwing the ball, our main goal is to be balanced. But you know what? We're a hell of a throwing team. We can throw it and win games, but we want to be balanced.
Of course, everybody does. But
yes.
If it ain't working, then, find something that does. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Coda text line, 512-222-9328. We're continuing our Texas-Georgia conversation. Our man Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered will be joining us here in a moment. We'll go around the SEC, talk about some of the biggest storylines with him. We'll preview tonight's college football playoff ranking show, and we'll get CP's thoughts on Texas, Georgia as well. But before we talk to him, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to our good friends over at Sue Patrick with the incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, and all the accessories that you need, whether it's for your tailgating party or just going out on the town. They've got tons of Texas-themed gifts, books, of course, and a wide variety of men's and women's clothing, all the wonderful polos that they have over at Sue Patrick, of course. And they offer free shipping on online orders over $59 for sure. free curbside pickup, no problem there, and plenty of parking space, folks, at 5222 Burner Road. Go over and say hello to Jay and the gang over there. That's a big seller right there.
Come on.
They've got plenty of parking there for you. They've also got the Jelly Cats. Yeah, Jelly Cats for Thanksgiving. Set one of those big Bartholomew Bear. Sit him at a table with you at Thanksgiving. He won't eat a lot, I guarantee you. I know it's hard to believe that a bear, but he won't eat a lot, and he won't say a lot.
I don't know, man. If you put a plate of food in front of that giant stuffed bear, it might be gone if you leave the room.
That would freak me out pretty much, so that I would be leaving the house.
That would be
But
terrible.
that's okay. But that's okay. You can find Bartholomew Bear because I think he's still hanging around there for like $900. Sure, Jay would give you a deal on that big sucker taking up all. For more information, folks, go to SuePatrick.com, please.
Absolutely. Love Sue Patrick. Also love audiovisual consultations. What a great time of the sports year that we are mired in right now. And if you need to upgrade your home TV setup, this is not a want. This is a need for sports fans everywhere. You got to make the call to AV Consultations. I love staying at home. I got the 4 TV set up in the living room. I get to watch all the football, the hockey, the baseball, the basketball, everything that's going on, all from the comfort of my own couch. I don't have to drive around to the sports bar every single night. I don't have to go to friends' places to watch the games because they have a better TV setup than I do. No, I get to watch from the comfort of my own home.
Yeah, I got that too because I got Fubo right now. Sorry about that, YouTube. I got the TV, the 85-incher from Audiovisual Consultations. Plus, I got Fubo. That's what I'm going with right now.
Yeah, Bucky finally gave YouTube TV the Tom Herman double bird, and he's on Fubo. Love AV Consultations, man. They've hooked up thousands of Central Texans. It's not just the two of us. They've been around since 1988. They've lasted nearly 4 decades for a reason. They're the best at what they do. All you have to do is give them a call, and Tom and his crew will bring everything to you. 512-255-8678. That is 255-8678. You can find out more info online at avconsultations.com.
Yeah, my Fubo also. I found my Court TV yesterday. I found my Westerns, Gunsmoke, found Grit. I got like 3 different Western channels. It's awesome. It's like sitting over there in the big taco and just enjoying life. Some good old Westerns, Court TV, people hacking off heads and things like that. Oh yeah, Court TV is just crazy. It gives me a real I'm a part of this world, but it gives me a true insight to how evil people truly can be.
They don't show the hacking of heads, do they?
No, they just show inside the courtroom. They show the people that have hacked the heads off and stuff. And they look like head hackers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you could tell what a head hacker looks like.
Get them off. Hey, guilty. Here's what I say. You want me on your jury? Guilty.
You're saying get them off? Like, are they jackers or hackers? Now I'm not sure.
Hackers.
Okay.
Hey, get them where they belong. And if you need me on your jury, last couple of times jury duties come to me, I know what to say. He's guilty. She looks guilty. Guilty.
Nice. Right away.
Right off the bat.
You'll be sent home immediately. All right, real quick.
They sent you home too, and they said, "Do you know anything about the case?" Yes, I do. I know everything about the case. I know exactly what he did.
Yeah, that'd be great. I was there when it happened. Actually.
Yeah, I was part of it.
Oh, man. Quick shout out, CentexTickets.com, your go-to source for all of your ticketing needs. Don't forget the promo code Centex10 at checkout. You're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase from our great friends at CentexTickets.com. All right. One of our favorite segments.
Yeah, man. I got to ask Chris a question because, Chris, for years and years, jury duty, they never called on me because they found out I'm truly not a good citizen. How about you? How many times have they called on you?
I've never gotten it, believe it or not.
Another one just like me. He's not a good.
Never. Somehow I've never been called for jury duty. I feel like now that I'm speaking that into existence, though, it's going to happen. So thank you for the jinx. Thank you for that.
Oh, you need to. Yeah. People need to know what kind of great citizen you are. That's why they call on you.
I must not be a good citizen then. So I'll take it. I don't want to do it. I'm good on it. I don't want to do it.
No, who
was it that just got called? It was Mark Pope, right? Kentucky's or who just got called for jury duty? One of these basketball coaches, I think.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Yeah, I think maybe it was Mark Pope.
Do they think he's the real Pope or something?
I have no idea. Okay, actually, I think it was yesterday. So Yeah, so he was summoned for jury duty. So Kentucky plays Louisville tonight in basketball. So it's not tonight, but he did get summoned for jury duty that I think is going to make him miss a game next week. So thankfully he's not missing the big one tonight.
Wow. So, I feel like that was some judge who's a Louisville fan who was trying to get into Mark Pope's head a little bit by doing that.
Actually, and I stand corrected. So this comes via Scott Hughes, who's a college basketball reporter. Yeah, he has been selected for jury duty. He's expected to miss the team's game against Louisville on Tuesday, which is tonight. Alvin Brooks III will serve as the interim head coach.
Wow.
That's got to be fake news.
Huge. Dude, I mean,
that has to be AI. There's no way.
There's also Kentucky pages reporting that too. UK Sports Network. So,
dude, I'm going to jail to get to coach the Kentucky Louisville game. To hell with jury duty. I don't care if they put my ass in court. I'm the coach.
Doing that. You can't be
that rivalry game. That game means so much to so many people across the Bluegrass. That no chance. No chance.
I don't know. Maybe he's going to get excused. I have no idea. This might be a story we have to follow into tip off. So
that is amazing. Well, Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered, a man who needs no introduction at this point. We talk to him every Tuesday. He's been a big part of what we've done here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. But Chris, we'll start with Texas and Georgia, and then we'll go around the conference and we'll get your thoughts on the playoff rankings, et cetera, et cetera. Georgia coming off, I think, its most impressive performance of the year, dominating Mississippi State pretty much from start to finish in Starkville. It's been an up and down year for the Dogs. I know they're 8-1, but they struggled a bit against Auburn. They struggled a bit against Florida. It really feels like they put it all together against Mississippi State. Do you feel like the Dogs are playing their best football of the year right now? And what do you think of Texas's chances to go on the road and pull off a big upset?
Yeah, I think Georgia gets better every week. I'd probably say as of right now, they are playing their best football. This was a game I wasn't surprised by what happened against Mississippi State guys. I mean, even last week I was saying that I didn't really understand the hype and hoopla around the game. I thought Georgia was going to run roughshod all over them. And it was just another typical Georgia game where they get down early, and there's not a team in college football that loves to get it out of the mud. It seems like more than Georgia does. They, as Kirby likes to tell them, eat off the floor. That's their mentality. If it's hot, make it hotter. If it's loud, make it louder. And if it's hard, make it harder. See, you can tell by what I'm saying right now. I hung out with a buddy of mine who used to work for Kirby over the weekend. So all these Kirbyisms are in my head right now. But yeah, I mean, Georgia looks really good. Gunnar Stockton's improving weekly. They're running the football. I mean, I don't care who it's against. You run for 300 yards in a game. You're imposing your will on that team. And obviously defensively, they look really good too. Texas chances going into Athens. I mean, I think they've got a chance, right? It's to me, it comes down to the line of scrimmage. I know that's just the boring part for most fans to talk about, but I mean, just look at the two games last year, guys. 55 carries for 60 yards. That's what Texas did. I mean, you can't run for 1.1 yards per carry and expect to win this game. So if we're talking about Texas going into Athens, beating Georgia, it'll probably be Arch Manning getting a lot of the hype and hoopla, or one of these skill position guys. But I would guarantee you Texas runs for more than 1.1 yards per carry. They probably need to be around like 3-ish yards per carry to have some semblance of balance, so Arch has a chance to put up similar numbers to what he's been doing. And then, by the way, on the other side, again, you got Georgia's improved offensive line. I think they continue to improve. Then Gunnar Stockton has been a guy with just one of the steadiest heartbeats in the conference. So I'm admittedly, guys, I'm picking Georgia to win the game. I tell you this, if you get the number in Vegas all the way to 7, I'm taking Texas. I may still even take it at 6.5. I think it's a close game. I do. I think it's a really close game. I never believed in the Mississippi State game being a close one. I didn't think the Dogs of Starkville had the horses, if you will, to go with them for 4 quarters. I think Texas has those guys. You talk about a team that's gotten better as well. I think Texas obviously has. They've built some confidence coming off the bye week, Sark off the bye week. I think they'll have a good game plan. It's just hard to pick against Georgia, at home at night against a Texas team that, Kirby and they've had their way with, So I trust Kirby Smart in that spot, but I do think it's going to be a really close game. But again, it comes down, guys, that yards per carry. What can Texas do on the ground? It can't be more the same of what happened last year.
No, and the offensive line has to protect the quarterback who's still kind of fresh coming from a concussion. That's important for him not to get knocked around by these guys coming too. To be able to run the ball would be okay, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time doing that. If I go into this game plan with some short passes to get me going and I'll make that up on some hitches and things like that, I'll go with it because I'm not banging a 190-pounder up the gut against him. That ball's not going anywhere. It's just not. This offensive line isn't that type of offensive line. They just don't. They don't do that against Texas El Paso, much less trying to thump it inside the tackles against Georgia. I don't care what Georgia team it is. I don't care if it's the one this year, not the one last year, because they couldn't do it. The year before that, they wouldn't have been able to do. They can't run the ball between the tackles with this group of offensive linemen. So you're going to have to look at your game plan and if tossing it out there, swinging it out there, quick screening, hitch routes with 3 wide receivers, taking those 5-yard, plays down the field. If you can get those, it's as good as a run. Who cares how you get it?
Yeah, it's kind of like, again, I went to for some context, I went to the Bama LSU game last weekend with a buddy of mine who, again, I won't name, but used to work on Kirby's staff. And yeah, it was kind of interesting. It's like Bama LSU was sort of similar, where that game was like two fighters kind of filling themselves out, where it's like you kind of first, second down kind of have to run these certain plays, kind of stretch it out. And you're like, Chris, my buddy's telling me, he's like, you keep running, you're going to hit it eventually. It's just all kind of setting it up. It's like the cat and mouse game of just setting it up, eye candy, whatever. Yeah, it's probably going to be something similar with Texas and Georgia, I think. I mean, I think it's going to be like 2 heavyweight fighters feeling themselves out. I think so. I think we're going to get some offensive fireworks in the ball game again. I just look at the way Arch Manning's been playing, Gunnar Stockton. I think both of those guys, Texas off the bye week, like I said, makes me feel really good. So I think it's going to be a great game, and it's we had a fun conversation on the show Cole and I did a couple of days ago where this one or Texas A&M, what's the bigger game for Texas in the grand scheme of things? And I think you could argue it's this one. I just think from a mental standpoint, getting the monkey off your back, hierarchy in the conference. Yeah. You've beaten A&M many times before, and I mean
many times, and we'll do it many more times.
This Georgia thing though is becoming like how we talk about Georgia has a Bama problem. It feels like right now at least Texas might have a Georgia problem, which a lot of teams in the league have a Georgia problem, by the way. But when you're trying to be that top team, you got to go through the best, and Georgia's kind of standing right there in their way. So, I mean, what a statement it would be if Texas can go into Athens and get the win. I don't think it's obviously like far-fetched or anything or out of the question, but I will be curious to see kind of what the national narrative is, how many folks are picking the Longhorns. I doubt it's going to be very many, but, we've seen scenarios like that this season where, I mean, look back at the Oklahoma-Tennessee game. Nobody was picking the Sooners to go into Knoxville and win, and sure enough, they do it. So it's a winnable game, but, man, it's just I think the tough thing, too, is like even if Texas comes out early swinging, they got a great plan, they go up 10-0, it's almost like Georgia's the fighter that they need to get punched in the face a couple of times to be like, all right, now I'm in it. Like,
yeah,
I need to feel that blood in my mouth where I can really like lock in.
Yeah,
I can see that's the scary part with them.
Yeah, I can see them being the ones that come back. Texas gets down in the fourth quarter, 10, 13, 14 points. It's not going to be like Mississippi State. They're not coming back against this group. So a fast start will be important. They have to actually go and win the game. It can't be one of those come from behind miracle games. It won't happen.
That's a good point, Bucky. That's one of those things about Georgia. If you're going to beat them, you got to beat them. They're not going to give you anything. You got to really beat them. So
yes.
And Texas can do it. But they're going to have to put together their best game of the season by far.
No doubt.
Yeah, Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered joining us here on Bucky and BK. All right, Chris, taking a look back. Not a ton of marquee matchups this past weekend in the SEC, but I want to get your thoughts. I'll ask you about 2 games. Texas A&M staying unbeaten, taking care of business against Missouri, and then the game you were at, Alabama, LSU. Not the most dominant performance by the Crimson Tide against a reeling LSU team, but obviously Alabama gets the win. Would love to get your thoughts on those 2 SEC games from Week 11.
Guys, you win 99% of games in football if you go look at it when you win 3 categories. Turnovers, very obviously, rushing yardage, and third down conversions, third down percentage. A&M just wins those every single week, it seems like. And that was the case yet again. I mean, they won the turnover battle 2-1. They ran it for 243 yards. They held Mizzou to 5 of 13 on third downs, which, funny enough, as good as they've been on third down, that was probably one of the better outings by someone against them to go 5 for 13. But I mean, this team's a machine, man. They're rolling. I mean, and I think Missouri too, not having Bo Prabula, I don't think it would have much mattered. Ahmad Hardy and Jamal Roberts, ironically enough, both had really, really good days. Both guys going over 100 yards. But, yeah, A&M just keeps finding a way, man. They just find ways to win. They're a complete team. Like I've said before, it's hard to find many weaknesses and poke many holes in what they're currently doing. I mean, really, truly. So, it's hard to fathom them going undefeated. I said before the season, and most did, that nobody was going to go unscathed. And I don't think they're losing to South Carolina, and I don't think they're losing to Samford. So that leaves us with one game, and that might be for the undefeated season, and could very well be for the SEC title. I have to do the math and kind of like what has to happen for who, but they may have it locked up by then. They may not, but yeah, I mean, there's a good chance. I think we got an 11-0 Texas A&M going into Austin, which will be just a pure madhouse, obviously, especially if Texas can beat Georgia. But, I mean, again, they're complete. They keep it rolling. Welcome to the college football playoff, Texas A&M. I'm willing to say that. I don't think that's a jinx at this point because I don't think I can jinx the Samford game. The Bama LSU game, man, was interesting. It was I would equate that game as I put two fighters in a cage and tied one hand behind both their backs and said fight to the death, and they were both kind of flailing, hitting each other with one arm. That's kind of what that felt like, right? I think Bama's scary good at this standpoint, or at this point. I mean, to me, they played their C+ game, and they still won that game by double digits.
Yes.
LSU's kind of sad to watch, admittedly. It's just they're so far removed from the preseason expectations of what we thought they could be. I thought it was a good move to go to Michael Van Buren to back up. He obviously just does some things with his legs that Garrett Nussmeier cannot do. So, but yeah, this Bama team's right there in the short list of national title contenders. Texas A&M's in that as well. But yeah, Bama's right there in that. So it was a suffocating performance by Alabama. The defense was incredible. I think there's some things of the offense that maybe give you some concern going into the Oklahoma game. Their lack of ability to run the ball consistently, certainly something you keep an eye on. But yeah, I mean, just thoroughly impressed by both guys. It's interesting this year, I don't feel like we've really had the same amount of chaos as we had last year. Like maybe early on, but I think now there's a pretty clear separation. Like, my big takeaway from those two games, I wasn't really surprised by either one of them. I mean, I thought A&M is a far superior team to Mizzou, and I thought Bama was superior to LSU, and I think both were double-digit favorites, and I don't know if A&M – I think A&M actually did cover, yes. I mean, both covered. Like, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, so it wasn't really – it kind of just felt ho-hum, take care of your business type of deal, and both stay right there in the SEC title.
The A&M game wasn't as close as the score indicated. They dominated that group. Could have been 50.
Yeah,
the way they played.
Yeah, that team sucks. A&M's got to beat somebody good, man. Who are they beating week in and week out? I saw your power rankings, Chris. They're beating like 10, 12. 14.
I mean, at some point, you just have to tip the cap. Here's what I'll say is this. Though. You're not wrong from this standpoint. To have a special season, and this is not a knock. I mean, if even a level-headed A&M fan can hear where I'm coming from, to have a special season, like, you need a schedule that works right. You need a schedule that breaks the right way. So, I mean, yeah, to your point, I mean, 4 of your SEC wins have come against schools that have fired their coach. The 5th one was against Mississippi State, which we know what the Bulldogs are, and the 6th one comes against Missouri, who didn't have their starting quarterback and felt more like a paper tiger than anything else. So, I mean, I get what you're saying. Like, they haven't they don't have that win that's like, oh my, like they should be ranked number 1, but like, I mean, at some point, what do? They're undefeated. I mean, I don't know. Like,
I know
it's kind of like
you just keep hating
Texas last year. Like, are we gonna take credit away?
That's the thing. Like, I just heard this
so easy.
I heard this all of last year is Texas played nobody, and they're only good because their schedule's so soft. And they played Georgia, a real team, and now they must suck. And it's like with A&M, it just feels like the narrative. God, they're so good. They're so flawless. It's amazing. They're unbeaten. Look at what they're doing in the SEC, and it's just like.
How the turntables, BK.
Yeah, how do they not play Georgia? Texas has been in the league for a year. Second year, they playing Georgia 3 times.
That I don't know. That I don't know. That one's hard to explain. I'm excited for Georgia to finally go to College Station and vice versa. But, yeah, I mean, I guess if you're a Texas fan and it's pissing you off, there's one way to silence it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, we'll do that in a couple of weeks. That'll get silence from them anyway.
Yeah, we will. We will. Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered joining us here. CP, the other huge game in the SEC this weekend, Oklahoma at Alabama. The Sooners still have some playoff hopes alive. They're 7-2 right now, coming off of a nice win. Alabama obviously just beat LSU in a game that you were at. I think just about everybody is going to pick the Crimson Tide to take care of business at home. Do you give the other Crimson team any chance of pulling off a road upset?
Yeah, that's scary, right? Again, we've already been in this scenario once where nobody in their right mind picked Oklahoma to go into Knoxville and win. That's a different scenario. Obviously, this Bama team, I think, is different. But Oklahoma has shown they can handle the adversity when it comes to nobody going for them or picking them or what have you. So, yeah, I mean, listen, a guy like John Mateer's just got to be special. And I think Oklahoma's obviously got something that LSU didn't have when it comes to, facing off against the Crimson Tide. That is quarterback play. I think they're going to have a guy that can go toe-to-toe with a Ty Simpson who, you can look at that game last week one of two ways for Bama. Maybe it either gives you some concern because they weren't quite as sharp as they've been. It's like, oh, no, like are things slipping? But also, I mean, I'm sure Bucky could tell you, like, you love to be able to teach lessons out of victories. Like most of the times we have to learn lessons out of defeat. It's always a great thing when you can learn lessons out of victories. I think Bama probably learned some things about themselves last week.
Yeah, they look like Chris, they look like they felt sorry for LSU, all the things that are going. I'm serious. That's what the game looked like. Like, why are you feeling sorry for these guys? Put them away. They had opportunities to put them away. I thought the quarterback wasn't as sharp. I don't think he was as accurate as he's been all year. And it looked like, let's just win the game and go about our business. They're going to have a new coach when they should have buried that group because you don't get a chance to bury them like you should. They didn't do that last week, and that would make me concerned a little bit about how they started okay. They just didn't finish okay. It just looked kind of sloppy.
Yeah, it was sloppy. That's a good way to put it. I mean, it almost felt conservative to a degree. I agree with you a little bit. Where it's like nobody wanted to make that big killer mistake. So there wasn't a lot of risk being taken in that game. I mean, are you satisfied what you see of their big time running back? Doesn't seem like a big time. He just seems like another running back to me. I don't think he's the best back in the league, but I think Jam Miller's solid. I think he's a solid player.
He's not a great one though, is he?
No, I don't think he's a great player, but I think he's a very solid player, and I think he fits what they do pretty well. I will say that. I mean, they're a different offense without him. We could see that first 4 games of the season, the way that offense struggled. And as soon as Jam Miller came back, it's almost like just having the threat of balance with him back there. It gives them the balance they need. It helps that offense out tremendously. So yeah, I don't think he's an elite back by any means, but they got Daniel Hill as well and some others. So they've got some depth back there, but Jam Miller is their guy. So, yeah, I mean, listen, I thought there were some loose ends last week. I thought they were a little bit sloppy coming out of the bye week, if you will. But, again, it's one of those games. You love it if you're Kalen DeBoer. You can go back and say, hey, we got the win. But here, if we do this again, we will get beat. You're able to go back, look at the film, coach it, teach it, what have you, implement it. And, yeah, I think Bama will play much better against Oklahoma. So, I mean, you're right, BK. The scary thing is, like, everybody's going to be on Alabama to win this football game. But sometimes I think the right pick's just the right pick. I think Bama's the right pick in this game. If Oklahoma goes in and pulls the upset, I think it will be because that front seven was just all over Ty Simpson and got him to do some things. And even when Ty Simpson isn't playing great, like the quarterback struggled last week, he still took care of the football. Yes. I mean, he still was fairly, it wasn't as efficient as normal. But like last week, I think showed how high his floor is too. Like he's not a guy that I look at and say Oklahoma's going to get the football off him 2-3 times. I have a hard time believing it. I think he's playing at such a high level. That's probably they're going to have to do it. And then John Mateer is just going to have to be special. I mean, that's just bottom line. Problem is for them though, Bama's got an elite front seven too. So I really question how they're going to have balance in this football game. So I'm going to go Alabama. I think it's going to be like right at that 6.5 number.
All right, Chris, last one for me. The second college football playoff rankings come out tonight. I know we still have 3 weeks left in the regular season, so some folks might not care, but I think good news for the SEC. I mean, it feels like the ACC has played itself down to being a one-bid league. The Big 12, we'll see if they get 2 in. Maybe you still have to worry about that, but Chris, it's starting to feel like the path is starting to clear up for the SEC to get 5 teams into the field of 12. Where are you at with that right now?
Did you see the comment from Greg Sankey that he feels like they should have 7 or 8 in there?
No.
Yeah, he said that last night. Apparently, at some, I don't know what he was speaking at, but yeah, he apparently went on record and said that Vanderbilt, even Tennessee, like, he's just rattling these teams off. I'm like, listen, 6 would be a dream. So I don't know. Yeah, I mean, obviously he's going to lobby for the conference, but yeah, I mean, first things first, the playoff rankings last week, I didn't think there were a whole lot of surprises. It kind of just was what you expected. Nothing. That's what I'm saying, guys, compared to last year. I don't know that we have quite as much chaos. And I say that, and certainly this week, all hell will break loose. But, yeah, I mean, I always felt really good the SEC would get 5 teams in. I mean, I think 6, probably a little bit unrealistic, but you still got Vandy lurking there at 8-2. They've got Kentucky and Tennessee left. They could finish with 10 wins. Oklahoma is still in it. Texas is still in it. Ole Miss, Georgia, Bama, A&M, we know. So I feel good about 5. 6 would be a dream. I don't think it's a guarantee the ACC gets a team in there or should get a team in there with the way they're just beating up on each other. So I don't know, guys, but yeah, I think 5 or 6 for the SEC. It'll be interesting to see what those rankings look like tonight, but the SEC is going to be sitting pretty for sure.
Yeah, I'm with you. Any more, Buck, for CP?
No, I'm good, man. Chris, did you get a chance to watch the Indiana game? Have you watched some of what happened at Penn State?
Yeah, we were watching that at Galatzan down in Tuscaloosa. So that I tell you what, that catch at the end was that's big time stuff. That drive
at the end was unbelievable.
It's funny. Everybody in that bar too is pulling for Penn State to pull the upset. So you can imagine everybody wants the Big Ten to lose so the SEC can keep moving up. Are y'all going to Athens?
We are not. No, we've got a pregame show we're rocking here. You're not going. You're going to.
No, I'm going to Oxford. Yeah, it's one of we're going to Ole Miss, Florida, which has probably got one of the weirdest vibes of any game on the slate this weekend. I mean, Ole Miss is a 15.5-point favorite, but the whole Lane Kiffin, Florida thing, which another topic for another day, I suppose. I don't think Kiffin's leaving. I think at this point, it's
been pretty quiet.
Yeah, it's been quiet. And like the way he's been, nobody knows what he's thinking other than Lane, obviously. But the way he's been moving, it doesn't indicate to me a guy that is like 1 foot out the door, ready to hightail it to the next spot. I don't really pick that up. You know what I mean? Again, I'll tell you this. From the LSU thing, with all this madness they've got going on with the governor, now you got Brian Kelly and LSU going back and forth about buyout. I think there's been a lot of things that have happened that have made that LSU job less appealing than it should be because of maybe some of the red tape or just some of the chaos and the craziness. And then, guys, for Florida, again, maybe conversation for a different day. I don't know how elite of a job Florida is, if I'm being totally honest. It's a good job. It's a really good job. I don't know how much of a better job it is than Ole Miss at this point. Right now, I don't know how much of a better job.
Right now, it's not. Ole Miss is a better job right now.
That's like I don't think it's as no-brainer as people think, where it's like, there's a big 6 or so, big 5 or 6 jobs in college football, right? Texas, Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State.
And the word Florida's in there too, yeah.
But that's why I don't know if Florida's in there. I don't know if Florida's in that big 6. Like they were.
Yeah.
They're kind of on that fringe of like, and I tell you this, guys, and I don't think this is sharing too much, but I know people at Florida, and you'd be surprised how kind of dysfunctional some of it is behind closed doors. So there are so many more layers to the decisions that these coaches make and just everybody makes, but like when Lane Kiffin's making these decisions, there's so many more layers to it than I think the common fan's going to realize. It's not as simple as one logo is a Gator and one logo is an Ole Miss logo, and it's like, well, that Gator logo should win versus it's just not. It's not that simple. You know what I mean? Like, it's all about who you're working for, who you're working with. You're getting great money everywhere. You know what I mean? Like, he's going to get paid no matter where he goes. So, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't seem to me he's gonna
Yeah, I can believe that.
But the vibe in that stadium will be really, really interesting with Ole Miss and Florida fans. Kind of like one team's got something the other one wants. It's kind of like when you're dating somebody, but you actually really want somebody else, and you're kind of, like very strange vibe, very awkward vibe. So,
well, Florida will know about Lane Kiffin before most of us about if he's really interested in the job, because they would have had contact by now, obviously. I mean, that contact went on the day that they booted the dude out the door. So he knows what's going on. I mean, he's going to get paid whether he stays where he is or if he goes anywhere else. He's going to be making more than he does at Mississippi. But I think I got a feeling he feels like he's got it pretty much under control there, and he can get things done there. I don't know. Florida's always come up as one of those jobs that is really, really a good job with the recruiting area and the base. And, when Miami's got a head coach who's going to lose 2 games in November always, they got Florida State's got a group that's almost out the door. So if Florida gets it right, when they get it right, it's really right there.
I'll just say this. I agree with everything you're saying. I think it's a great job. And I love the Gators, by the way. Like, I got a lot of love for those guys. They have always treated me really well. But I had a buddy of mine, again, guy I was with over the weekend, told me, he said, Chris, if it's such a great job, why'd the 2 best coaches in school history leave before they had to? Why'd Steve Spurrier,
migraines.
Why did Steve Spurrier and Urban Meyer both dip out before they had? Why didn't they retire at those jobs? If that's such a great job, why didn't they retire there?
Migraines.
And it makes you think is all I'm saying.
Health reasons.
Like if like Texas, like why would you ever leave a place like Texas? Like, I mean, and I get it. It's not a perfect system. There's things that I say that and I'm like, ooh, I know the Sark NFL people are going to come at me because if he leaves, but like, you get what I'm saying though. It's like, why maybe 2 and 2 doesn't always equal 4. It's not as clean an equation, but it's going to be interesting because not everybody can hire Lane Kiffin. Not everybody can hire Eli Drinkwitz. We got a lot of openings to fill. So coaching search season is going to be about as fun as this season has been.
Just wait till 10-0 Tennessee Tech goes into Lexington and upsets Kentucky this weekend. Add Mark Stoops to that list, boys.
I think he saved his job. I think
he too.
Dude, I don't know how you let go of him at this point. They might go to a bowl game.
You're right.
Which is nuts to think about.
And that's
right. Yeah, I think he saved his job too. And plus buyouts and all that other stuff, they don't want to deal with that. They got to save money for their basketball program.
They got to pay to get their coach out of jury. Yeah, they got.
Like I said, Kentucky, Louisville tonight. That's what they're worried about.
Yeah, they got to pay to get their coach out of jury duty tonight. So that's way more important. Chris, you're the man. Always enjoy our conversations, my friend. Safe travels to Ole Miss, and we'll talk next week.
Yeah, thank you, Bucky, all the best. Yeah, y'all be good.
You too, man. SEC Unfiltered. Y'all be sure to follow on YouTube, social media, wherever you get your podcast, pumping out great content, talking about the entire conference every single day. Yeah. 10-0 Tennessee Tech at Kentucky this week. And one of those.
Oh, this is the week. That's their game, huh?
Yeah. Kentucky's going to go from beating Florida last week. Everyone's praising Mark Stoops. He gets to save his job. Then they're going to let FCS Tennessee Tech roll into town and beat him.
That would not be good for him.
Buckle up right there. Buckle up. And, I mean, it'll be interesting. Yeah, the Lane Kiffin Bowl on Saturday, Florida at Ole Miss. I think he's obviously Florida's top target. I think there's still a decision to be made for Lane Kiffin. I think Florida's a significantly better job than Ole Miss. The reason you wouldn't take it is you already have built it at Ole Miss, and you obviously have to go and rebuild something a little bit at Florida. So if you want to stay at Ole Miss, that's fine. But I won't listen to an argument where Ole Miss is a better job than Florida. It's not. It's not. The resources, the facilities, the recruiting base that you have in Florida, like it's a better gig. Florida's won national championships. It's proven that you can win there. Ole Miss is not. So Lane's got to think about all that stuff. Again, he might be at a point of his career where he's basically got a lifetime contract in Oxford. He doesn't want to move. He knows he's going to get paid, so he sticks around for that. But if he stays, it won't be because Ole Miss is a better job than Florida. It'll be because he's just fat and happy where he is right now, and that's all right.
Yeah, and I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, places love for coaches to stay as long as they're there until they get fired, because eventually you start to suck again no matter what. And that's when they fire your ass, 12, 13, 14, 15 years. Then they get sick of you, period. And they say, hey, time to get another model,
By the way, this is maybe nothing, but I'll bring it up because it was interesting to me. So the New York Giants fired Brian Daboll yesterday. I'm sure you saw that. Giants are 2-8. They suck. We can dive into that a little bit more. But the early Vegas odds have come out for who's going to be the Giants' next full-time head coach. You know who the favorite is at 4-1?
John Gruden.
Lane Kiffin. So apparently it's not just Florida and LSU in insert college job here that Ole Miss might have to worry about. You might have to worry about the Lane train going pro. Remember, he coached Jackson Dart. I think that's where the line is coming from. He coached Jackson Dart at Ole Miss. So it's like you get the chance to coach your college quarterback in the NFL, and maybe the Giants would want that because, Jackson Dart's the future of the franchise. But I was like, damn, I didn't think Lane Kiffin to the NFL was a possibility, but at least according to Vegas, it is.
Yeah, I mean, really, why not? He's got the mindset for it, I believe. I know he's flaky at times, but I mean, that dude, if you can call plays and you can get that done, and with his old quarterback there, that kid's pretty good.
I guess
if he's not going to take off and run all the time, where he's going to be laid up in the hospital most of the half of the season.
It's been a long time. I mean, Lane Kiffin, it was 2007 when he took that job with the Raiders. He was in his 30s at that point.
Yeah,
so he pissed off so many NFL people, though, when he just left in the middle of the year. Like, I was wondering if that was like a lifetime ban, basically, from the league. Like, no one's going to touch you ever again because of what you did to Oakland. But maybe there's some interest. Maybe enough time has passed where a team on the other side of the country is willing to take a chance. I don't know. By the way, Cliff Kingsbury has the second best odds for that job. A few coordinators, NFL coordinators, follow those two. Then John Gruden is 10-1.
Yeah, I think John Gruden may come into play there.
Jason Garrett is 12-1.
Oh my God.
Nobody won. There's no way the Giants, who got to play against that guy twice a year for like a decade, want to hire Jason Garrett, right?
No.
I know we beat them a lot. And then Steve Sarkisian is 15-1. So I think at this point, you probably expect Sark to be somewhere in the Vegas odds with any NFL opening, considering the report from October.
Yeah, well, if they offered him that job, he would. I mean, if they were really interested and got in touch with him, he would talk to them. The Giants, New York Football, hell yeah.
Yeah, if he's interested in going pro and they reach out, then it'll happen. I don't know if that would be number one on Sark's NFL wish list if he has one of those, but he's on the list. By the way, Sark 15-1, just ahead of Bill Belichick, 16-1. Belichick back to the Giants? Come on, man.
No.
Come on, man. The one team he couldn't beat as a head coach?
No, he didn't want to do that.
I think
he's just getting it going, man. They got to win.
Belichick would love to go to the NFL again. I don't think he's going to get an NFL gig, but he would.
How quick would he drop that Carolina?
Oh, he would Lane Kiffin. Yeah, he would Nick Saban or Lane. He'd leave in the middle of the year. He'd leave tonight. He'd leave tonight. Oh, man. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Obviously, a bunch going on in the world of football. We'll dive back into that. Some more Texas-Georgia conversation. A little NBA talk as well. Historic night for Victor Wembanyama again. Before we get to any of those stories, though, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, Wood Comfort Systems is absolutely the very best. It's starting to get cool. It's going to be cold the next couple mornings. And you want to make sure if your heater pops on, which mine has not, BK still. Everything's nice and cozy in this house, but thanks to the folks at Woods Comfort Systems, they got all the things all straightened up in my home and made sure that it's winterized and ready to go. They'll do the same for you because that heater's going to kick in. There's a lot of folks that may think it's cold in my house right now. I think it's just perfect. And the folks at Woods Comfort Systems has made that possible. Believe me, they do the same when it comes to air conditioning. As we get back into next week, we'll be somewhat in the 80s. 70s and 80s. So for a lot of folks, that means air conditioning system needs to work. Make sure it's working properly by calling the technicians at Woods Comfort Systems. They do heating, they do air conditioning, and folks, now they do plumbing. So if there's any plumbing needs, please call on Woods Comfort Systems. Nobody does it better.
Nobody does it better. Yeah, my screen just went black for a few seconds. Can you hear me and see me okay?
Gotcha.
All right, perfect. Shout out Woods Comfort Systems. Also, shout out to OLIPOP. Oh, man.
Yeah.
I need to go to the store. I was out of town this weekend. I was lazy yesterday. I got to restock on the OLIPOP, but y'all see me drink OLIPOP on the show all the time. We love it. And it got me back into soda. I had sworn off soda for years because of how bad it was for me. Y'all know how I eat. I couldn't eat the way that I eat and drink the way that I was drinking. Well, now I can enjoy soda because OLIPOP exists. It's great tasting soda. It tastes like soda, but it's actually good for me. 9 grams of fiber in every can, very few calories, hardly any sugars, ingredients that support good digestive health. They've got more than 20 different flavors to choose from. If you've sworn off soda or if you're just looking for a healthier alternative, you're going to be eating a lot this holiday season, maybe drink a little better, you can do that with OLIPOP. It's available wherever you buy your groceries all over the country. Remember, next time you shop, make sure you shop OLIPOP.
And of course, our friends at Hat Creek Burger Company, 25 locations throughout Texas and born and bred right here in Austin, Texas. That great hamburger, the double with cheese, and their great shakes there and great fries. Take the kids there. Take yourself there, mom and dad, maybe even the evening if you're there, if you want to get them to the playscape. That way you can have a margarita. How's that? And some locations throughout the city, they have breakfast starting at 7 a.m. Go check them out. Love Hat Creek Burger. I haven't had a good burger. This may be my start of getting myself back as a nice double with cheese and onions.
Well, 'tis the
no pickles. Hey, no pickles. Don't try to do that to me. Don't sneak those on my hamburger.
No, don't sneak your pickle into Bucky's mouth. He doesn't like that.
No, I don't like that.
Nobody's pickles in his mouth.
No, just
by the
put
way,
it on the side. If you want to put your pickles, put it on the side of my plate. I'll decide whether I'm going to eat it or not.
Hey, 'tis the season. How about chili back at Hat Creek?
No.
Yeah, they have Parker Livingston doing commercials talking about the Hat Creek chili these days.
Oh, I got to have one of those today. Then
How about that for an NIL partnership there?
Hell, dude, they're about to close a bunch of Wendy's, and that chili's about to go bye-bye.
Yeah, well, there are no fingers in Hat Creek chili.
Oh.
You don't have to worry about any of that. Also, the Candy Cane Crunch Shake.
Oh.
I know you can't have ice cream, but
Oh,
save
no.
that for December. I bet that'll be around December. Peppermint shake with whipped cream and candy cane crumbles, and they serve it with a nice candy cane on top. Yeah, they messing around at Hat Creek Burger Company.
Oh, man.
It's good stuff right there. Shout out to them. And also a shout out to Altstadt Beer.
Yeah, man.
Speaking of things to drink for the holiday season, odds are you're going to be drinking this holiday season. That's how it works. The best beer to be drinking to accompany your holiday time, Altstadt Beer. Brewed locally in Fredericksburg. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. 'Tis the season. Dark beer season is upon us. Check out the Altstadt Schwartz beer. Fantastic. Limited time in stores right now. They've got the Vienna Red Lager as well. And of course, if dark beer is not your thing, it's not like they stopped brewing the great lager, the award-winning Kolsch, the light beer, the Hefeweizen, something for every palate. I'm telling you, you don't need any other beer in the world. There's so much going on at Altstadt Brewery that you can drink good all year round. It's my choice. It should be yours as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities. No regrets.
You know, BK, the other day I went to Marshall's before I started not feeling so hot. Dude, I went in the door and counter number 6, counter number 7, the line was at the door, all the way out to the door. What do they do? What's going on at Marshall's all of a sudden? I know it's the season because I try to get all my Christmas shopping done before Thanksgiving. People are starting to think that way too. Boy, they got some great deals there. Marshall's needs to be on this show. They need to be sponsoring some of our stuff. You know, I go there for the produce.
Yeah, for the produce, they sell fruits and veggies there.
Well, they have all kinds of, dishwashing stuff and pans and pots. I go there for that stuff. Go there to help out the kids and stuff. So, but I can't stay in that line. The line was so long. They only had like 4 people at the counters. Number 5, number 6, number 7, and number 8. I'm like, this thing is 2-hour wait in this line. But they were there. Hey, those ladies can get, and the longer they wait, the more they pick up, and the stuff that's right by the counter there, they keep adding stuff into the basket.
So did you bail or did you wait it out?
I bailed.
Wow.
I bailed. I put stuff back.
Wow, that
Yeah,
bad.
I couldn't do it.
Oh my God. Yep. Marshalls. Well, yeah, you got to ask. You go there all the time. You need to ask them if they want to sponsor our show. Hell, they'll probably be like, y'all talk about us for free anyways, so we're good.
Yeah. No, it was jammed. I'm like, wait a minute. I think it was, no, it was Friday. I'm like, don't you ladies have to work?
That was your mistake. You cannot go shopping I don't care if it's a grocery store. I don't care if it's the mall, department store, rack store, whatever. You can't go on a Friday, Saturday, or a Sunday. And I know it's impossible for some people. Like, it's just their schedules. Those are the only days that they could go. But if you're trying to have an enjoyable, non-hectic shopping experience, you got to find time Monday through Thursday to go. Otherwise, you're going to be waiting.
I may have to look at the Marshalls over near you.
Yeah.
Over near the Costco there. I think I've been in there once.
To the Costco?
To the Marshalls right by Costco's there.
Yeah. Marshall's is solid. That one's solid. I go there a lot. It's good.
That's a good one too?
Yeah. But
outstanding ladies, though. Outstanding ladies go.
Yeah, that's why you go. That's the produce you were talking about.
Oh, man.
Yeah. And you're just looking at all the moms buying their gifts. That's good.
I can't wait. I can't take the lines. I can't for number aisle A.
I've heard that you have acted as a Walmart greeter at Marshall's. You just stand there in the front and you just say hi to the ladies.
You know what? That's not a bad idea. They don't have anybody except for one old dude who was sitting out there waiting for his wife. I said, "You're not going in?" He goes, "I'm not going into that." He was sitting on the bench.
He's just scouting all the other women.
Oh yeah, he was right, and they were right by. He's right by the door, and I'm like, "Are you going in there?" He goes, "No." And then I came back out. I said, "I see why you're sitting here, dude."
That's actually genius because he can look at all the ladies without his wife being like, "What are you staring at?"
Oh yeah,
that's smart right there. Yeah, I've also heard that you will sometimes bring a folding chair into Marshall's. You'll bring a newspaper in and you'll cut out some holes, act like you're reading the paper, but you'll actually just be staring at some.
Only did that at Starbucks.
You only did that at Starbucks?
I don't do that at Marshall's.
Okay. All right. Just making sure we've got it.
Now I go to the Starbucks and there's nothing but a bunch of old men talking politics every morning.
Yep.
Pretending they're talking sports, but what they really want to do is talk politics. Yeah. Like they're about to solve all the problems. I'm like,
if you want
I look at them, I go, "You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it, and you're not going to solve it. Just leave it alone."
Yeah, miss me with that stuff right there. If you want to talk sports, I'll talk, but anything else, I'm out. All right. Speaking of sports, the legend of Victor Wembanyama continues to grow. Last night, Buck, Wemby became the first player in NBA history. He's done this a lot. 35 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, 5 threes, 5 blocks in the same game.
Wow.
He hit the game-tying and game-winning threes for San Antonio in their 121-117 win in Chicago. They were down by 9 going into the fourth quarter. They came back. Hell, they were down by 3 in the final minute. Again, Wemby hits the pull-up 3 to tie the game. Then the Spurs get a stop on defense. They give it to Wemby. He tells everybody to clear out. He doesn't want to screen. He doesn't want anybody in his way. He's going one-on-one, crossover, step back, buries a 3. Spurs win.
Wow.
He's insanely good. And San Antonio now 8-2 on the year, second place in the Western Conference behind only the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder. Wemby making a strong push for MVP right now. He's the favorite. We're 10 games into an 82-game season, but he is without question your favorite right now for that award. And the guy who's probably second is Luka Doncic.
Now that he's in shape, Adonis.
Yeah, now he had 37 last night. Lakers won again. They're 8-3, so they're like right behind San Antonio in the Western Conference standings. He's ridiculously good. The Mavs lost again last night, this time to the Bucks, 116-114. They had a chance to win it tie it at the line in the final seconds. They were down 3. PJ Washington got fouled, needed to make all 3 to force the game.
Oh boy.
Or send the game to overtime. Made the first, missed the second. And then the crowd started chanting "Fire Nico" again.
No, that came up.
And obviously intentionally missed the third. The Mavs couldn't get the tip in. It was ugly. Mavs are 3-8. They are second to last in the Western Conference. Again, the Lakers look awesome right now. and everyone's chanting fire Nico for the Luka trade at Mavs games. And I saw this as well, Buck. How bad are things in Dallas? I just mentioned they lost again. They're 3-8. Everybody's hurt. Nico Harrison is still employed. Everyone hates him. All the fire Nico chants happen at every home game. The Mavs' 23-year sellout streak came to an end. And also, I'll do a little screen share here. The Mavericks have been installing portable stairs. You see this little makeshift staircase that they've got there? They are installing portable stairs every game that start close to Nico Harrison's seat, and they descend to the tunnel between both benches so he can have a hassle-free exit at any point during a Mavericks game if the crowd is being a little bit too mean to him.
Wow.
How sad is this, dude?
Pretty sad. Pretty sad that your fans can be like that.
Pretty sad that the fans can be mad that the team traded a generational talent for pennies on the dollar.
And I see once he waited till he got to LA to become this get in shape guy.
He was putting up these numbers in Dallas for years. That's why no one understood why the Mavs traded him. It's like, you think he was fat. He was still first team All-NBA 5 years in a row.
He was going to get in great shape in Dallas too.
I mean, he was in good enough. He led the Mavs to a finals berth 2 years ago, but he's too much of a fat POS to play well. And you traded him for a guy who gets hurt more than he does.
That's more than the dumbest move in the world. That guy's never going to play. He's always going to be hurt.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised. I don't know if Mavs fans deserve credit for this. I'm surprised no one's attempted to kill Nico Harrison or physically harm him at this point. Feel the same way about Jerry Jones too. I'm surprised no one has made an attempt at just some crazed lunatic sports fan hasn't just gone totally haywire and tried to assault those guys.
Is Kyrie back on the court now?
No, Kyrie's out for a while. He's coming off that ACL tear. So good news for the Matt. Cooper Flagg played great last night, 26 points. His best game as a pro, 9 rebounds. I mean, he's getting better. But the Mavs, again, this is a team that was in the finals 2 years ago, and they basically by themselves said, we don't like competing. We want to intentionally be bad. Actually, they didn't. They thought they were going to be good with this trade, but it didn't work. They have gone from legit contender to one of the worst teams in the NBA. So there you go.
Oh,
there's your NBA conversation.
And I'll say this: last night, of course, with the Eagles and Green Bay playing and the tush push, BK.
Yeah.
The easiest way to get rid of the tush push is keep on giving them 5-yard penalties when the guard just goes and you can see it. It's right there, and the officials are right there on the side, and they won't call the penalty for illegal procedure.
No.
The guards go before the center snaps the ball.
Yeah.
It happens every single time on both teams. I'm like, and Green Bay got called for it. I don't know if Philadelphia ever got called for it last night, but they do the exact same thing. The guards move before the ball is snapped.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it feels like on most of those tush pushes, somebody on Philadelphia's offensive line is lined up in the neutral zone, which you can't do that. Obviously, that's a penalty on defense. It should be a penalty on offense too. And yeah, there are a lot of times where they go early. Everyone's in such a hurry. Obviously, the defense is trying to jump the snap as best they can to increase their chances of getting a stop. But at times the offense jumps early too, and it feels like it doesn't get called.
No, they got Green Bay for it, I think, twice last night. And theirs is so obvious and good for them because they were the ones crying about it. Yeah. But Philadelphia, on the two that they did it, they were both illegal procedures. I'm like, wait a minute, they're doing the same thing.
Yeah.
And you're an official, you're right there. You can see that they're doing it. I mean, if you can see it on TV, the guys that are right down the line see a head go over and it's not the center, the ball's still not snapped. That's got to be a penalty.
Yeah, my conspiracy theory is that the league is just purposely ignoring those calls so more teams vote against it in the offseason and we can
they're going to get rid of it.
It should have been I was on this last year and people were like, it's rugby. It's not football. It's rugby. I don't want to see that shit. It's not entertaining at all. And
they're going to get rid of it.
Are literally cheating just about every time they do it, and it's not getting called. Everyone complains about refs being bad all the time, but no one cares about it when it's on the tush. But it's got to go, man. It's ridiculous. It's overrun its course. And I know Eagles fans still disagree with that. They want it to stay forever. And why not? When the officials just let you do whatever you want on the play, then of course you're going to want it to stick around.
No, they're going to get rid of it. You saw too much of it last night where they're not calling it. So now they're going to have their eyeballs on the Eagles whenever they get into it. That flag's going to come, and they're eventually going to say, "Screw this."
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. It's boring, and it doesn't get officiated right. And I've had enough of it. So nothing will change mid-season. And hey, Eagles, they're going to still do it. Why wouldn't they? Because it's still allowed, and again, they can get away with whatever they want on those snaps. So yeah, it's a mess. There's a lot of ugly in that ugly game last night. That was part of it. Shout out.
They just don't look they just don't, but neither one of those teams looked very good last night.
No, that was far from the most impressive offensive showing we've seen from either of those teams this year. But the Eagles get a big win, Packers big loss, and that dropped Green Bay. Did that drop Green? I think that dropped Green Bay out of first place in the NFC North.
Did A.J. Brown eventually catch a ball last night?
Actually, don't know.
I didn't see anything in the first half when him catching the ball.
Two catches.
Wow.
Brown for 13 yards. Yeah, I know he didn't do anything. I mean, nobody really did anything. Like Devontae Smith had that touchdown. Finally, somebody got into the end zone on that deep shot from Jalen Hurts where Devontae Smith just took the ball away from the Packers DB in the end zone. But yeah, not a lot of offensive stats for either team. Neither quarterback got to 185 yards passing last night. It was ugly, but
man,
Philly gets the win. Shout out to the Texas women's basketball team, by the way. They got a 62-point win last night against Louisiana, the Ragin' Cajuns. Texas 3-0 on the year. They shot 59%. They forced 32 turnovers. They outscored the Cajuns 62-10 in the paint.
A CYO game. 32 turnovers?
100-38, Buck.
Man.
That's impressive stuff for Vic Schaefer's squad, who, 3-0, had the nice ranked win against Richmond on Friday and a couple of blowouts outside of that.
Man.
Expectations, the new college football playoff rankings come out tonight. Didn't see a ton of chaos in the sport. Only one top 10 team lost. That was BYU, who lost to another top 10 team.
Not much is going to change in that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the good news, if you care about this kind of thing at this point, Texas will be in the bracket tonight because, the Longhorns were the first team out last week. And even though BYU only has one loss and Texas has two, I fully expect the Longhorns to be ranked ahead of the Cougars tonight. And you know what I think we're going to see, which will make for some fun storylines across the state? I would expect Texas Tech to jump from number 8 to number 7.
Yeah.
And I think Texas is going to come in at number 10, which means the 7-10 matchup, at least for one day, would be the Longhorns going to Lubbock to play the Yormarkers. How about that?
Wow.
What if we could get A&M and Texas Tech in back-to-back games, dude?
How nice would that be?
Like if Texas doesn't make the SEC title game, but they're in the playoff and they have to play Tech in round 1, it would be last game of the regular season against the Aggies. First game of the postseason against the Rash.
I'm okay with that.
The Sand Aggies.
I'm okay with that.
Man, Texas has had a lot of success historically against both teams. I think you have to be, right? I mean, at this point, you're just trying to get Texas into the playoff, whatever it takes. I don't think this is a national championship team. I haven't thought that for a long time. But, get in the playoffs, you give yourself a shot. And it would be pretty funny to hand A&M their regular season loss and then knock Texas Tech out of their first ever college football playoff.
It'd be like playing Vandy.
You'd rather play Vandy?
I said it'd be like playing Vandy.
Oh, well, you don't hate Vandy as much as you hate A&M or Tech.
Oh, I'm sick of it. Like I said, it's the Cinderella story. Better get it done this year because they're about to turn back into the frog again in Vandy.
Yeah.
That program's about to go where it's supposed to be.
I would like to see Vandy in the playoff this year because I think you're right. Like, I think this is like their only chance in the foreseeable future that they're going to get this close. They could go 10-2. They might need a little help around the country because they're behind Texas and Oklahoma in the rankings, and they should be. But Vandy's got a shot if they run the table. They won't get in at 9-3.
No.
because their schedule's not as tough, and they don't have like that, non-conference resume booster. Yeah, Vandy could still get in. I mean, we talked to Chris about it earlier. That I don't think we'll get 6 SEC teams in. Could we get 6 SEC teams in? Yeah. Like, here's the scenario, Buck. 3 teams from the Big Ten get in. You only have 1 from the ACC, which feels obvious right now.
Yep.
You only have 1 from the Big 12, which could happen. You have your G5 team. There's 6 spots available.
Yes, there is.
Could happen. Now, Big 10 could get a 4th team in. Obviously, if Big 12 gets 2, different conversation. But, like, there is a chance, there is a world that exists where the SEC represents half of the 2025 college football playoff.
Yeah, and I'd be okay with that.
Yeah,
I don't see I don't see the Big Ten. Indiana.
Right. Yeah, the only Ohio State, Indiana, and Oregon are locks. Barring somehow they all lose their last 2 games, they won't. They're all getting in. And
they're just praying for Michigan somehow.
Yeah, I mean, Michigan. Look, if Michigan beats Ohio State, then both teams will be in, because Michigan, assuming they win their 2 tune-up games against like Northwestern and Maryland, and that means they'll be 10-2 on the year with the win over Ohio State. They should be in at that point, and they will be.
Iowa, they're not getting that this year.
Iowa, I think, is out with their loss to Oregon. I'm looking at other Big Ten teams that are in the AP poll.
Is Illinois still in there anyway, or no chance?
No. I mean, looking at the AP poll, the new one that came out on Sunday, there's only 4 Big Ten teams that are ranked, and it's the 4 that we've already talked about. So Michigan is their best hope to get a 4th team in.
Yeah, they've got to find a way to beat Ohio State. They're not going to this year.
I don't think Michigan's very good. How are they 7-2? Oh, they're playing Purdue, Michigan State, and Wisconsin. That helps.
Yeah, and probably Western Michigan and Eastern Michigan and Western St. Louis, Michigan. They try everything.
I think they did. All right, quick shout out here to the Hecht Law Firm. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney in Central Texas. If you or somebody you know gets hurt in a car wreck, if they get injured on the job, if a dog bites them, if a dog bites you, Bucky's dog gets on the loose and attacks you today, you got to call Hurricane Hecht, the Hecht Law Firm. He's the best at what he does. He's been a friend of mine for over a decade. He's been fighting for justice and big results for a decade, and he will fight to get you every dollar that you deserve. Don't fight the insurance companies alone. You're dealing with enough trying to get your life back on track. Let Hurricane Hecht fight for you. He's going to be there every step of the way. All you have to do is call him 512-938-8929 or go to hechtlawfirm.com. All right. I see the boys. It is National Ice Cream Sundae Day today, gentlemen. It's also Leonardo DiCaprio's 51st birthday today, gentlemen.
So he's still got like an 18-year-old girlfriend?
Yeah, he's getting a fresh 18-year-old today, Buck.
Yeah. Wow.
We know the rules. Once they turn 26, hey, if your parents aren't paying for your health insurance anymore,
I
got you.
But more importantly, it's Veterans Day. Happy Veterans Day, Wags. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. It does mean something coming from you, but from all the other corporate chills, they can suck a dick.
We're not a corporation.
You're welcome for your corporate write-offs and your cheap labor.
Oh, yeah, we're not corporations here. We're a network of the people.
And I give to the DAV every month. I give to the DAV.
Yeah, that again, and you always thank the soldiers from Fort Cobble. I mean, I can't even say the damn fort, but
Fort Hood.
Fort Hood again.
It's back to Fort Hood. When did that? How about that?
Birthplace of Ronnie. Ronnie was born on Fort Hood. How about that?
And that's when it all changed.
And that's when things changed.
That's when security codes went to Alpha 1.
It was Fort Hoodlum when Ronnie was born.
Should be Fort
but seriously, like a sincere thank you guys too. Like you guys absolutely do give a shit about veterans, unlike all the other rest of the corporate chills.
Hey, you don't have to thank us for anything, brother. We're thanking you, man, today and every day. All right, guys. Well, Leo DiCaprio's 51st birthday. Do we have a favorite DiCaprio role in honor of that besides banging under
I thought you were going to ask about the favorite DiCaprio woman.
Oh, you can do that too. If
you got a list. It's long and distinguished.
Yeah, they're all pretty young though.
Man,
bite your tongue.
he was really good in I mean, he won the award. He got his only Oscar for Revenant, right? The Revenant. But damn, like
Titanic. Come on, man.
What's that?
Oh, Titanic. Come on now.
No, I mean Titanic is when he first got his glory fame, right? When he got his stardom, I guess, right after Romeo and Juliet.
I started disliking him because he's laid on that. He wouldn't take that big chick off that door, and then he stripped it into the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, we're blaming him for that? It's her fault. Move over, fatty.
Yeah. I mean, I could probably give you a top
Round
5 list
shoulders.
of DiCaprio movies, but I mean, if I have to say like my favorite one, it's probably The Departed, just because it was so good. I mean, don't get me wrong, like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, it's probably top 3 too. It's another Tarantino movie, but damn, Scorsese, man, like just so good with them. I mean, DiCaprio, Nicholson, Wahlberg, Damon. I mean, that ensemble was just fantastic.
That was a good movie, yes.
God, I mean, his range is incredible. Like his role in Django Unchained is also
that's the one I like. Yeah, that's Jamie Foxx, right? That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I mean, shoot, Wolf of Wall Street. Like I know it's a totally different type of movie, but he as Jordan Belfort in that, he was incredible.
I honestly thought that he did have Down syndrome when he first came onto the scene, because when I first remembered him, it was from What's Eating Gilbert Grape with Johnny Depp, and he played a retarded kid. And I thought he did it so well that I literally thought he had Down syndrome. It is a weird story, Souls. You're right, but he is fantastic in it, man. He's convincing, and that's what acting is.
Yeah,
I never saw that movie. Catch Me.
You never seen?
You got to see that.
What's Eating Gilbert Grape?
No, honestly.
You have to. I mean, you got to check it out. You got to check it out.
Well, there's so many movies that dude has.
His mom is obese. Johnny Depp is like banging some dude's wife. It's about a small town Midwestern town, right? And just the stories that go down in it. And it's like a dude, Gilbert is Johnny Depp, and his brother's retarded. His mother is obese. They don't have a father. He's the man of the house. And his mom is basically the joke of the town. And they all even people ask him, "Hey, how's mama?" She goes, he looks at him and goes, "She's fat." Like what? Like,
damn.
You've never seen it, Double R?
Negative.
Never.
It's done.
What's this called?
So called? What's Eating Gilbert Grape? Please check it out.
I've never heard of that. I'll be honest. I've never heard of this movie. So thank you for adding it to the list.
I didn't either. That sounds like it'd be a kid's movie with a name like that.
It's not. It is not a kid's movie. You guys should
check
it out.
Damn.
Yeah.
National Ice Cream Sunday. Sorry, Buck. Are you going to break your no ice cream till Thanksgiving to celebrate this monumental holiday?
No. Thanksgiving, gallon of ice cream goes with me no matter where I go.
Oh, man.
That's hilarious. He's going to be just walking around the Thanksgiving table.
Creamy creation. I'll put the turkey inside the ice cream and the stuffing and everything else.
I don't eat a lot of sweets, and I've totally gotten away from I do like the little cream pies, the little Debbie. I do like those. I truly do like those. But I hadn't eaten a lot of sweets, and then my wife and her friends had a get together. They made brownies. So I kind of got a sweet tooth for a little bit. And then the other day I ran up to the corner store, Bucky, and I bought a pint of Bluebell Rocky Road. Wow. I'm like, I'm going to just have this here. That way I can nibble on it. That night I ate the whole thing.
Of course, you can't take a pint and play around like you need to save a pint. That has to go.
I got halfway.
That's destroyed.
I got halfway.
That is no chance.
Yeah, I got halfway, and I said, I'll have this next week. And then I flipped it over, and it was all creamy on top, and wiped that shit out.
They really, they have like serving facts and nutrition facts on the back. Like,
don't even look.
The serving size for a pint of ice cream should be the entire thing. Like it's like what? There's 6 servings in there. No, that's one serving.
Yeah.
Just tell me what it is, because it's all going down tonight.
Yeah.
And with my stuff that's going on, I'm strictly no Gatorades, no drinks with citrus in it. I got to just drink water. I'm so bored drinking water. What? All I do is go from drinking a thing of water to running down the steps and headed to the bathroom. Boys, make sure you drink a lot of water. Make sure you take care of your system, because
that's something I don't do.
Yeah,
Well,
you got to
you're-
take care of
I don't drink that much water.
You're going to get an STD like Bucky has right now.
Yeah,
So-
I've got that along with some deal called septis, which is blood that can get into your blood system, and you can get pretty jacked up. They tried to keep me overnight at the hospital. I was not having any of that. The doctor says, we generally don't let you go when your fever is like 104, 105.
104?
Yeah.
You had a 104 fever?
Yeah, I was in the hospital on Sunday for 4 hours.
What the hell?
No, I said, no, dude. I'm like, you got, first of all, if you keep checking on me once an hour, I'm not staying here for an overnight and you come in there and check me and I'm dead. No, thank you.
God.
I don't want to wake up dead. So
You got to tell us these things, Buck. You're like my dad. My dad does that. He'll call me from the clinic. Oh yeah, I had a little episode. Did you think about letting me know this? Oh my God, that's horrible, my man.
I haven't even let my kids don't even know I was in there. This is just for me, dude. These things are minor compared to going in there with a mini stroke and something like that. So this is all. I think this is preventable if I'm drinking the right amount of water a day. Dude, I'm like you. I drink a little pint of water and I call it a day. And I say, that's plenty.
Hopefully I get that. Hopefully I get that amount.
God.
Really? Wags, you better be careful.
It's been a lot of coffee. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
Coffee and a sugar-free Red Bull.
I got one of those bottles where it's like you fill it up in the morning and then it counts it down and then it says fill it up again. And I kind of keep it close that way. I look over
and he has his right beside him all the time. That's like, look at that.
I get at least like 3 of these in every day.
Yeah.
3 of those. I mean, 3 of that big old thing right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gosh.
Size of Charlie Strong's finger right here.
Man.
There it is. There it is. So what's your diet right now, Buck? What can you eat? What can you not? Are you restricted on that?
The diet is, if I'm hungry, I mean, I had a nice pork chop, mashed potatoes, corn last night. I had a Sunday dinner on Monday. But dude, going to the emergency room, you don't just get to go in there, they check you, and then you get out. It's like nobody there on a Sunday. I'm like, wait a minute, isn't this a hospital on a Sunday too? There's nobody running around. There's like a person at the counter, and then you're sitting there and you're at 105 degrees and your head's about to explode. Damn. And they just go sit you in a room and they come in like it was like once an hour, you know, and they said, well, we want to check. First of all, they want to check to see if you got COVID, because COVID is always the first thing on everybody's mind. So they stuck that swab in my nose, and then they started with the IV because, dehydration. Yeah. And then they said something about UTI.
Oh, not STD. Sorry.
Yeah. No,
urinary tract.
That sounds. Okay.
Oh, is that what BK said? He's making you think that? No,
and you just agreed with it. You're like, yeah, I have that, and I also.
I didn't know where to go. I was listening to Buck. I was listening. Yeah. I didn't know what to ask after that or follow up.
No,
are they being for real?
Yeah. And then, everybody got quiet. I was like,
Nobody listens to me anymore, Rodney. That's all. I can say whatever I want. No one's gonna notice it.
So you're sitting there on Sunday, and like the custodian would come in to get the trash, and he's like, "Let me go and check your throat right quick while I'm in here."
There's a TV looking dead in front of me. I'm in there at 9 o'clock. I get out of there like 1, and I am like, "Are you kidding me?" Yeah. The doctor says, with this temperature, we generally like to keep you in there overnight to really take care of you. I said, I got a nurse right here. She's been in medicine, so she'll know. I said, what do I need to do? You need to take Tylenol if this temperature rises again. I mean, I'm like, that's fine. Give me that. They're telling me don't take, people are saying no to Tylenol. I've been taking Tylenol since I was a baby.
Yeah, really.
And that does stuff to your fever. So I took that. It went down. I'm feeling pretty good.
Good.
Yeah, you told
I guess water is the entire cure, though, from what people say. You drink
water.
Yeah,
it sounds like you need to drink. Yeah, and for some reason, those every time some new drink comes out, Under Armour, Body Armor, I try it, and it's got all kinds of, when they start saying banana grape and something punch, it's like there's got to be way too much sugar and citrus in that shit. That's the stuff that makes me pee a lot. Plus, I have an enlarged prostate, which doesn't help either.
Well, there's a lot of Bucky information. I'm sure everybody was looking for.
Well, I mean, I think
got a whole chart on him now, man.
Get enlarged as we get older, right?
It does.
Yeah,
it does, which leads you to getting all kinds of stuff and then weird infections and things like that. So
most of my stuff is shrinking. The older I get, my stuff shrinks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yep. I didn't realize I was in the pool every day, but apparently I've been in the pool every single day. Terrible.
We'll go
All
over
right.
the wag.
I got to go like this.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
All right, boys. See you.
See you later, boys.
Hey, did we get the favorite Sunday? It's National Ice Cream Sunday.
Oh yeah, we forgot about that.
I don't know if we asked.
Somehow we got to Bucky's health. Seriously, I didn't know he's in the hospital. I hate that when
that's it's
I'm like, what?
Well, I mean, that's
now I'm all thrown off
like
here.
to announce stuff though, right? So.
No, God, I tell you. But you know, I'm the same way. My wife and kids get irritated with me because it's like when I do go to the doctor, you know, and I'm doing whatever, I don't tell them, you know, oh, I have to go back and do a blood draw because they think whatever. You know, I just don't tell people shit, and that's something we all need to get better about with this situation with the Cowboys. You know, we need to talk a little more. Wags, quit being Brutus the Barber Beefcake over here and think that you're unstoppable.
Well, if you talk, will anybody listen?
Yeah,
seriously, that's a question.
Yeah, that they will. They really will. That's at least the folks that I know, kind of the circle of people. I think if I started talking, my people would be like, "Holy shit!" They'd probably faint because I don't say anything. You know, it's like if I went to someone with a problem, they'd like pass out because they're like, "This guy don't tell me shit."
Well, I say that because just another PSA. It is Veterans Day. 22 veterans kill themselves a day. That's the stat. That's a real statistic. And it can't sit here and tell me that, you know, none of them are sitting there reaching out and asking for help. They might be asking for the wrong help or asking the wrong people for the help, but instead of going professionally. But somebody talks to you, man, you should listen. That's for sure.
And I think the other part of that is where I think it's extremely like let's just say you and I, Wags. I know that you know, because we talk every day, obviously here, and then we communicate via text or whatever. I can sense pretty much when you're not having the best day, you know, whether it's everything that you're working on at your house or whatever. I ain't gonna mess with him today. Nah. But if I ever see something to where it's like that's alarming me, I'm going to be like, hey, dude, what's going on? You know, luckily it's never been at that point.
Well, I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, I mean, the longer that we go, then you'll fire something back, and I'm like, okay, he's in a better place now. So anyway.
Well, no, if I don't answer, it's because I'm busy.
No, you know? no, I totally get that. But like the stress that you've been under with everything you've been doing there, like when you're worried about the sound and everything going on with the construction.
That's nothing, man. I can handle that. I'm worried about your all. That's
yeah, no, you're good. But yeah, you always have an ear, and that is. You know, the veterans, it is. My dad's a veteran. My father-in-law is a veteran. My uncle's a veteran, and my buddy there is a veteran. So yeah, absolutely. And it's
all right, amigo. Where do you want to go first, man? Thank you guys for all the veteran shout-outs. I appreciate it, man. And so do all the other veterans too.
How about another 10-7 game last night, buddy?
Scorcher, absolute scorcher, man.
Wow.
Bookending it with 10-7s, huh? Thursday night and Monday night there.
That one was a little more entertaining to me, though. That was a little more of a slugfest to where it's like maybe it's just the two opponents, you know, that were fighting there. If the other one hadn't been the Raiders, maybe it would have been a little bit better. But watching two, you know, top tier NFC teams that have Super Bowl aspirations and possibilities, maybe that's what it is. But that one was, I watched the whole thing there where I turned the other one off, but I had a rooting interest in it, I guess, because I wanted to.
You said you turned it off. How long did you make it through the game? You turned the game off?
Oh, no, I turned the game off on Thursday. The Thursday game I turned off because I don't care about the Raiders or none of that. But yeah, no, that one stayed on the whole time last night. Just the tush push got to go, dude.
Are we? If we're going back to the top four, right? And let's round this conversation off with the NFC. If we're going back to the top four, right? Philly and is Green Bay looking in? Or is Green Bay in the top four for you? Because for me, the top four are the Rams, the Rams, Philadelphia, Seattle, and Detroit.
Yeah, I have to put Philadelphia in there because they find ways to win. And who would I leave out? I guess I would probably let me go back here. Seattle, Detroit. Green Bay's not in mine. Philadelphia have to put in.
So after last night, Green Bay
and the Rams. and the Rams.
Okay,
Yeah.
so after last night, is Green Bay out? Because I feel like you had Green Bay in.
No, Green Bay's definitely out, Wags.
Okay.
They I mean, it's.
And I know this
so
can go. I know this can go week by week, but I mean, like after, and we're probably victims of or prisoners of the moment, right? But from based off of what we've seen, and I like to try and keep it a 3-week trend or a 2-week trend here, but based off of what I've seen, I don't think I can have Green Bay in the top 4 for the NFC. I just can't right now. Like Seattle's throbbing. Like they are. I mean, it concerns me a little bit. I have a little bit of pause and concern that they were allowing, teams to get back into the game. Like the Cardinals shouldn't have been able to find a way back into the game. But
yeah,
I don't know. It's a divisional game that I guess you can, say some of that or prevent defense.
Yeah, and then I think beyond that, that's kind of where I would slot in Philadelphia, maybe as the number 5. You go with the Eagles, maybe Green Bay in there too, and Tampa Bay. Maybe in the NFC as the next ones in line. I think I'd probably put Tampa Bay ahead of Green Bay at this point, just for what they have left on the schedule. It's going to be an easier route for them, and they're going to win that division, I think, somehow. So it kind of goes that way. But yeah, both very inconsistent. And Green Bay, and that's the funny thing when you look at Green Bay. I mean, the record doesn't really sell how inconsistent that they have been. Micah Parsons kind of in spurts last night. It's like, okay. I just thought it'd be more dramatic with the move there for him.
Do they have a number 1 wideout? We talked about, is there a one that can get flirted? Can Sutton find his way, or excuse me, who was the wide receiver that we were talking about that said, all right, this dude's a 1 here, but is he a 1, over on
that was him, right?
Okay. So we were talking about Sutton. But I feel like we were, oh, that's right. We did. We compiled a list, but we forgot still haven't released it yet.
It's on that top 5 list of things.
It's on the top 5 list.
Now, see, we went from the top 5 list to top 5 list of things to do. That's what we're doing. Yeah. I guess Green Bay.
But I mean, is there a number 1? Is there a legitimate number 1 in the receiving corps for the Packers?
I guess it's that dude with the big head, right? And he got hurt last night.
Dobbs?
Yeah. Dobbs seems to be the one.
He does. He seems to find the way to kind of make things happen and make magic happen. But you were expecting like Matthew Golden to go here with really an open invitation to be the wide receiver, the dude to lead this core, right, of wide receivers. And yet still nothing has produced yet, or nothing's kind of populated.
And I think that's where the questions come up about Matt LaFleur. Is this a Matt LaFleur problem or is this a Jordan Love problem? And I think it's a combination of both, right? I mean, you can't really blame either one. I think Jordan Love has kind of regressed a little bit and kind of fallen below expectations, as a lot of quarterbacks have. I mean, this is nothing new where Jordan Love and CJ Stroud, it's like, boom, look at these two. And they kind of go backwards a little bit. But yeah, I'm waiting for the pizzazz of the Green Bay offense, and there's nothing there. I mean, the running back is great. I mean, that dude, that dude can make some plays, but then you have nothing on the outside.
I got to look this up, but I feel like, because I got Jordan Love on my dynasty team, and I have him in every week, man. I feel like Jordan Love's been doing pretty damn well. Hold on 1 second.
Well, and the other part of that is I think he has been.
Yeah, brother. He's top 10. He's number 8 in quarterback play.
Okay. Well, and think about it too. He's missing a lot of parts. Yeah, I see it right there. Colin's got it. You've got a bunch of Green Bay wide receivers that are hurt. And you were going to the bottom of the barrel last night. I mean, I hate to say the bottom of the barrel, but that's where when you're trying to execute the offense with that, and then you do establish your running game and you don't have that ability to go to the outside, I mean, it totally hampers your offensive game plan, and that's going to be reflected more on the quarterback.
Well, I mean, Kraft was their main guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Kraft's their main dude. But again, like coming out, my question's not about the I guess you can, lump the tight end in with the wide receiver core these days. So beyond that, I mean, is there a wide receiver that, if you're Green Bay, would you be shopping? Now, I know the trade deadline's done and passed right now, but if you're looking in for, next year, and, you have things that don't exactly come to fruition that you were hoping to, or they haven't matured that you were hoping to, are you shopping for a top end wide receiver?
I think, and boy, how ironic.
Your defense is intact. I would say that your defense is a formidable defense that can get you to championship play.
Yeah. Your leading receiver last night for Green Bay was Josh Jacobs out of the backfield.
It's not good. It's
That's not good at all. This is where I think Green Bay, and it'd be ironic if they went and got this dude, like I talked about earlier in the week or last week. George Pickens is going to demand a lot of money. If you're Green Bay, if you can go sign that dude as a free agent, I think George Pickens would be a nice fit right there at Green Bay. Be ironic that he comes from Dallas as well. But, somebody like that, if you can sign someone like that apparently is going to be a good locker room guy, the philosophy in Green Bay is totally different. I mean, there's not a lot of, you don't usually have a lot of friction in Green Bay. It just seems like a different type of vibe and atmosphere there. If you can get a guy like that, I think that's what Jordan Love needs, because I mean, that is a huge missing piece right there. There's not a force at tight end at Green Bay. It's all Josh Jacobs. It's all Josh Jacobs. And that's unfortunate. And it's going to probably cost them the division, because Detroit is hitting on every cylinder. Chicago's resurgent with Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams. So yeah, third place, but they could still get in the playoffs, because it seems like all the power's in the North when it comes to those teams.
Christian Watson last night, only 2 receptions. He's usually a guy that can hit for big chunk plays there. But yeah, like you mentioned, man, top leading receiver last night in receptions, Josh Jacobs for your Green Bay Packers there, dude. Yeah. And usually past couple of weeks, Jordan Love's, usually taking care of the ball and playing some pretty clean football, but kind of got away from last night there.
Yeah.
Hurts lost one too, though, didn't he? I believe. Let me check that. Hurts lost one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, and then finally the touchdown last night to Devontae Smith. It's like, holy smoke. I mean, finally, geez Louise.
A dude that used to just find the end zone just hasn't been able to get it in there this year. And finally, that drought has been broken. All right, amigo, where do you want to go next, man? That's some Monday Night Football. You want to put a bow on the NFL, or?
Well, I mean, I got to ask you. So it's finally done.
What are you going to ask me, Double R?
I got to ask you, Adam Wagner. Your man Dayball's gone. The move is made. Joe Schoen will be in charge of finding the next head coach.
Oh, here we
In
go.
your opinion, I consider you a Giants insider, because you're a fan, so you know a lot more about the Giants than I do.
I hate watch at this point. Like,
so if you're, and they've made it clear. They have made it clear that it's going to be Joe Schoen that's going to go find your new coach. Are you truly fixing anything here when you're, I mean, to me, he was as lame duck as Dayball.
He's not going to fire himself, right? GM's not going to fire himself.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. So is this something where the Mara family is actually going to let him have this opportunity, let him go find this coach, and let him find the next suitor for what is going to be their franchise quarterback? Or are they going to pull the plug on this dude too? And this is all some kind of facade that we're watching, where they say Schoen is actually the one leading this new charge to find a new head coach, if that makes any sense.
I don't think anything's going to change until he's gone, right? Like, until you make a move at the top, it's just going to be trickle down bullshit, right? Here's the thing, and I do got to give him a little bit of props. I got to give Schoen a little bit of props, because I say that Giants jumping up to take Dart was a bad move, right? But they hypothetically, they might not have been able, or realistically, they might not have been able to get Dart. Because I was reminded yesterday that the Giants, right after they moved up to get Dart, the Rams traded back. I mean, almost immediately, right? So if you wanted to deuce or kind of play, I don't know, you want to kind of game it, right? Maybe the Rams were thinking, all right, we'll go up and take Dart for a replacement for Matthew Stafford if he ever gets hurt or whatever.
Yeah.
And remember, he was, was he going to be able to play or whatever? How was Matt Stafford coming into this year? So maybe that was on the table there. But yeah, the move for the Rams, kind of trading back, does kind of give a little bit of saving grace to going up and getting Jackson Dart. I mean, honestly, you could probably think that the Rams do take him, right? But there's just been so many. I mean, it's just been so many misses before was shown. So, and mismanagement with Barkley too. And I get it. You don't value running backs, right? You don't value aged running backs in this league. But to sit there and give him an open market and to let him, and if you even want to match the number, right? You said you matched the number, but then you just want to see the open market and test it. Of course he's going to go out and take the real bag, man. But they wanted to franchise tag him.
Yeah.
Again, like it's not going to happen. And you can't do that to a back like that. And you allow him to test the market first and then say, we'll come back and franchise tag you if you don't get a suitor or whatever. And then you allow it to the Eagles. It burns, man. And it was mismanaged. And I don't think a lot of the fan base is forgiving about that. And it sucks because it's only one guy, but look at what that dude did the year after, right? And again, I know the situation is different because the line wasn't in place, but again, that's on the GM for drafting him.
Right. And I think that's where looking at it right now with the decision that if you're going to keep the GM now, I mean, you have to, because the GM, was the one that pulled the trigger on making this deal to get this quarterback and this draft class. But to me, it's going to be very unfair to the new coach coming in because, and although Jackson Dart does seem to be, very much to be able to play the part of a franchise quarterback. But the thing about it is where I worry about Jackson Dart, and this is why yesterday I was talking about Dayball, where it's like, man, this dude's been evaluated 4 times this season for a concussion. And it's like, I mean, man, this guy's already, been through the clinker here. What are we in week 10? So that's where
week 10 you lost your third round running back, and you lost you got your future dynasty quarterback in concussion protocol. So.
Yeah, and one of the first names that I heard thrown around, and again, there's going to be a lot of names that pop up because, look, I don't care. This is like where we talk about with some of these franchises where they're, poorly run and, maybe they haven't had a Super Bowl win in, I don't know, 30 years, 20 years or something like that. But the New York Football Giants is a franchise that's going to command a lot of attention. One of the first names that came up, Wags, is Bill Belichick. Bring that dude in. And it's like,
something, you know what? I would take it.
I mean, honestly, I think I would too. That's
Vrabel, but damn, I would take it.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, absolutely. You want a dude like that's going to bring in a whole philosophy change and everything changes when you bring in a dude like Vrabel or one of those guys. But seriously, think about that. You get Bill Belichick back in there. The college football thing doesn't work out. North Carolina doesn't work out. He comes back to a place where he has history and a long coaching tree of New York Giants. Hey, man. Why the hell not, right? I mean, shit. The
Wags,
last guy was
even with his
40-1.
I mean, that could be a distraction. That could be, but Bill is usually all about ball, right? And I don't know if there was I don't know if his heart was fully in it with the Tar Heels, or I mean, maybe he does. Maybe he gets that old rekindled soul when he steps in, to the Giants locker room or whatever. I would take it. I mean, at this point, shit, I don't know. I keep thinking the grass is greener on the other side, but it's probably just grass.
Yeah.
Oh, Antoine, I see you, man. Happy Veterans Day, Wags. Less than a month till I pin on Master Sergeant. Congratulations, man.
Awesome.
One hell of a feat, my dude. One hell of a feat.
And you are getting a lot of thanks on the Coda text line as well, Wags. 222-9328.
It's about all the veterans, man. It's about all the veterans.
Yep. I just saw something flash up on ESPN, whatever.
Shams.
Yeah. Nico gonna be gone today. It's happening today.
Supposedly going down at 10 a.m. Central Time. This meeting, sources tell Shams from ESPN that Nico Harrison is out for the Dallas Mavericks.
God, wouldn't it be a great day if you could get rid of Nico? Oh, wait a minute. I can't say that. I'm not going to talk bad about the Cowboys this week. My thought was if both Dallas franchises fired their GMs, the NFL team and the basketball team, NBA team. But
how's that going to work for the NFL?
Yeah, because the owner can't fire himself. I know. It's like you said. But if the Dallas Cowboys GM got fired today too, wouldn't that be cool?
I don't know. I'm a Giants fan. It's great.
You want Dallas Cowboys to keep their GM. You definitely want the Cowboys to keep.
It's all right for me.
Their GM, absolutely. Hey,
where do you want to go next, Parker?
I'll tell you.
Actually, let me tell you about our friends.
You read my mind, brother.
Law firm, my dude. Let me pull this up real quick. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, our fearless leader, fighting battles in the courtroom. That's right. When the storm hits, you call Hurricane Hecht. Ryan Hurricane Hecht is your go-to personal injury attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. Proud Texas Longhorn, fighting for Texans, wearing that burnt orange. He's not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through. He brings that same fire and pride to the courtroom. If you're injured in a car accident, you got any type of personal injury at all, just give Ryan Hurricane Hecht a call. 512-938-8929. Again, that number, 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. That email again, Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
Absolutely. And don't forget that amazing home theater system, home speedway, home stadium system, whatever it is you're looking for. It is audio visual consultations. Hockey season is here. You got to check out ABC.
This is The Kid with Audio Visual Consultations.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audio Visual Consultations.
And we wanted to prepare you for another incredible season of sports. Football is upon us.
And hockey season is upon us, too.
And everyone here at ABC wants to make you feel like the real winner, even if your team doesn't make it to the playoffs.
Well, I know you're not talking about the Stars, so you must be talking about your Bruins. You're going down this year, kid. It's numbers game. Just check the stats.
Well, why not check ours? ABC has been servicing homes and businesses with surveillance, sound, and visual setups for almost 40 years, and we've never come in second place.
That's right, kid.
If you want to ensure a win this season, call Audio Visual Consultations. We've got a roster of cool stuff, and we're ready to play.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Even if your team doesn't take home the cup this season, remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want. That's 512-255-8678.
Consultations.com, 255-8678. Also looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. One place to go. It's Covert Beat Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
All right. Thank you, Hayden. Thank you, Dan. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Also, my man, Mike McCall. That is the dude. McCall Custom Homes. Hey, man, looking to remodel your property. You're looking to renovate some space, whether it's those big three that I always talk about: kitchen, primary bathroom, primary bedroom. Those are the places that you want to add value to your home. That's what McCall Custom Homes has been doing for over 40 years. It's a father-son team. Check out the Google ratings. Check out the Better Business Bureau ratings. Check out the reviews from satisfied customers like myself, like Bucky Godbolt. We have them doing work at our property. If we trust them, you can trust them as well, because they're going to come in and make those dreams a reality, something you've been wanting to do for 10, 12 years, like I talked about with our space. We'd had that plan in mind for at least 10 years and finally pulled the trigger and made it happen. Mike came out, took a look around, added his input, and then it was he and his amazing trades that came in and made that dream a reality. You can do that as well. Check out the gallery of projects at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. And the best news is, if you're a TSU listener or viewer, it is free estimates right now from McCall Custom Homes. 512-633-9580. Again, that's 512-633-9580. You make that call or text, you're going to talk to Mike. You're not talking to anybody else. He'll get you on the calendar. He'll come out and take a look. Hey, and it's, like I said, a free estimate. Check them out today. For over 40 years, family owned and operated, serving Central Texans right here around the area. It is McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
All right, my dude. With the news breaking, Dallas wasn't. What is the worst city in sports that's ran by GMs?
Man, that's a good
one.
I
want to put Baltimore on there, but the Ravens,
Jets, the New York Jets,
the Knicks and the Rangers are kind of a little bit of saving grace, right?
Yeah. I think you ask a lot of people, they'll just say all of NASCAR, but that's a whole different discussion. Man, that's a really good one. Bad GMs. Yeah, I would say the New York Jets you got to throw in there. I mean, people say the Cowboys, but the thing about it
is Chicago. Where's Chicago? Because Chicago's a big city, right?
Yeah.
And they don't. Cubbies are coming back up, right? Sox are down. Sox have been down.
Yeah, and the Bears. I mean, the Bears seem like they're. I mean, the Bears. The football Bears have
with Ben Johnson. It's different with Ben Johnson.
They've gone the right direction.
It feels like it has turned a little bit.
Yeah, and for the longest time, I think this would have been hands down. You would have gone right to. I mean, not so much with the Tigers, but you'd have gone straight to the Lions with the Ford family. But since they've had the turnover there and you've got the younger part of the Ford family that have taken over, they've empowered, people to go in there. And you want to talk about a turning around a franchise, Wags. That was a shit show.
I had it in the back of my mind on the back burner here just because I'm an Orioles fan. I just wondered if it was disdain, right?
Yeah.
But Sal even brings it up too, all right? Brian Cashman with the endless money that you have had with the roster that you have put together, and sure I guess you can put that on Boone, management. I guess you can put a little bit of management, a little bit on the management there, but with the money, with the open pocketbook, right? Like the blank check that you have to get talent into that locker room. Maybe it is Brian Cashman. Maybe it is. Maybe New York. I mean, New York being that city, right? But maybe Brian Cashman is.
And the thing about it is, where you look at New York, I mean, obviously as big as it is and the attention that it draws, is where you've got the Giants and the Jets that are both in peril, I guess, if you want to call it.
Worst owner, Woody Johnson.
Yeah, Woody Johnson, absolutely. Which the president was on TV the other day and he said, Woody's not selling, or Woody's not stepping away anytime soon. And I'm sure Jets fans are like, oh, Lord. But you look at the Yankees. I mean, the Yankees very much like the Cowboys, where it's like, okay, they're just going to come up short. They're going to piss you off with what they do or whatever. But then you have the Mets, to where the Mets are like, I mean, that's one of the best teams money can buy, and they can't do what the Dodgers are doing.
And the Mets do the same shit too. You're right. The Mets have almost an open check, a blank check.
Yeah, where it's like, you would think the Mets and the Dodgers, it's like every year you start looking at the NL and it's like, man, those two, I mean, shit, no brainer. I mean, look at the rosters, but somehow the Dodgers are able to.
Well, I mean, I'm glad you all can heal, because I can't even watch the fucking Wizards anymore. It's bad. Well, it's been bad. It's just awful. Like, it's another nail biter last night, but I mean, like, it. I hope we get the 10 wins this year. I'm not being hyperbolic. Like, I swear, like, I hope we get the 10 wins.
Well, and I will tell you, when it comes to franchises, and this is where this franchise just has us trained so well to where the patience is there. I mean, do you see Wemby last night? I mean, this dude goes off again.
He's a freak. He's a freak.
I mean,
I didn't watch the game, but I saw the highlights. So.
Oh God!
It's like, if you watch the game, take us through it, please.
Oh no! I just saw the highlights also, and the thing is, we're kind of back to the franchise thing, to where it's like San Antonio tells us, okay, we're going to be, we're not going to meet the standard here for about 4 or 5 years, but you just wait, because we are building, and you sit there and you watch. And you're watching what the Spurs are doing. And look, man, I said they were a year and a half away at this point, but shit, man, looking pretty good right now with what they've been able to assemble, and how bought in is their city when you talk about owner and the way that franchises are run with the whole family.
I would say they're all in.
And they're about to pay all this money,
regardless of the roster. Isn't San Antonio usually all in for the Spurs?
They are all in, and this is where you want to talk about sports fans. They're about to pay all this money in bonds and tax increases that they voted yes on to build them an arena downtown and renovate the Alamo Dome and shit. It's like, God, now that's a franchise that has their fan base trained. I mean, it's like, you just wait, it's coming. And that's where that whole thing got thrown around, that apparently you and I were the only ones we didn't hear about. Well, if we don't get what we want, we'll go to Austin. No, I never heard that one. But
right.
Anyway,
this dude last night, 38 points, 12 rebounds, 5 assists, 5 blocks.
Yeah.
And now you got De'Aaron Fox back too. Like, it's
they're it's way ahead of schedule, and the timing of everything. I mean, God forbid, what's happened to Pop, but then that happens, and here's the coaching change, and he's bringing in one of his disciples here that's going to take over. And this dude the head coach is so young. I mean, everything is set up for them to make this hellacious run again.
Jesus, I forget that Harrison Barnes is even on this.
Yeah. And it's like, and the NBA has to be cringing, thinking, shit, here comes San Antonio again. Here they come again. And wow, man. Now that's a good run franchise, but they only have one franchise in San Antonio.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why. That's when people say, well, San Antonio is going to bow down and do what the Spurs want.
Do San Antonians not go all in for the Spurs?
They
right?
totally do.
There's not a moment that they don't. So.
They totally do. And that's why, when people say bring the NFL to San Antonio, I mean, a lot of people are like, no, we're happy with the Spurs. And shit, that town is the Spurs. Good for them.
I think another team in Texas would work.
I think so too. Yeah, I think so too. Especially there, it's all spread out nicely, and that's part of what this Alamo Dome.
It's also triangulated too, right? Like Dallas to San Antonio, and then over to Houston. So it's I mean, I think it could work. Texas is obviously big enough for 3 teams. So.
And San Antonio would be the destination spot where I've always said it'd be better for MLB because you would get the Mexican influence. I mean, because look, from Mexico to San Antonio, you just shoot straight up. It's there. But with this Alamo Dome renovation, that's part of that there to where they want to renovate the Alamo Dome, retrofit it to where it would be more alluring for an NFL franchise. I don't know what Bob McNair and Jerry Jones will say to that, but yeah, I think it'd be a great spot.
All right. So we putting a bow on the NFL here. Anywhere else we got to go?
You want to talk about some Steve Sarkisian sound from yesterday?
Yeah, man. What you got? Let's hear from Coach.
Let's listen to Steve Sarkisian. So let me pull up my notes right here to figure out which one. I knew which one I wanted to play for our great fans so they could talk about. So this is going to be. We're just like a well-oiled machine today, my man. Always. If obviously if the Texas Longhorns are going to win this football game, this is going to be everyone. Yeah, I mean, we can talk about the offense.
I misheard you. Did you say obviously the Texas Longhorns are going to win?
No, obviously if the Texas Longhorns are going to win, this is going to be. You're going to need all hands on deck. You're going to need bang bang plays. You're going to need stout defense. You're going to need that offense to rise like it did. Steve Sarkisian on how you attack this task.
Yeah, no, I think it's important for everybody. When you play really good teams who are really well coached, you never know what's going to be the play or the plays that are going to be the deciding factors in games like this. And so, everybody's got a role in our organization. And for some guys, it's 70 plays. Anthony Hill, Michael Taft, those guys are going to play 75, 80 plays in this game, depending. For other guys, it might be 1, 2, 5 plays. It could be a kick coverage. It could be a critical block on a punt return. It could be Matt Caldwell coming in and having to make that pass. And so everybody's got to get themselves ready to play. And I think our guys have learned that throughout our season as we've grown, that you never know what's going to be the play or the plays that are going to be the deciding factors. And so everybody's got to get themselves ready to go.
And I think they did too, right? And a little bit to that was just the entire month on the road, and there was also some sound from Simmons in the pressers earlier this week too, to where he was saying, it was just nice to get into our old routine again, right? To get back, just to something that's more familiar. But I guess what I was more interested to hearing, Sark talk about was, the new combinations that they've worked on with the offensive line, right? Like, putting Robertson in at center and then sliding Huddy over, back to guard and stuff. Here's Sark on the new adjustments, or I guess the best combination. The revamped offensive line.
Our tackles, I think, for the most part, have played pretty good this year. Now, can they get better? Of course. We're always trying to get those guys better. I've said about the last 2 to 3 weeks, we're getting the best version of DJ Campbell that we've gotten since we've been here. And you never know what an injury can do for you. But with Cole being out 2 different times this year, it's kind of pushed Connor Robertson in at center. And all he's done is play pretty good for us. And so when Cole came back to put him at left guard, I think it gave everybody a little bit of sense of confidence. Like, hey, now we really have some players in here that have some experience, that are playing as a unit rather than as individuals. The offensive line is about a unit, and how do you play collectively together? And I thought we were able to do that against Vanderbilt. I thought they played really well. I don't know if there was just some superhuman efforts where guys were just playing out of their mind, but man, they played pretty good together. We picked up blitzes much better than we had all year. And I think that's a sign of maturity and communication and trust that I think having those guys in there. And I think that's probably the sense and feeling that we have as a coaching staff, and Coach Flood, myself. I think there's a real sense of trust in the five that are out there right now, that they're going to be able to execute at maybe a little higher level than we were executing earlier in the season.
Go with the most reps. Go with the most reps, most experience.
Yeah, this is the best combination of the offensive line that you were going to find. And I think that if you go back and you chronicle this thing back throughout the year, it seemed like it would be the best five that you have. And that's where I hope that at some point.
He's right about DJ Campbell. Like, a lot of people, we gave so much shit on DJ Campbell in the beginning of the season, and rightfully so, right? But I mean, the past 3 weeks, he's I don't know what his grade is from PFF, but he is absolutely stepped his game up.
And it's where kind of the one little frustrating part of that sound cut right there is where he says, injuries, whatever happens, and it forces you to move, whatever. It's like, well, yeah, that's kind of a whip on you guys.
This if you didn't have the injury, right? Yeah. Or would you not have think to put Connor back in if Hudson didn't get hurt and you didn't have to absolutely go to survivability mode?
Right.
So.
That's kind of my thing, to where it's like, okay, that's a whiff on you guys, because this seems like it's been the best combination, and you failed to do that even when these guys were healthy. But regardless, the thing is that you found that, and you found it at the right time.
And they trust the combination now too, right? They trust that they have the best combination out there. So.
Exactly. And what I like about this is that it's afforded you the time where you go out and you run these five out and you put them in the spots where they're going to work best and work best in unison. And then at the same time, you have success, and then you have a week where you can go in there and add some intricacies in there that are only going to make this even better. And so what I hope to see, and I think I heard the guys touch on this morning, is where I hope that with the offense, what you see on Saturday is that you come out and you have that same philosophy, not the same game plan, because attack the perimeter a little bit and do what you were doing against
but be decisive with it, right?
Right. And don't come out and do some of this other stuff that you were doing earlier in the year, regardless of the offensive line. That's not going to work.
What I mean by be decisive. Like, when I feel like we go through plays that have so many actions with it, even when we get a step on the opposition, all those other actions allow the opposition to recover.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Keep it simple, because it's like we talked about. The tempo was so good against Vanderbilt. And I think that was the big change that you saw. I mean, if you go down there and you do shit that's going to slow the tempo down, that is going to allow them to react a hell of a lot faster. And look, the Georgia defense that you're going to face a hell of a lot better than the one Vanderbilt.
Right. And where we've had our, faults and deficiencies in trench warfare, Georgia has not. And here's Sarkisian on the consistency of Georgia.
Yeah, no, I think that what they do from a recruiting standpoint, they know the body types, they know the athletic ability they're looking for, and very specific by position. And then ultimately the competitive spirit that those guys have. And it's a credit to Kirby. He's been the best in our industry for the last decade now of doing that. Is a lot of people have changed in and around the country. Georgia has remained very consistent with their approach in recruiting, with their approach and style of players that they look for, and to their style of play. They love the tight ends. They recruit tight ends really well. They love versatile linebackers. They recruit versatile linebackers really well. They love length at corner. They recruit corners that are 6'1" and taller. And so you can see the consistency in their approach. And so one year that wave of players leaves. I think they had 4 first-round picks on defense. Here comes the next wave of guys that all look a lot like the guys that just moved on. And so credit to those guys and credit to Kirby. They've done a heck of a job.
Yeah, it's just it's whenever somebody leaves, the succession is plugged right back in there, man. There's really no down play from that, right? Like, there's really no let down. But also with that, it's usually a nasty defense too that you're getting, right? Here's Sarkisian on Georgia's defense as well.
I think that what they do, one is they have really good length across the board, from their front to their secondary to their corners, and everything starts with them disrupting your timing, whether it's timing at the line of scrimmage and them striking blockers to disrupting your route combinations, getting hands on receivers. And so it is vitally important that we do play in sync, in rhythm, our run timing at the line of scrimmage, the timing with Arch and the receivers and our route combinations. So I do think that is an important factor in this game, that one of their main goals is disrupt your timing. You got to try to keep your timing or make your timing one of the weapons that you have available to you. And so you've got to try to create some of that timing, whether it's with some of your formations, some of your motions, some of your targets in the run game, that can serve as a benefit for you, because that is a strength of theirs for sure.
So here's how I approach that, right? If they are looking to disrupt the timing and we are an offense based, or the Texas offense is based on timing and scheme, right? Why not, break trend? Why not break tendency? Why not pivot? Why not be decisive like we were against Vanderbilt, right?
Yeah.
Why not go right at them? Why not go right at the strength? Right, if they have a ferocious edge rusher, run right at the ferocious edge rusher to take them out of the game, right? Yeah. Exactly. Like I know that they have monsters and aliens that platoon the middle of the field defensively, right? Their linebackers can get sideline to sideline as fast as anyone. I understand that, right? Run right at them, right? Yeah. Neutralize the speed. They have the size too. I get it. Texas has got some size up front. All right. It's the time. It's getting out there and trying to get to the edge. Right. That's where Robertson struggled a little bit last week. Right. Inside the tackles, he was lights out. Like being pulling, getting down on double teams and blocking down. He was lights out. Right. He struggled to get to the edge a little bit, which most linemen do. It's hard to break down and win a one-on-one. Right. It just is. It doesn't matter how big you are. But again, like you take a deliberate plan of attack and a deliberate approach and try and just neutralize the speed that's out there and just deal with the size of the trench warfare. I think that's the approach, not try and sync our timing up to this, to disrupt their counter with their timing.
Yeah.
It doesn't work like that, Sark. I think you got to be deliberate.
Yeah, don't let them dictate the pace of the game.
Yeah, exactly. You're on offense. Don't let them dictate your pace. 100%.
Yeah. And in that first cut, the one thing that he talked about right there, and this is kind of goes back to what we're talking about with the offensive line thing, to where it's like through injuries, through whatever, we've found we had to move this guy here, we had to do that. You go back and you listen to what Sark is talking about there, what Kirby and them have done in Georgia. They are very deliberate where they go figure out, okay, this guy fits better here, and this guy needs to be here. They go out and they deliberately develop those guys and find where they're going to fit best. And I think that's just where Georgia continues to put themselves in a different element right now than Texas. And Texas is on the way to doing that, it seems like. But it goes back to the deliberate thing. They're very deliberate with everything that they do. But I am totally with you to where if you're Texas, don't adjust to them. You go out and you
make them play your make them play your pace, make them play your style.
Yeah. And find, I mean, with the Georgia defense, again, this is not the same like the Vanderbilt defense that you just saw. It was so impressive what Sark and the staff did against Vanderbilt, to where you knew if you get to the perimeter, if you expose him on the perimeter, you're going to walk all over him, and that's exactly what they did. That's exactly what they did against Vanderbilt. Go find that against Georgia. It's going to be harder to find.
I think you can be deliberate. I don't think you have to be as savvy and try to disguise and be, coy with your scheme here. I think you can go right at Georgia. I think if you want to play the type of smash mouth football that you were running against Vanderbilt, I think that's going to work out, well in your fashion this week. I mean, we've kind of been talking about it. Georgia hasn't exactly been the Georgia of old. They kind of have been down in the program a little bit, but again, these guys recycle and replatoon better than anybody out there. So I feel like if you get right after them and be deliberate with it, you're going to have a successful outcome on. You could have a successful outcome on Saturday. I don't want to sit here and say that the Longhorns are going to win just yet. I still got to break down a little bit more of this shit.
And the thing about it, because that's what Georgia's going to do to you. I mean, Georgia's going to come out. They're going to try to gouge you with the run. Yeah,
100%. They're coming right at you.
Yeah, they're coming right at your strength. I mean, they're going to sit and gouge you. And
they're probably going to spread us. Honestly, I feel like they're going to spread us out a little bit and see what Stockton can do with his legs. See if he can win in some one-on-ones.
Yeah, and this is where I hope that Jelani McDonald and Michael Taff are able to play this.
Well,
week.
they practiced. They practiced on Monday, so
yeah. You're gonna need those dudes. You are, because they are coming right at you. Their game plan's pretty clear, and I think that's where Kirby is just so masterful at what he does. He's not gonna sit here and try to decorate and hide shit. I mean, you know what's coming. You know what's coming. Is your defense ready? This is going to be quite the test for these guys, to where this defense has been touted as one of the best in the country. Well, this is a different level with what you have coming at you. Because
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say, I was really down 2 weeks ago, about 3 weeks ago. I was really down on this team. Like, I have a little bit of hope after seeing us do the being able to play fundamental football, right? Like, and then being able to make blocks, being able to make like just varsity level blocks.
Yeah.
Shit. Like it's absolutely happening now, right? Like stuff that should have been happening is now happening.
And I'm glad that it's happening now, I guess.
It's very frustrating, right? Very frustrating that it took, to week 10 of the season, but damn, dude.
Well, and I think that's where, around here, the patience level and everything is just so short, because you want this thing to be a well-oiled machine, and everything that we're sold, Wags, it should be coming out of the box every year. This thing should be signed, sealed, and delivered, where everything's gonna need to work. And the one thing that we found out is that the quarterback did need some development, which I think if you're being very realistic about this, most of us knew that, because it's like, well, everything we've seen from Arch has been pretty spectacular. Yeah, but that's spot duty. I mean, come on. I know he started some games, but that's going to take a little bit of time. I think what people didn't want to realize is that offensive line is gone. That offensive line that's Quinn Ewers' offensive line. It was going to take a little bit.
I mean, the right combinations are there now. So
absolutely,
we have it going. Anything else we got? I'm staying on for second hours, but so I'm going to ask you to do a little bit of a pinch hitter for me, just so I can get out and use the bathroom real quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Waiting for Jay-Gun to jump on here. Anything else you want to get off the slate?
The only other thing, Brian Kelly is now filing a lawsuit against LSU. It says because he was there was not cause for his release, so he's seeking all of that money right now. I'm like, Brian Kelly, you were released cause you ain't no good. That's the cause.
There's the calls, Brian Kelly.
To use your own little twang that you used when you got hired. Filed a lawsuit against LSU asking the Louisiana court to confirm the school fired him without cause. So it's like,
he's just trying to get his money. He's just trying to get his paycheck, and LSU has already reduced the pay that, or I guess the buyout that Brian Kelly was owed.
And I think the other part of it is, depending how this shakes itself out, if LSU wins this, I guess they don't have to pay $53 or $4 million, whatever it is. So
not all of it, correct?
Yeah, not all of it. And apparently they tried to settle with this dude. They're like, "Hey man, we'll give you 20. How about 30? Nope. I want it all. Come on, man. Don't be greedy. Jeez Louise. Get out of here.
Coming back after it. Anything else on the slate, amigo?
What else do we have to talk about? Well, the ratings come out tonight. So your thought, Texas in at number 10. Everything projected at this point, if it all ended tonight, let's say that these ratings came out and they were final, it would be number 10 Texas, at number 7 Texas Tech. Nice.
That's rough.
Season finale against Texas A&M.
That's rough.
And then Texas Tech. Because BYU most certainly should fall out of these ratings, right? Yeah, I mean, you got destroyed by Texas Tech. So
like
you
Texas,
fall out.
like Bailey's nasty from Texas Tech too, but like is it Arroyo? I can't think of their other guy that they have. Texas Tech has got some ferocious dudes. We talked about this yesterday. What was it? 50 million? You guys found out 50 million?
Yeah,
just in NIL on their defensive line alone.
It's one of the best teams money can buy. One of the best teams money can buy. Oh, but Texas does that. And Texas Tech fans go ape shit. Well, come on, man. Welcome to the club. Welcome to college football, buddy. This is how this works. We're still waiting on Nico Watch. Has not gone down yet. It is now 10 o'clock, 10:04 Central here. So it may be happening right now. So Dallas fans are about to rejoice. They're going to have a parade in Dallas here once that goes down. God, what a mess.
Looking up, trying to find out if this was actually $50 million spent on this line.
I think I saw somewhere it was like 25 or 25 or so that went to what you would call what's here is the pancake factory. I think it was about 20 to 25 that went to the trenches, which again, that's a great number. And I will tell you, if I was a donor that had that kind of money, I think that's where, I mean, look what we've just been talking about here for the last 25 minutes. Where do you win these football games? There. I mean, these quarterbacks and so forth are, yeah, I mean, you got to have that, but you got to have those dudes in the trenches.
Height's the dude I'm thinking about, the linebacker from Georgia Tech that came over. I think that's who they brought over, or I could be wrong. They brought 3 guys in for NIL. Texas Tech did. I think it is Height that came over from Georgia Tech. But yeah, they got some dudes. They got some dudes that can fly. That would be a nasty battle, right? Just because of how ferocious and how just versatile that defensive line is, and how nasty they can get after it. I think that would give Arch fits. That's something that I would not like to see this year, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not cowering away from a fight, but that's one that I don't think our offensive line is ready for, right? You better get the ball out quick. You better get the ball out less than 3 seconds.
Yeah. And Rodney, I totally get what you're saying right here. I was being a smart ass there when I was talking about Brian Kelly. But what I hope that comes out of all of this is that these universities are going to learn, these people with all this money in their pocket, with these coaches, to when you bring these guys in to somehow where these buyouts don't get so astronomical. Because that to me, you bring whoever in that's supposely going to be your whatever.
That's not going to happen, because I mean the buyout is set for their protection, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's where the schools. I mean, if A&M or LSU or whoever wants to cry about the money that they have to spend, I mean, you did the deal, right? I mean, you did this. I mean, you put that buyout clause in there that affords them the chance to get paid $50.5 million or $77 million to go fishing. That's your fault. That's your fault. I mean, change that trend.
All right, Jay Guns, I see you, amigo.
Yeah.
Are y'all talking about the Brian Kelly buyout?
Yes, sir. Lawsuit coming.
Lawsuit. You guys give a little bit of a whisper there. I'll be right back.
All right. I don't know, man. I don't know how LSU is going to fire him with cause without putting out his details. I mean, you look at a lot of the local Baton Rouge websites, you look at the LSU on 3 site, LSU 24/7 site, they all are saying the similar thing about what he would get fired with cause for. It's cheating on his wife. And like all of Baton Rouge knew about it, apparently, or knows about it now at least. But like, I don't know. The fire with cause things are always so funny to me.
Yeah.
Because like the people who are firing them with cause knew about that cause the entire time. It's just, oh, he's not winning enough. Now we'll fire him with this thing we've known about for years,
Yeah. It becomes relevant when it's applicable to where it's like, okay, I've got to get out of this thing. So here's the cause. Yeah. That's been going on forever. Yeah. I don't. Yeah. So, and that is the thing. I mean, when you start having these, Rodney mentions again right there with these extensions, I mean, to where it's like you have a good season, you have a whatever, and then boom, here's all this money where you extend a contract. That's your own fault. I mean, you can't be so trigger happy on these things. Hell, let him go somewhere else if he's that valuable. I think, and to me, that's where this one's so interesting to me, because the hire of Brian Kelly, to me, Jordan, that was never a good fit.
No,
that was never a good fit.
If you
got your guy, I get it. But this one just never made sense.
I'm here with my family.
Yeah.
That's how he does
basketball game. Yeah. Yeah. Come on, man.
If they hire Lane Kiffin, I would love if he just mocked him. And it's like, I'm here with my family. And then like lets it pause, let the arena laugh for a little bit, as he looks around. And he's like, yeah. But I mean, I don't know, man. I'm curious if coaching contracts are going to change, not only in the way that buyouts get lowered, which I don't think is going to happen with agents. It's only going to go up, not down. But the money that coaches would owe if they leave, that doesn't really matter at the top programs like a Georgia or Texas. How often is that coach actually leaving?
Yeah.
But like, if I'm Tulane, I mean, your last coach is at Houston. Your coach that's coaching your team right now is going to be coaching at Auburn next year, if not Kentucky or Ole Miss. And I don't know what Summerall would owe, but like I know, like if Kirby Smart, if he gets fired, Georgia owes him over $100 million in his buyout. But if he leaves Georgia for another job, he owes them like $7 million.
Yeah.
And the highest buyout percentage that a coach would have to pay if he were to leave in college football right now is Dan Lanning. And it's something like $18 million. And people make that a big deal. Like he's not leaving. He has to pay this. And it's like, it doesn't matter. It gets paid by the new school. You don't think that would be in like whatever school he would leave Oregon for is going to have some, money and will probably make him the highest paid head coach. They would definitely pay $18 million if that's all it took to get him. Now, is Dan Lanning worth doing all that for? I don't know. That is a great question, but I don't know. One thing I've kind of thought about, and apologies if I'm going to piss anyone off by doing this, but like let's live in the hypothetical world Sarkisian leaves. What guys make sense would you like for Texas to be hypothetically coaching the Texas Longhorns in 2026? Who would you like for that?
See, that's where this whole all of these firings and everything that are happening right now. There is one dude that everybody seems to be honed in on. There's one golden egg out there with Lane Kiffin. I mean, who's going to get that guy? I mean, to go back and think about that question that Jordan just asked, who would you go get? I mean, the funny thing about it is, and again, this is probably unpopular, but I mean, like the young guy at North Texas, bring that dude in here that's gonna hang around here for 20 years. I mean, something like that. But the thing is, I mean, coaches don't hang around for 20 years anymore, Jordan, to where it's like, okay, you're gonna have this guy and you're gonna have him for X amount of time. I think where if you did lose Steve Sarkisian, now you go and find a young guy. I mean, bring a young dude in here that wants to be here. I mean, but that's a funny thing where all of these coveted jobs that we talk about, when that money starts rolling around, that covetedness kind of fades a little bit, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Clark Lee, I think, would be a good hire. I think a lot of people would look at his head coaching record at Vanderbilt because it is still under 500. But I mean, I don't know. Like, he's going to lose 40-plus players from this year's team. Could he leave this year? This would probably be the time to do it. Willie Fritz, I would love a Willie Fritz hire if Sark was to, move on.
Yep.
Don't know how realistic that would be. And also, like, part of the reason John Summerall isn't being mentioned at all for Florida is because he's a G5 coach from the state of Louisiana.
Yeah.
Who their last head coach was. I could see, the Texas fan base, maybe the decision makers being like, no, Fritz. He's a Houston coach. Remember what happened the last time we hired the Houston.
Didn't work out so well the last time. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. No, I think Fritz makes a lot of sense. And people are like, he's old. Well, like he's a year younger than Brian, or a year older than Brian Kelly currently is.
Yeah.
He can still coach. And like, I don't know how LSU, how has his name not been tied to that job? Seriously. Because not only would he bring,
I figured they'd be trying to poach Fritz from Houston. LSU would, but he's not exactly a name, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, not that I haven't seen. I think it makes too much sense for them. They're not bright. Like they had Brian Kelly in the first place, and it's just been a shit show ever since they did that. But with Fritz, like you get a really good personnel and scouting team that recruited the state of Louisiana arguably better than you did at LSU when he was at Tulane. So he knows the state better than any other available candidates. He can recruit Texas. He's been at Houston. And they do a really good job evaluating, whether it's in the portal or at a high school. So, and on top of all that, who does Willie Fritz have committed right now? The number one quarterback in the country, Keyshawn Henderson.
Yep.
LSU did not sign a quarterback in 2025. They still don't have one in 2026. So you kind of fix those problems too. If I don't know if Keyshawn Henderson would follow him to.
I bet he would.
LSU. I mean, he's Houston through and through. Like, so many schools have tried to come get him off the Houston commitment, and he hasn't budged. Obviously, it's different with Fritz, and also, like, I mean, what is Houston's track record of coaches? They hit on Herman, he ditched them, and then they hired Dana, and it kind of spun off into the ground, and now they got a good one again. But, like, they're probably going to mess up their next hire. That's one thing no one brings up, how hard it is to hit on hires.
I always thought Dana could coach, especially what he did with the Mountaineers over at WVU, man. Like, and then
and that's where, like, to the Clark,
Houston.
to the Clark Lee point. I mean, this really is the time where I know that that dude was on with Bucky and BK, where the guy's not going to leave Vanderbilt, whatever. But I mean, this is where you have to leave if you're Clark Lee, because here's where, I mean, take Jeff Traylor, for example. Remember, that dude was on everybody's list at one point, and now the program's going in the wrong fucking direction. You don't even hear about him going anywhere else now. So if you're Clark Lee, you got to get the hell out of there, because you were about to go straight down.
This is a good comp. Pavia is Clark Lee's Teddy Bridgewater.
Yeah, exactly.
Bridgewater was for Charlie Strong.
Yeah,
hey, you could also, you just brought up Traylor. You could say Frank Harris.
Frank Harris. Yeah, Frank Harris. Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
how about that dude?
He was also in college for 1 billion years.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
Exactly.
Pavia.
Before I go, Jordan, I'm sure you may have heard this. Big high school name around here. R.I.P. Bob Shelton. Hayes Consolidated passed away. Lots of years there with the Hayes Rebels.
Isn't the stadium named after him?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is the man. So
been to that stadium a few times.
I played there. That thing's been around that long.
It's the one that's on the Hayes High School campus, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I played freshman ball there, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I played there. The scoreboard was manual. You had to go up there and, like, put the number on there.
Shut up.
Take it. No, I'm just kidding. All right, boys. You have a good show. I'll be listening.
We'll see you.
He's so full of shit.
You want to hear something that kind of used to blow my mind? It still kind of does. Man, in middle school at Lake Travis, like, we play a lot of the same teams in district play in middle school that the high school does at the high school level, right?
Right.
And, like, we'd have somewhat close games in middle school, and we get to high school and it's not even close.
Yeah.
Like, they struggle to get across the 50. Like, that's just kind of how the district is outside of Lake Travis, Westlake, and, you know, Bowie, Dripping Springs is now in that district too. Like, there's definitely a top and a bottom of that, and the bottom teams are horrendous. Like, Lehman used to be in that district for a long time. That was a bye week. But, like, some of these teams, like, in middle school, it's like they're giving us fits, and 3 years later, it's like, what happened? I mean, I guess that's the kids that grow early and they stop getting taller after the 7th grade, or it's the middle school
or coaching
better than high school.
You know, coaching too, right?
But yeah, man, Matt Campbell, I'm kind of surprised Iowa State has maintained kind of this level they've been at the last few years. And I know they're not, like, competing for natties, or really even the Big 12, but like he literally told Iowa State, he told their team and the program he was leaving for USC. And because he was going to leave for USC, and then they're like, oh, Lincoln Riley called us back and said, well, actually take the job. Sorry, Mr. Campbell. And a day or two later, he has to go tell his Iowa State team, hey, I'm staying. I was never leaving. And they're like, right. And that offseason, Iowa State had like 25 plus players leaving the portal because they're like, man, screw this coach. He doesn't get it. There's a kid I know whose brother was on that team that left, and I think he went to UNLV or somewhere G5, who was in the room when Campbell told him he was leaving and staying. And that's who I got that story from. So I'm kind of surprised that hasn't been, like, reported publicly.
Other than that, like, do Matt Campbell's players enjoy him as a coach though?
I think so.
Like, that's kind of what I feel like. He's a player's coach, is he not?
I mean, you got to be to get him to Ames, Iowa, you know?
Right.
So, yeah, he's probably a good dude, but I don't know. I also thought, like, even when he was being considered for USC or the Lions jobs, it's like, am I the only one that doesn't see this? You know? Even Brock Purdy. Like, when he was in college, like with Breece Hall, it's like, yeah, this dude's an NFL player, no question. And they had a few other guys like that. But like Brock Purdy, I remember he came back for his final year at Iowa State to boost his draft stock, and he tanked his draft stock. He went from like early day 3 to literally being the last pick in the draft. And like Texas was playing those years. I'm like, man, they're hyping up this Purdy cat. He ain't even that special.
I remember
now he's the quarterback for my team. And I'm
when
saying
they had Montgomery, they were pretty nasty. Like they had a pretty tough, deliberate offense, I would say.
Yeah. Hey, he's not wrong. 1755 is pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, he does not come across very threatening when he gets mad at refs or other people. I don't know. I want to ask you about your New York Football Giants.
Yeah, way to go,
Ryan Dayball.
How about it?
Fired less than 24 hours ago. How are you feeling? I've seen some Giants fans be like, "It doesn't matter. We're just going to hire."
Exactly. It doesn't. Until Schoen goes, it's
yeah. Is he hiring the next coach, or is he just finishing?
Schoen is it. So what Mora did was put Schoen in charge of the direct hiring of the coach. So if it all goes wrong, it's all on Schoen, which Schoen hired the last coach too. So it's
well, how about this? For the third straight year, Giants are 2-8. They've blown 4 double-digit leads and 4 road losses. Their prize rookie quarterback has been evaluated for 4 concussions, and their star receiver and running back are out for the season due to knee
I would say the narrative on that is wrong. They haven't blown. They made it look good.
You were like, guys, they weren't even supposed to be leading to begin with.
Right.
They
made it look good.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
It's been a fun. I'll tell you. I'll say this, and Sal, if you're still in the program or whatever watching, you can probably kind of feed off of this too. They make it fun to watch or entertaining to watch. Like the outcome, right? You know what's going to happen. They're ultimately going to surrender the lead. And they're going to lose by 3, maybe 1, but they're going to give you a show, right? And that's what's been exciting about having Dart in there. And we would have never got this if Russell Wilson would have been in it. It would have been lethargic, moonball, drop back and sack football all day, right? And but no, seeing the rookie get in there and I think no other rookie has had 5 consecutive games where they've had a rushing touchdown or whatever. No other rookie quarterback, which is weird. I had to go back and double check that stat because I thought the dudes with like old leather helmets would have had that happen before. No. No.
Well, I mean,
FanDuel
also up until actually no, never mind.
Or no, Sleeper put that stat out there. I had to go back and double check that, but yeah, that's an accurate stat.
Why did you even become a Giants fan?
Okay, so it's ignorance, honestly.
Were the Ravens still the Cleveland Browns when you were picking teams?
No, so it was 83, right? Like the Colts left town. Okay,
That's
I was born in 81, but we were like all around my house were Baltimore Colts stuff, right? And it was the blue team. It was the blue team, Jordan. Regional coverage dropped the Colts and for some reason picked up New York broadcast. We only had 3 channels back then. It was ABC, NBC, and CBS, right? So regional coverage had Washington, Pittsburgh, and instead of Philadelphia, they had New York. And I thought the Giants, to make a long story short, I thought the Giants were the Colts forever. And I grew up then in Pop Warner. My dad was just like, watch this guy. I played linebacker. So my dad was like, watch this guy, watch this guy. It ended up being Lawrence Taylor. And then, I thought the big guy with the sweater was cool. You know what I mean? That ended up being the tuna, so it's hard to get off of. And then when Baltimore came back, when football came back to Baltimore, it was kind of tough because they got very good almost within 3 or 4 years. And then they played the Giants, and you can't go to Baltimore football after they just dismantle and wreck your team in the Super Bowl and be like, oh, I'm going to be that guy that jumps ship and goes back to Baltimore football. So I've just kind of ridden. And then I even said after Eli leaves, I'll kind of, go back to Baltimore football and just rooting for the Ravens solely. And but it's hard.
You should have jumped ship when they drafted Lamar Jackson.
it's tough. You cannot deny my loyalty. That is one thing. You cannot deny my loyalty.
Yep.
But there is the story, the myth of why, or I guess the legend of why Wags became a Giants fan. Ignorance.
You watch last night's Monday night game?
I did. What a scorcher. Book ended with 10-7 with playing Candy Crush, baby.
That's Fruit Ninja.
Or no, Fruit Ninja, my bad. Fruit Ninja.
You're good. Yeah, what a snooze fest, man. Boring.
Yeah, you can try and church
What
it
is
up
up
and
with the
say
Packers,
that it was
too?
What's that?
Back-to-back home games versus the Panthers and the I can't believe I just forgot that. The Eagles. Like, what is happening?
It's been tough. So I don't know if you call it Thursday night football either, but Thursday night was another 10-7. So we were bookended with really awful games, just scorchers of games. You can't even church it up and say that it was good defense. It was just lethargic football. It was bad football last night.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe weather turn. I mean, I want to sit here and say weather turning. It must be special weather or whatever. But come on, man, the weather's been turned up in the north for a while.
Oh yeah. Well, hey, we're going to get into some college football talk. So if you have any questions, comments, or whatnot, throw them in the chat. Same with recruiting. No, I hit on a bunch yesterday, but if you got them, drop them, and we will hit on them. Some fun facts: the Texas A&M Aggies, they're currently 6-0 in the SEC. They don't have a single win over an SEC team with a winning record in the conference. Of their 6 SEC opponents that they've beaten, 4 of them have fired their head coach. Or 4 SEC schools have fired their head coach. A&M played all 4. 4 of their 6 wins are versus teams that didn't have.
Well, they're going to say that it was their fault. They beat them so bad that's.
Yeah. The opponent they played last Saturday was Mizzou's 3rd-string quarterback, true freshman.
Yeah, I still thought that you would get a better shot. Like, I thought Hardy'd be able to do more, right?
Yeah, but I mean, like, once
you're kind of playing 8 in the box
2
anyway.
Scores, you can't come back running the ball. And if you do, it's because the other team screwed it up so you could win. I don't know who A&M plays this week, but their opponent this week is apparently 1-6 in SEC play and has fired its OC and O-line coach. Who could that be?
I'm sorry, I missed that. What?
Their next opponent is 1-6 in SEC play and has fired its OC and O-line coach. Who do they play this week?
They play Little Brother plays. Looking it up right now, and I'm terrible at it. Sorry.
Let's see if I can beat you. They play South Carolina. Yeah.
Oh, they play South Carolina. Oh, man.
Woof. Hey, South Carolina beat their ass in Columbia last year, but Le'Veon Moss also snapped his leg.
18.5. 18.5 is the hook here. Or is the line here.
Yeah, he should take it. I know he said, he doesn't want to be in his dad's shadow his entire life, but like, buddy, the expectations are a lot lower at VTech than they are at South Carolina. It's an easier conference to win in. If VTech is actually going to put that money into the program like they've said they are, you're going to have more money than most of the conference too. And your dad is a legend there. Like, you would really have to screw that up for them to fire you because they want you to succeed so bad. And at South Carolina, like, he's not doing a bad job recruiting, but like, not only is the coaching not up to par in developing those players, like, you can sign a 5-star or 2 5-stars or, 5 top 100 prospects. Like, those are great. That's great for South Carolina standards, but that still ain't enough to win the SEC. It's not. You're not beating Georgia. You won't beat Texas. You won't even beat A&M nowadays or Bama, So it's hard because you look at the SEC and you can separate it into tiers. Legit natty contenders, on the cusp natty contenders, maybe has a shot, probably not, and like that no chance this team will ever win a natty in my lifetime. The no chance this team will ever win a natty in my lifetime is Arkansas, it's Kentucky, it's Mississippi State, it's probably Vanderbilt. probably will never compete for one, but they have a shot to. That's where South Carolina is. And so you don't have the realistic expectations that a Kentucky fan base has where they're really happy going 8-4. But you also don't have the personnel, and you won't ever have the personnel to actually win a natty, yet you have natty or compete for natty expectations. Do you know how hard it is for South Carolina to make the playoffs in the SEC? With how many other teams, even though the SEC is going to put more teams in the playoff, how hard it is. Man, it's not an easy job. And I also, Jake Bayless brings up here, they might have the least amount of skill talent in the conference. Man, Nick Harbor, it's year 3 for him. He still can't do shit except running a straight line really fast or run a post. And that play works. It feels like he scores on it every other week, but why are you only running it once every other week? That is your explosive offense right there. I don't know how many other plays they have that haven't touched Nick Harbor's hands that have gone north of 20 yards this year.
So Kentucky's 3-6. I had them as a 1, 2, 3, 4. I had them as a 5-win team this year.
Well, they still have to play Louisville. I don't think they're beating them. And they beat Auburn. I assume the 2 other wins are the non-conference.
Coastal Carolina, yeah.
I don't know about Mark Stoops. He's been there. I mean, he's the longest tenured coach in the SEC. So maybe he comes down on that buyout number and, is a good dude like Sam Pittman. Maybe not. I don't know. He is a Stoops. So who knows? All right.
The
Antoine.
thing that made Beamer ball so good was special teams. So you talk about Virginia, Frank Beamer, that's, Virginia Tech was dominant back in the day, but they had all phases of the game going. It feels like they had a blocked punt or a blocked field goal almost every season, or multiple blocked punts or blocked field goals every season, or definitely getting returns, punt returns and kickoff returns too, right? They were just nasty with it. You don't see 3 phases of ball with Shane Beamer, do you? You just kind of see off. To me, it's just offense, right? And a very underperforming offense that we've seen so far, at least in the last 3 years.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, I said it earlier this year. Didn't have a ton of confidence in saying it, but I should have because I think I was right. Lenore Sellers is a lot closer to Anthony Richardson than people realize. People want to throw out Cam Newton for him, or the Josh Allen, the crazy big freak athletic quarterbacks, because he is one.
Does he not have the talent around him, though?
He's closer to Anthony Richardson. Yes, their O-line stinks. It is atrocious. But, he also misses so many throws he needs to make. And, hey, he's big as shit. He's athletic as shit. And he is a great mental eval. He's a great young man. And I can guarantee you he will never tap out of a game like Anthony Richardson did with the Colts. He's not going to pull that either. So he'll probably still end up going day 1 or day 2 eventually. But, man, he has some Anthony Richardson to him. He can get someone fired in the NFL for drafting him in a few years. So, yeah, people mentioned VY for Lenore's. And I love Lenore's, but, pipe down,
Come on, we're talking about.
Yeah, hey,
we're talking about one of the greatest to ever do it on the college landscape. So,
yeah, man, I will say, shout out to Sark for actually getting Texas players into the league because the NFL is fun, but I really don't care that much for it compared to college. And so I'm just laying in the bed, want to throw some background noise on before I just pass out. I'm oh, Packers, Eagles, hell yeah. And I'm wow, that was a big hit. Oh, shit, that's Drew Makuba. That's what's up. Way to go. Because for so
talked a little
long,
bit about this last night, too.
Players in the league besides Colt McCoy, right? Career backup, or Phil Dawson. That was kind of it. Ryan Ragpo, when I was getting into it towards the late stages of his career. I know he was good with Washington for a while, with Tennessee for a little bit, but there really was not that many Texas players in the league, and the ones that were not popular players that you're turning on the game to watch.
Bro, Texas is kicker you.
Yeah. So, I mean, Drew Makuba's there. Kelvin Banks is an old lineman, so no one's turning on a game to watch him, and I think he's going to have a Joe Thomas career, so that's the thing. Okay, yeah, Jamal Charles. My bad. One. And they got Bijan. They got Bijan in there now, top running back again. Is Roschon just never going to get
he's hurt.
Okay. But even when he has been playing, they're not.
He was utilized. Like last year, he was utilized a lot.
Maybe I just tuned into
I'm that's an embellishment. Not a lot. He's usually prone to injury, but when he's healthy, he gets the ball. I'll say that.
Yeah. But I don't know.
I don't know now that they have Swift. I don't know how they brought him more because of Roschon's injuries, though. But yeah, so we were kind of talking a little bit about this earlier in Chaos Theory.
Mm-hmm.
Like Golden had a perfect opportunity to slide in here and be wide receiver number 1 and lead this receiving core for Green Bay here. That kind of just it's begging for someone to kind of take the lead and take charge. We don't really know who the number 1 wideout in Green Bay is. I guess the de facto is Dobbs, right? But he took an injury last night too. But again, like last night was perfect example for a spot for Golden to shine, but he can't because he's injured. He's hurt. Like,
yeah,
it's tough, man. It's been a tough season for the Rook.
Hey, y'all, I know y'all are on my ass right now, and I get it. I did miss some guys, but like, tell me what Texas player was considered cool or like had a big fan base, was a star between 2016 and like 2021.
I've been instructed the answer, but cannot recall at this moment.
Yeah. Like, that's more what I'm talking about. Like, they had some day 3 guys, day 2 guys in there, but I don't know. And you could say, like, right now, you know, who is the guy right now for Texas? And, well, it's a lot of young guys, you know? So, yeah, like Caden Stearns. That's it.
But yeah, I couldn't say that, though. Like,
and he's already out of the league.
PJ Locke. What about PJ Locke?
Yeah, but, like, was PJ Locke ever more than
little Jordan Humphrey's on the Giants, bro. Little Jordan Humphrey, he's on the Giants, man.
Was little Jordan Humphrey ever a top 50 receiver in the league? Was PJ Locke ever a top 50 DB in the league? Or Malik Jefferson or Holton Hill? I'll tell you what, I'm with this all the way. I thought Holton Hill could have had a Thorpe Award had he laid off the weed. Like, he had a lot of potential. A lot of it. So, hey, I'm curious of like,
yeah, Charles Menahue, he's defensive tackle. He starts. He's been ventured around the league too. He's a veteran now.
Yeah. I've kind of thought about this. Like, if you're the Chargers, couldn't it make a lot of sense to just not pay a punter and just make Dicker your punter? Like, he did double duty at Texas. Like, would Cameron Dicker be the worst punter in the league immediately? I don't think he did that bad, unless I'm remembering this incorrectly. You know, so I don't know. Hopefully he keeps this record and hopefully doesn't do any Justin Tucker stuff. I kind of doubt it. He good family, went to school with his sister. I remember the day she moved in, because they moved in like the middle of the school year. Maybe it was first year school. I don't know. She's like, yeah, I'm new here. Her name's Annabelle. And, you know, they introduced her to the class. Where are you from? All that. And she's like, I'm from China. And all of us kids were in the 3rd grade. They're like, you're not from China, because she's just a white American woman, right? Her family isn't, or I think the dad might be Asian, but she didn't really look Asian. And, you know, we're stupid 9-10-year-olds. So like, oh, you can't be from China. You're not Chinese. So I remember that. And his wife now, I believe, was my 8th grade history teacher's daughter. Fun fact. So, hey, Puna Ford, man, still in the league, I think. It's in the league.
I'm gonna say let's just look at the Seattle Seahawks roster, because I feel like they drafted a lot.
Aaron Swoops was a tight end for them for a little bit, you know. Hey, okay. Woodcrest asks, what's it going to take for Texas to start playing dirty and recruiting like these other schools? You want the answer? Because this is what I think the honest answer is. Texas either misses the playoffs and A&M and Tech gets in, which is likely, or Texas makes the playoffs and loses to Texas Tech in the playoffs. Those are the main things. The powers that be, the decision makers at Texas, the big money boosters, donors, will absolutely lose their shit if we get to the end of the year, Texas is not in the playoffs and A&M and Tech is, or Texas is and they lose to Tech. Like, a loss to Tech after moving to the SEC, and I know Tech has spent so much money in the last year, but they just started really investing in their roster and their program. Texas has been doing this since day one of the Sark era, since day one. And people lost their minds over the Pancake Factory. They're paying a lineman $50K, which is hilarious because, like, I mean, Trevor Goosby's monthly check is more than $50K nowadays, you know? Like, it's the truth. But Texas, they've been ahead of the curve. They've been investing in their roster since, you know, January 2021 when Sark was hired. Since that summer when NIL, the portal, all that stuff was passed. Tech is new to this shit in the last year. They just started putting money and investing into this. So how has Texas had the structure and operation for this many years, and Tech puts it together in 1 year, and then they beat us? That's going to be how people are thinking in Austin. And when you take a loss like that, something's got to change, and the operation would change if they lose to Tech in the playoffs or don't make the playoffs and Tech and A&M get in. Probably would change more if they were to lose to Tech, though. I'll say that. And in terms of dirty recruiting, what are other schools doing? Sending drivers to go pick up kids for unofficial visits, for game day visits or junior days, stuff like that. Putting them in hotels. A lot of people do that, though. That's been going on forever. On unofficial visits, because on unofficials, the family's supposed to pay for everything at the school. And, you know, paying kids to visit, that's going on forever. It's still around. Paying kids to stay committed. And then also, someone actually asked me about this yesterday on our board. Like, hey, what ways are schools kind of doing this under the table money? How are they doing it?
Is that still even a thing?
Yes.
Because you do have to report, right?
You're supposed to.
Correct.
So there's
and you have a cap on what you can spend.
Okay, so this is how it works for college football roster structure right now. There is rev share and there's NIL. Rev share, it's fully guaranteed money. It's through the school. If the school says we're going to pay you this much and it's in a contract, there's no backing out of that. The school has to pay that.
And everything else is house money. Or bonus
so
money.
Rev share is $20.5 million for each school. They can use up to that. Football is usually getting around 13 and a half to 15 and a half. Texas is somewhere in there. So you use that money for your roster. But, you know, I mean, rosters that compete for natties haven't costed less than $15 million since like 2022. So everyone has to figure out, hey, you know, last year we had a $30 million roster. This year we can only spend 13.5 from rev share. We don't know how many deals we can get through the clearinghouse that are approved to add on top of that 13.5. So we got to figure out ways to get money to these players that isn't through the clearinghouse and that is above the cap, because the clearinghouse will deny anything that isn't determined fair market value. And they don't have anything online about what makes something fair market value.
Right.
But anyways, it's the rev share money and the NIL money and under the table money. So how does under the table money get paid? There's crypto. The bag pre-NIL, the late stages of the non-NIL college football world, like 2012 through 2020 or 2021, whenever NIL became a thing, a lot of those bags were crypto bags.
You're shitting me.
No, I'm not. Like, donors, boosters were paying families or handlers or whatnot through cryptocurrency and like Bitcoin. And they still do that. Because, hey, it's pretty much untraceable and really hard to track down. And what the fuck does the NCAA know about it?
Real money.
Yeah. And what does the NCAA know about that? Nothing. So there's that. There's, you know, cold hard cash. That's always been a thing. I don't think that's ever going away, but there's a lot less of it nowadays because there's so many, you know, cleaner, safer ways to do it. And then what I've heard is becoming a thing is Wags.
Hold on one second. Do you have crypto at all? I don't have any. None. Is it something that I should be looking at? Because it's not, to me, it's not real. You can't put a value on it. You can't put a material, like, it's not. There's no
Hey,
substance.
this is a topic for another day. But
All right, my bad. Yeah,
you're good.
we need to set ourselves a different type of podcast. Walk into a cloudy room, right, and then start talking about this. You're right.
Yeah. Okay, so one of the workarounds that's happened since house settlement passed and the clearinghouse became a thing that denies, deals. Wags, we're in a hypothetical world. You're the number one booster for the University of Texas, right? And Texas needs to find a way to get players on the team and to fund the roster with money outside of the cap or money over the cap and money that won't be cleared through the clearinghouse. So what do? Well, you give them a job. Wags, your company, let's call it Texas Sports Unfiltered, right? And you're a millionaire. And Ryan Wingo, let's say he gets $400K a year from RevShare, $200K a year from the legal NIL deals that are getting approved through the clearinghouse. But y'all told him $1 million for his junior year when he committed to y'all way back when, right? So how's he going to get that $400K, the extra $400? Because his agent can take him somewhere else and they'll have an operation that can get him a full mill. So you hire him as an employee at Texas Sports Unfiltered, where his salary is $400K a year, and he doesn't have to do any work, nothing. You don't. There doesn't have to be any proof.
It's how people. It's why people have their sons or whatever working for him. It's also tax write off too. So,
but he's an employee. It basically what the Clippers did with the Kawhi situation. Except like the Clippers are doing that to pay him over the salary cap of the team. If Texas was doing this, they'd be doing it to pay over the salary cap or over the cap of RevShare, and also because they know that won't get approved by the clearinghouse because they're strict. So that's to do it. And someone asked me, like, please tell me Texas is doing that. When I explained it, I'm like, look, I haven't heard anything about it, but also like, I struggle to believe Texas would be dumb enough to let that information get out.
Right.
Because there's only so many people who would know about it, and all those people would have something to lose if it got out. So, yeah. Did you see the Penn State punter who is 6'6"? Is there a new Penn State punter that's humongous? I know they used to have a huge kicker back in the day.
That's a big guy, bro.
They used to have a humongous kicker back in the day who would just destroy people on kickoff returns. I remember him.
That was a close game, man. Penn State and Indiana.
Yeah. Hey, Stephen Delgado.
Wake Forest, I call it. I mean, I get lucky every now and then, but Wake Forest call.
Yeah. Stephen Delgado said Texas still needs a general manager type person that their sole responsibility is roster management. I mean, that's Brandon Harris. But like everything in the operation, it's got to get approved by Sark. But, I mean, that's Brandon Harris's job. I don't know if this is you suggesting Texas should set it up like Oklahoma, where Jim Nagy, the GM there, can fire Brent Venables if he wants. And he doesn't report to Venables. He reports directly to the athletic director. And that GM, if they lose an assistant coach, he's the guy hiring the new assistant coach, not the athletic director. That's their setup. And he's the one who's saying, John Mateer, if he comes back, he wants $3 million. Well, we can only pay John Mateer $2.5 million. So, John, if you don't take the 2.5, see you and good luck at your next stop. And Brent Venables just sits there and watches it play out. He could probably bang the table and say, no, Nagy, he's our quarterback. We can pay him $3 million. And Nagy can go, no, we can't. And that's that. Like, I don't think it should be set up like that because, I just don't think that's a smart strategy. But there can be a happy medium between. And Texas is not in the happy medium. It's still like, yes, Brandon Harris has the GM title, but, it's almost like Flood with the OC title. It's a title. Sark is calling the shots at the end of the day. Brandon Harris does a good job. He's, putting it together. But, again, it's Sark who comes in and says, yes, no, he needs to get more money. He needs less, blah, blah, blah. We need this out of the portal. That's the operation and how it works, to my understanding. CBS, how did Hugh Freeze get all those recruits to Ole Miss? Money.
I still haven't seen that movie. I got to go back and watch that movie.
What?
The Blind Side. I've never seen it.
For real?
For real. Never seen it.
It actually is a good movie until you find out that
that it's all bullshit. I mean, honestly, that's kind of why I've been reluctant to watch it, is because it's all fabricated. It's
no,
lies.
but hey, the high school coach, the head high school coach, that's Hugh Freeze in the real world. He's the only person that doesn't have the same name in the movie. What does that tell you? Huh? Well, because he has some allegations from his time at that high school, like he does from his time at Ole Miss and probably Auburn in a year or two. Yeah. Woodcrest said, Jordan and Wags, have y'all ever met any Texas Longhorn boosters? Yes. They at the Weiss Anderson game, I checked into like the VIP. I don't know why they call it that. It's basically the media credential thing, and people who have like field passes, that's where you pick up your passes. And this guy walks up, and I recognize him. He's one of the main dudes in charge of the Texas One Fund. And I'm like in line behind him. And I've never talked to this guy, but I follow him on social media. And I'm like, he probably knows who I am. And I was wearing a 24/7 thing. He turned back, looked at me, turned back around, walked the other way. I didn't see him again the rest of the night. So, yeah, they some of them understand, they're not saying shit to reporters.
So
I was just going to say what's up. I wasn't even going to try to get info out of him.
Yeah, I don't. So I've done some meet and greets and I've shaken some hands, but I don't know, any one-on-ones. I wouldn't call myself a friend of any of them or anything like that. I've shaken some hands of some donors. At the Horn, we did a few meet and greets, a couple of times a year, and then every football season we'd have a lot of. I was there for the Herman era, so it was banquets with Tom Herman, and boosters would be out there, and you'd be able to shake their hands. But I've never been in deep conversation with any of them or rubbing elbows or anything like that.
Tom Herman, man,
that's just not that's not my scene, man. I can cut a room up, but I just prefer not to be in the room, right? I don't prefer crowds anymore. It's weird.
I feel you. And also I ain't a wine and cheese guy. I much prefer a hoodie and joggers than khakis and a collared shirt.
I don't like wearing a suit these days.
I don't like dressing up. You collared shirt buttoned up, man. Come on now.
I'm not. It's a lot of work to have.
That's also why 24/7 is a great place to work at, because it's not a serious enough job where I have to dress up and wear a suit or be on camera at games. And I'm going to the Texas Georgia game. I'm on the field. It's going to be cold. I'm probably wearing something like this, a black hoodie with black sweatpants. And no one's saying shit to me because I'm a photographer.
Right.
Now, if I was in a press box like that,
right,
I'd be getting some looks.
Yep.
But it's pretty good. And I go to high school games, I'm wearing the same thing. And that's totally fine at the high school level for media, so.
Yeah, your field level, this is all right. Up in the presser, you better have at least a collared shirt on.
Yeah. CBS, haven't NFL players been paid in Bitcoin before? I know Trevor Lawrence, I'm pretty sure his rookie contract is 80% Bitcoin or something ridiculous. And I'm not into crypto and all that. I think it crashed a little bit or went down. And his contract ended up being a lot lower than it was supposed to be. Which is why would you put it in a contract and not just take the money, the regular money? I don't know. Sorry, I'm looking.
Yeah, I would want something that I could put my hands on, right?
Yeah. Antoine said Sark shouted out his DBs, Xavier Filsamy, Grayson Littleton, Cade Phillips, and Jonah Williams. Any chance all four start next year? Littleton and Cade Phillips definitely will. I think Jonah Williams will. Maybe not if Jelani McDonald comes back.
Filsamy's kind of had some some knucklehead plays this year.
Yeah, he's out of position, and the whole thing with him out of high school is athlete, two-way kid, played receiver, safety. At one point was a receiver recruit before someone got in his head you're gonna have way more opportunities at safety. He also went 10.56 in high school. He's a fast kid. Long jumps, I think he cleared 23 feet.
How tall is he?
He's about 6 foot, 5'11 and a half. And it was always he's a great athlete, but he's gonna have to learn safety. He's a great athlete. He'll figure it out. He has not figured it out that much this far. And you can't be a player who might not understand a ton of the game or be in position all the time, but you're athletic and make up for it. And then you are getting run past by on the field. Then it's, your liability at that point. And he was a liability in the Vanderbilt game and the Mississippi State game when Jelani McDonald and Michael Taft were out. They were going at him. You got to remember, he's still a second-year player.
Yeah, I'll say this about him too. He's not afraid to come up and hit you. That's one thing. But I feel like that's with all the secondary, right? They play downhill. They are not afraid to come up, and they don't shy away from a hit.
Yeah, but also, like, dude, think about the safety room. Taft is done after this year. He's out of eligibility. I think Jelani McDonald can be a day 2 pick after this year. Maybe he comes back, but I think he leaves. So that leaves the safety room of Xavier Filsaime, Jordan Johnson-Rubel, Jonah Williams, Zealous Hicks, and that's it. Well, plus Yaheem Riley will be a true freshman. They're going to have to portal for safety if Jelani McDonald leaves. I also think there's a chance Kobe Black could be playing safety, which is hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. You know the amount of shit we got at 24/7 because we ranked him as a safety prospect because that's what he'll play if he plays in the NFL. And he was on Twitter like, I'm a corner. And it's like, dude, you might get moved to safety. I don't know. You know, like Cade Phillips has outsnapped him, I think, the last 2 games in a row now. And one of those, Malik Muhammad missed, I think, that his third to last game. I mean, he played about even snaps with Cade Phillips. So, like, he's a bigger guy. He's a boundary corner. He's that Ryan Watts, big jumbo corner on the boundary. But I think he should play safety, or at least they should try that, because that could also save you some money maybe in the portal where you wouldn't have to get a safety. We'll see.
Could he transition pretty easily, though?
Yeah, I mean, he was a kid who was a high school. I mean, he didn't come off the field. He's a full-time 3-phaser, played quarterback, running back, receiver. And he's playing at the 4A level, a lot of one-high safety looks. They didn't ever really need him on the line at corner to shut someone down because it's the 4A level. So, like, he kind of played everywhere to where, like, I think, it's not going to set him back developmentally if you move him to safety. It's not like he'd have to learn a whole new thing. He's played, in the secondary all over throughout his career. So, yeah. Daryl G said, no, Sark has made good hires. He just needs to hire a true OC. Sark isn't going to hire an OC, at least as long as he's at Texas. That's not happening. Unless CDC forces him to, that's the only way. But Sark himself will never hire a OC at Texas. And I don't think CDC is going to force him either. Like, CDC is a damn good AD, one of the best in the country. Go look at his previous stops and tell me how hard he's ever been on the football coach. At TCU, Gary Patterson did his own thing, and he let him do his own thing.
It was his show, bro.
And they were very successful. Eventually, that trailed off, though, and it kind of came off the track. CDC, I feel like, is a lot. He's on top of the other sports coaches a lot more than he is Sark. And I get that. It's, the football program at the University of Texas. What can the AD really tell the head coach to do, right? But I bring that up because I don't think CDC is ever going to force him to hire an OC. So, yeah. And Antoine said, crazy the AD makes a fraction of what Sark makes. Yeah. It's also crazy that and it's been like this in the NFL forever. But, hey, in college, almost everyone makes more than or not everyone. A fair amount of players make more than their position coach and their coordinator. Like, Cal Flood is the highest paid line coach in college football because he has the OC title. He's making like 1.2, 1.1. There's probably at least 10 players in this year's team making more than him. And he's the highest paid line coach in college football. So, yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at some of these others. SMU, the OG of hookers, bags, and cars. Oh, yeah. Run the dang ball. Sorry, I always get behind on these.
Oh, you're good.
Should I get out to the UT Golf Club? You wanna go hit up the UT Golf Club and Steiner Ranch?
Will they let us in?
Not if we show up like this. Like, hey, we're here to talk with some of the big money Texas boosters. They're like, get the fuck out. One of them pops out of nowhere. Like, he's a reporter. He needs to leave. When do I fly out to Atlanta? My flight.
Yeah, we're actually program announcement on that day for Friday. We're actually going to do the 2-hour Chaos Theory is going to be rolling 2 hours that day.
Nice. Yeah, I am missing Friday's show. I told Nick that. I don't know if you told BK that.
Yeah, I would remind. I think BK knows. We've kind of already took the initiative on that, but I would just remind Nick for that.
Yeah. But my flight leaves DFW at 6 in the morning Friday. I think I get to Atlanta at like 10:25. Gonna probably find a Starbucks right next to the hotel until I can check in. Then hang in the hotel room, work some. Then I'm going to Grayson High School to see Tyler Atkinson play. We've got a playoff game. I think it's lame as hell that the state of Georgia does this, but it makes it a lot easier for me logistically. In the state of Georgia, every single game up until the state championship, like all the playoff games, are played at a actual high school, like a home field, like the higher seed.
I think that's every state. I think Texas is the only state that, or I'm speaking out of.
Maybe. I don't think so. I like the way the state of Texas does it. We're like, hey, first round, there's a legit home team. After that, it's neutral site everywhere, unless it's a situation where the same two teams meet every year in the second round or every year in the third round.
I feel like
and
the
usually
best record hosts it, though, in all other states. In Maryland, it does. I don't have any other reference in other states, but in Maryland, if you have the better record, you host the home game. It's until you get to the state championship.
Tell you what, Maryland doesn't have though that Texas does. Like
real
every
football players.
Yeah, but like every other year, there will be a team from the Panhandle and a team from like El Paso that just say, "Hey, we're gonna play at this stadium in New Mexico," instead of meeting in Lubbock.
Pretty badass, yeah.
Like I know that happened a year or two ago. And did you see there was a coin flip to determine playoffs in West Texas?
What's that? I missed that. I'm sorry, I was reading.
There's a coin flip on Friday night at a gas station because there's a three-way tie.
Oh, yeah, I'm familiar. I'm familiar with the story. Yeah.
Yeah.
They did that in Friday Night Lights, right? Didn't you just say that? Okay.
Oh yeah. And it is funny because some schools will do like that as their tiebreaker, or some districts will do that as their tiebreakers, where other ones they're never flipping a coin. They got a system.
How often have you been around Craig Way to listen to some of his stories?
Not often enough.
He's got some gems, man.
Yeah.
I would. That's something I would like to. That's something that probably a check in the box that you should probably do is just listen to high school stories of Craig Way. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, I've heard some crazy ones, some secondary ones. We got to get Mike on here too.
The best diners along the way from city to city, on the best stops along the way where you need to eat. Must stops.
You want to? So I doubt anyone has ever thought about this, besides me or like people who work in high school sports, like Craig Way that travels a lot. Do you know how many times like I've been driving to Houston or Austin from here, and I pass a gas station? I'm like, yeah, blew that place up about a year and a half ago. Or it's like, oh, Starbucks knocked the show out in that parking lot.
I can't do it, man.
Or it's like, man, that is the worst patty melt experience I've ever had at a Whataburger in my life. That one,
I can't shit in public, bro. I can't do it.
I honestly, it's not a huge deal for me. I'm not going to wait like 45 more minutes to take a shit in a Bucky's and have to walk a mile to get to the back.
Man, I'll pinch it off and have the veins popping out of my temple and shit before I dump in public. I just, I'm doing everybody else a favor too, bro. You know what I mean? Like I'm doing the community a favor.
Yeah, sounds like a big courtesy flush guy.
It's multiple. We go multiples. Goes home.
Yeah. Woodcrest said, is there a good chance Texas will land some more 5 stars out of Georgia to piss Kirby Smart off again? Yeah, I mean, hey, there's always a chance, especially if Texas wins on Saturday. But in 2026, there's no one that they're going to flip that's a 5-star from the state of Georgia. And I can't think of any 27 5-stars from Georgia they're really in it with. But yeah. I mean, hey, Stephen Ogata, you hit it on the head. Phil Smee doesn't seem to play like a 10-5 guy that tells you he's still a bit confused on the system and responsibilities. Yep.
Doesn't look confident either, right? Doesn't look confident.
Yeah.
Second guess the steps.
Yeah. So Antoine brings up Cade Phillips to want to play safety at LSU. So I was talking about Kobe Black, but there is part of this you got correct. Blake Giddey and Terry Joseph were recruiting Cade Phillips to play safety at Texas originally. He committed to play safety at Texas. And like I know the number. It was 250 when he committed the first time. over 3 times as much second time around, but I'll get there in a sec. He commits in the summer. It's $250 for his freshman year. He's going to play safety. And he preferred corner, but his dad really, really wanted him to be at Texas. His dad's a big Texas fan. Cade liked Texas a lot. They did a good job recruiting him, and he was cool with going to Texas or LSU. And then after about a week after he commits to Texas the first time, Corey Raymond was kind of playing it slow, giving him some space, and then they turned up the heat right away. And he's like, Cade, you're a corner all the way. You should not be playing safety. You can play corner in the league. Like, this can screw up your development. Why would you do this? And the corner room, you're going to have, a quicker path to the field at wherever you play than you will at safety because you're a better corner than safety. And that combined with
he the hell out of that, right?
Oh, yeah, he listened to it. And Corey Raymond was also who has gotten all those guys drafted out of LSU, the real DBU, with all due respect to Texas. With all due respect, Texas is probably 2, maybe 3. LSU's 1. Texas hasn't produced the same amount of star power at the defensive back position as LSU has. But he really liked that pitch, ends up flipping. Part of it, too, LSU, they offered a higher number than 250. That number, I think they gave him 450. Texas tried to circle back. It later turned into 600 that LSU was giving him. And then I won't say the number he's getting now.
Right. Well, I was curious.
Yeah, Texas got it. I mean, I just don't think it's good to report the numbers.
No, it's
for guys that are on the
it just
tour.
pisses other people off in a lot.
Yeah, and also like this, it gets clips sent to agents of players who, are at Texas, and then their agents saying, blah blah blah. So I'll stay away from that. But Texas upped it, and the end of season push, LSU struggling a bit towards the end of the year, along with a pretty damn good deal is what got it done. And he flipped back to Texas. They took him as a corner that time. So yeah. Antoine said, I saw Jerry Outhouse is saying that he's a CB. Gary Patterson said they should have let Austin Jordan play safety. Yeah, Austin Jordan plays safety at TCU. I agree. That's probably where he should always been. And then Outhouse, he has like a corner frame. He's tested really well. He's tested well enough to where he could be a corner or safety. From my understanding, there's been some times this year where his coverage at corner hasn't been, super stellar. And, you look at him, the testing data, the frame, and it's like, he can play safety. It'll probably be an easier position to play for him with what he's shown us thus far. So I kind of classify him as a DB. I think wherever he ends up, he could end up playing corner, safety, or a mix of both, or nickel. So, yeah. What the hell? Patrick said, hey, did you see the Vandergrift High School marching band equipment truck got hit by a train?
No. Everybody all right? Like the driver? I know it was only equipment, but the driver all right?
They parked this thing on tracks. How did this even happen? I don't know. Yeah, he is spitting facts here, Wags.
Dude, I don't educate me on it.
Okay. In terms of NIL funding, what's the total amount of boosters that put all their money together for UT? Like, how many boosters are actually contributing to paying players on Texas's roster? I mean, pre-house settlement rev share stuff. I mean, you could literally say like even the people that donate $20 a year to Texas One Fund count. As far as people who pay or giving Texas more than $100K or were, I'd say the number was like at least 20, if not 25, if not 30. And some of those guys will give probably a few million. But now, like, there's a lot of booster fatigue from that and donor fatigue. That's why rev share and everything got sped up and got passed. That was part of it too. So there's less, I think involvement, less money that's being asked of these boosters nowadays. And there probably are less people donating as well. So I don't know the total amount now, but I'd say like at least a dozen big ones still. I don't know. It's just hard to try to predict that. Sark is the highest paid Texas State employee. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at some other ones. I didn't know that. They changed it. I like the neutral site rules for high school football, especially because without that, there would be no indoor games in the playoffs wherein it's cold in November and December, which is very nice. Steven
I
Ogata.
prefer the home. Like I think it's I don't know. You got to go into somebody else's den, right, and steal one from them. For the playoffs. Like that's just, I don't know. It's the atmosphere. It's kind of the nostalgia with it too. Maybe.
Yeah,
that
but I
old
mean,
school rivalry going into somebody else's backyard.
you can do the same thing though for away games. Like South Oak Cliff and PNG played at SFA in Nacogdoches in the playoffs. It was a third-round matchup. Sock beat their ass. It was the last high school game. This was last fall. It was the last high school game Jackson Christian ever played. And the year before, or the 2 years before, they had met in the state championship. So this was a huge game. And PNG showed up with like 4 times as many people as Sock did. And I think their drive to Nacogdoches from Beaumont was longer than the drive from
Yeah, I
Dallas.
was gonna like 3. What is that? 2?
I have no idea, but they got their ass handed to them, and it wasn't close. And they stayed the entire time and still made it a really hard game, or at least atmosphere. So, I mean, you can still show up and all that and have good atmospheres without it being a home game. Stephen Ogata asked which 6A district is best this year, 11, 23, or 26. I don't know districts to numbers very well. I assume one of these is Lake Travis. I assume one of them is like the Duncanville, DeSoto, Waxahachie district. And the other one, I don't know, maybe like the Humboldt, Summer Creek, North Shore. Those are I think the Dallas district and the Houston district, those are the 2 best ones in the state. Patrick said it's not rare for a West Texas football team to have a New Mexico stool in their district, like John, New Mexico. I don't know nothing about that.
He's quoting you, buddy. He's quoting you.
Oh, yeah. CP said, do you go to the Czech stop? I have not been there since the day after someone drove their car into it. Yeah. That's good. Oh. This is Rod.
Oh, that's right. He talked about the story earlier. I didn't put the 2 and 2 together.
Oh, let's go. I successfully guessed the district. I think the hardest district in Texas high school football is the Dallas one. District of Doom. You got Duncanville, and this is all going to be realigned. It's the last year with these guys. But you have Duncanville, DeSoto, you have Lancaster, you have Mesquite Horn, you have Cedar Hill, you have Dallas Skyline, you have Mesquite High, you have Waxahachie. I think that's all of them. That's 8. And I think
Did you say Eastview?
Huh?
What'd you say, Eastview?
No, not Eastview.
Oh,
Waxahachie. I don't know, but it's a great group. So I'd go there. And yeah, Stephen Ogata. I mean, the state championship has either had the winner or the runner-up from that district of Doom for however many years in a row in 6A. So yeah, it's got to be them. I don't got anything else really. Oh, wait, actually I do. Did you see the video of Zach Calzada? Do you know who Zach Calzada is?
No, do you have it?
Do you know who Zach Calzada is?
No.
So, forget where he's from. He goes to A&M. He's a backup, and he honestly stinks. But he was the quarterback of the A&M team that beat Alabama in 2021 at Kyle Field. And that was a huge game.
Oh,
because
I do know.
That game is what got Walter Nolan and several other players that committed that day that they beat A&M because they were all in there and, they were getting paid too. And Jimbo's he still is a really good recruiter. He might suck at the actual coaching part of it, but he's a damn good recruiter. And they got all those guys and all that, and a lot of that was because Calzada and them beat Bama. But ends up, getting a spot took at A&M. He leaves, goes to Auburn. Can't even see the field on – that would have been year 1 of Hugh Freeze when I think Peyton Thorne was there. He transfers to UW in San Antonio. Balls the hell out. It's FCS, though. And then is in the portal. He has 1 more year of eligibility. It's like year 6, and he goes to Kentucky, and they pay him. He's going to be their starting quarterback. But he stinks. So he loses the job, but his NIL deal is like $1.1 million for this year. And they got to pay him that. A lot of it's rev share. A lot of it's guaranteed.
Do you have the video?
Yeah, let me find this. He some Kentucky fan was basically calling him a bum, and we're like, we wasted $1 million, paying him or whatever. And oh god, and he hops.
The guy that took down Bama.
Yes, I'm pretty sure he sent this video over DMs to the dude who was talking shit. I don't know if y'all can hear this. He's basically calling him broke and. If you can't hear him, he's like, "Hey, let's count. Let's count. You counting this? No, let's count." This video is 1 minute and 3 seconds. Him hitting the money spread. Get you some money, Garrett. So he does this, and again, he got his spot took by Cutter Bowley, who's in year 2. He does this. This video comes out last week. Kentucky scores a touchdown versus the Florida Gators last Saturday. Who is Florida even going to get off the mat? I mean, Jesus Christ. Look at the celebration he hits with Cutter Bowley. There he is, 5 right there. Counting up the shmoney.
I didn't know that that's where it stemmed from, though.
Yeah. Man, can you imagine, like, do we think Mark Stoops or anyone at Kentucky even talked to him? Because, like, one, the video is on the internet forever now. It's not getting taken down. 2, he's in his final year of college, and he's already the backup who got his spot took. So, like, do you really need to discipline him, right? And 3, like, because he's the backup and it doesn't play, are you going to make him go out there to the press conference and apologize?
It doesn't even matter. Do people even want to hear him?
Did Stoops or anyone? I'm curious. Did they even say anything to him? But the video is hilarious. Just don't lose count, Garrett. Let's count, Garrett. But yeah. And let's see. Where is Zach?
Speaking of Kentucky, you watch any college hoops tonight?
The number one thing, if you type in Zach Calzada into Google, the suggested search money video.
Nice. His legacy is imprinted, right?
He is from Buford, Georgia, but he did not go to Buford. He went to Lanier. I've never heard of that school. Wow. But yeah. Woodcrest
tonight, dude.
Kentucky yeah. Duke and Louisville?
Kentucky and Louisville. I mean, Duke's playing. Duke plays Army, but that I think that line is like 30 some points or whatever. But good win tonight, Louisville and Kentucky.
Gotta be honest, I will not be watching.
Okay. You're into college hoops though, aren't you?
I am. It's just I get into once football.
You have too much shit going on.
Yeah, and also my girlfriend played soccer at St. Ed's, and some of her old teammates and them are on like this rec team now, and they're playing in Euless, like 50 minutes from me, and I got to go to that tonight. So
nice.
It's one of those places that is indoors, and it's just loud as shit in there.
They should have a bar though inside, right?
I doubt it.
The one up in Cedar Park does.
Shit, I also
it's got a bar up top, so it's got the indoor field down on the bottom floor, and then if you go up top, it's got a bar where you can get beer and shit.
Hey,
yeah, man,
get your money up, Garrett.
Don't lose count, Garrett.
Yeah, I'm gonna be at the bar. Don't lose count, Garrett. God, the funniest thing too, he's not playing in the NFL. He's not playing in the CFL or UFL. Yeah, I mean, hey, Sticky, I might win that battle, but I'll lose the war.
You ain't gonna win the war, all right? Yeah. You won't win the war. Like you gotta know when to fight, right?
Oh yeah. I'm probably just gonna bring AirPods and be like a kid and get occupied by my phone
And
this is one you put in the books, you put in the vault for the Arsenal. Yeah, remember when I did, but I did do this. I did drive out there to watch you and your girls.
Oh yeah. You know, I backed out.
Ammunition. You're
I
just
backed out 2 weeks ago, so I can't back out of this one too. I forgot to mention
yeah, you flaked already. He's got one flake of the month already gone, so you can't flake anymore.
Oh yeah. No, I'm gonna. I'll bring my phone. And we'll watch like the CFP ranking show or whatever that they drag out for an hour somehow. Okay. Last thing. The funniest part about the Zach Calzada video, there's a very high chance he's going to blow this money. I mean, it's ridiculously high hit rate of these college kids that don't make the league blowing their NIL money super quick because he ain't playing in the CFL, UFL, XFL, and I'm not even bringing up the NFL. So, like, when he does interview for a job, he probably has a master's. He's been in college like 6 years, and they're going to Google Zach Calzada. Like, money video. You know, that's still going to be one of the top searches. And they're going to see this guy who's trying to get a job at their company saying, hey, try to keep count, Garrett. Don't lose count, Garrett. And they'll be like, so, Zach, why do you need this job? He's like, oh, I need money.
Did you lose count?
Did he lose count? Did you lose count? What happened to all this money? You know,
Jake throwing me off here. Speaking a little bit of East Coast language here with turbo, using some turbo there.
He's
Jake,
turbo
were you out
ass.
East recently.
Yeah. No, one of my
Turbo
favorite
nerds.
tweets. Someone this will be the final thing. People reuse this tweet every year around the portal cycle, but it's or the NFL free agent cycle. But it's like, hey, anytime Hayes Foster or anyone posts this players in the portal, and the first thing they say is former 5-star or former top 200 recruit, and they have less than 3 years left, it means they're turbo dog shit. And it is true. Turbo dog shit. Woodcrest, would it be over if Michael Dell ever got involved in NIL for Texas? No, I don't think so. I also don't think he'd do that. But also, like, hey, Phil Knight has given Oregon an infinite checkbook. Is it over for college football? You know, like Tech, they pretty much have an infinite checkbook right now. Cody Campbell. Is it over with college football? No. Fighting Kenny Dillinghams can still take him out, you know? So, yep. All right. Up next.
Anomalies happen.
Oh, yeah. Up next, SEC Unfiltered's deep dive early week preview of Texas, Georgia. The hell? There we go. I lost my screen for a sec. We're gonna get out of here. Y'all have a great Tuesday. We're gonna end the stream, but at 2 p.m. Chip and Zay will be back on it. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you live stream from. Actually, this will be the last thing.
Like the video. Don't forget to like the video.
Like the video, subscribe. Hey, Wags.
Yo.
Maybe I'll Josh Pate style with the grenade.
What?
Sharon Moore might not be at Michigan next year. We'll leave it there. Can ask me about it next
Good little teaser, huh?
next
Good little
show
teaser.
tomorrow. Sharon Moore might be in his final year at Michigan. Just watch him. Watch him. All right, y'all.